Yes, please. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, resuming consideration of the address and reply to the speech from the throne, and resuming debate on the amendment as amended, standing in the name of Mr. Scheer.
I believe that the member for Regina Wascana has 5 minutes remaining in his speech.
He's not there, so we'll go to resuming debate.
Okay, resuming debate. The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bonjour, but I believe the member next to me is actually first.
Mon nom, c'est Pauline Rochefort. Je suis la députée de Nipissing-Témiscamingue et I'll be sharing...
Ah, s'il vous plaît. Les noms ont été renversés.
The names were out of order. Sorry about that. The honourable member for Nipissing-Témiscamingue. You have the floor.
And I'll be sharing my time with the member of Port Moody, Coquitlam. On behalf of Nipissing-Témiscamingue, I would like to offer my support to our fellow citizens of Saskatchewan and Manitoba who have been affected by the forest fires. May rain and calm weather return quickly to the affected communities. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi...
Mr. Speaker, please let me first of all congratulate you for your election as Speaker. I am very proud to follow Anthony Rota, who was Speaker of this House of Commons from 2019 to 2023. He also served the people of Nipissing-Témiscamingue for 17 years.
A bit of information about my riding, which is only a few hours away, 4 hours west of Ottawa. Nipissing-Témiscamingue is made up of many unique communities, and as a former mayor of my community, I know how each community deserves a representative who recognizes their distinctive character. And I commit before you today to serve each community and its citizens with attention and discernment. Then there are the areas of our riding, such as Bear Island and Guard Village, and these areas are home to the Nipissing, Temagami, Antoine, and North Bay Mattawa First Nations. It is with honor and respect that I say miigwech to the original people and affirm my commitment and responsibility to advance the process of reconciliation. It is important to them that the government recognize the rights and contributions of the Anishinaabe First Nations in all discussions concerning their lands, resources, and economic opportunities. Ensuite, la population...
Then the Francophone population of my riding. About a third of the people who live in Nipissing-Témiscamingue speak both French and English. And during the election campaign, many people spoke of the importance of the federal government's ongoing defense of the rights and freedoms of Francophone communities outside of Quebec. They also spoke of the importance of protecting institutions which promote the use of the French language, like Radio-Canada.
My riding and its people. When I met with people, businesses, and organizations in my riding, the issue that came up most often was that of leadership. And that is why when Mark Carney released the plan entitled Canada Strong, the
member cannot use the name of the Prime Minister in the House. Can only refer to him by the title. So that's just something to pay attention. It's for all new members. It's just a reminder. We cannot use the names of other members and ministers in the House. An honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so when the plan entitled Canada Strong was immediately released, it resonated with the people in my riding. And so congratulations to all who developed this plan, which addresses our nation's fundamental need at this critical time, economic prosperity. So I would now like to share some of the significant comments I've received regarding economic prosperity from 3 sectors of my riding: mining, agriculture, and defense. First, comments received from the mining sector. As some of you may know, Northern Ontario accounts for most of Ontario's mining activity, with approximately 200 companies, a third of which are in Nipissing-Témiscamingue. It's the largest commercial contributor to the GDP of Nipissing-Témiscamingue. The riding is a hub for the global mining supply and services sector. This past weekend, the Mining Institute of Canada celebrated 100 years of mining in North Bay. From North Bay, these companies export and operate around the globe via the city's well-developed transportation network, including highway, rail, and air connections. The local industry is known internationally for its innovation and collaborates with post-secondary institutions to develop new technologies. When meeting with these companies, there were three issues that came forward. First is access to labor. With mining expected to see strong growth in the next few years, what is problematic is that 21% of mining workers in North Bay are over the age of 55 and nearing retirement. The existing shortage of housing remains a major barrier to attracting new residents to the region, and why housing projects tied to North Bay area will continue to need support in this mandate of government. A second issue is tied to the fact that 65% of local companies will be introducing new products to the market, and so they will continue to need strong support for innovation from organizations such as FedNor and Business Development Bank. And number three, a lot of these companies, 60%, export around the world, and they will continue to need support from Export Development Corporation for managing their risks. Secondly, a few words about agriculture. There's significant opportunities. We sometimes don't think of the North in terms of agriculture, but there are significant opportunities for expansion in the agricultural sector in Nipissing-Temiskaming in what is known as Little Clay Belt, the area of Temiskaming, Shores, Earlton, Belle Valley. In Temiskaming, there are 456 dairy, cattle, and crop farms with an average size of over 500 acres. And with the growing days that are getting longer, it is predicted that this is an area that is known that will have much opportunity moving forward. When meeting with influencers in that area, they spoke about three things. First, protecting supply management, and they were very thrilled with the words that were included in the speech from the throne, as well as statements made by the new Minister of Agriculture. Yet, they point out to the last trade negotiations with the United States, where supply management was supposedly off the table, but concessions were nonetheless made at the last minute. So they intend to remain vigilant in the future. Their second concern is for financing, and so they need the support of Farm Credit Corporation and FedNor. And finally, they ask that Highway 11 North be included in the Canada Strong Plan, as it is an important highway that falls under the plan's provisions for building an east-west trading corridor and twinning the Trans-Canada Highway. As we know, Highway 11 is the main route used for truckers as they travel our country from east to west. Finally, defense. A few words about defense. People may not recognize that since 1951, the city of North Bay has been home to the Canadian Forces Base, known as 22 Wing North Bay. It has 500 military personnel who provide surveillance and warning for the aerospace defense industry, and working closely with NORAD in Colorado. And there are U.S. military personnel stationed in North Bay. And so basically, from a city perspective, there's a strong interest in our base. It has strong ties to our communities. We have an airport with a military-grade runway. There are flight schools. There's a Canadore College Aviation Campus. And there is Voyager Aviation Corporation that operates out of this facility. And so there is an increased interest in the impact of the Canada Strong Plan, which focuses on rebuilding, rearming, and reinvesting. The base's facilities needs housing improvements. Finally, just a quick word about an issue tied to the CFB, but not its daily operations, and it is related to major water contamination problem, PFAS, known as the forever chemical, used in the foam for air defense firefighter training up until the late 1990s, seeped into the airport grounds and surrounding groundwater. The city and the Department of National Defense have reached a $20 million agreement to clean up the airport. However, and I will conclude on this point, the contamination has also seeped into waterways connected to Trout Lake, which supplies North Bay with drinking water. In recent months, Health Canada has established that the maximum allowable concentration of PFAS in drinking water is 30 nanograms per liter, while Ontario's 2024 drinking water report indicates that the City of North Bay's drinking water system is the only known system in Ontario that consistently exceeds this limit due to historical PFAS contamination. So as a result, additional funding is needed to upgrade North Bay's water treatment plant and remove PFAS from the water supply, and so this is urgent. Donc, en conclusion,
So to conclude, there are so many other points that I could have brought up related to the comments that I received from my communities after the election regarding the plan for Canada Strong. That having been said, I'm very happy to see that the plan and the speech from the throne have identified these issues as priorities, and every element is going to lead to concrete results. In conclusion, on behalf of the people of Nipissing-Temiskaming, I reiterate my full support for the throne speech, and I will be very happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Middlesex London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. For years, I've been getting up in this chamber and talking about farming in the north, as I actually farm in the north in your area, to my colleague. And so it's refreshing to hear somebody else talking about agriculture in the north, because there is a lot of farming happening up there. But as my colleague would know, farmers have to budget and they have to plan for their years. And they have to look at their finances. And in this House and in this government so far, the Prime Minister has said himself that we need to have a plan. But yet the Prime Minister fails to bring a plan. Where is the budget? And does my honourable colleague believe that the government should give Canadians what they deserve and have a budget, just like farmers have to budget and plan for their finances?
So before I allow the member for Nipissing-Temiskaming to respond, just a reminder, it's through the chair. The member, you're a farmer, or you farm in my area. I have no farms. The member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for such a wonderful question. I look forward to visiting her establishment in the Temiskaming area, her farming establishment. Certainly, it was good to see that as part of the Canada Strong plan, that there is a role for the regional development agencies. And so for us in Northern Ontario, under Minister Hadju, under the Minister for overseeing FedNor, or Regional Development Agency, very pleased to see that there's going to be a role for also for the Crown corporations that support our territory. And so in Temiskaming, very much there is a strong presence by Farm Credit Corporation, and we look forward to a continued role by that organization in our territory.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time that I have taken the floor in this new Parliament. I'd like to congratulate you on your new role, and I'm very proud to be here for a third time elected by the people of my riding. So I have a very simple question for my colleague, because indeed Laurentides-Labelle is a place where we have major issues facing the agriculture processing sector. Our farmers certainly see the challenges. And so given that we know what we need when it comes to slime management, how could my colleague influence her government so that we can ensure that we can ratify the protection of supply management more quickly? The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question. Well, effectively, we were all very happy to see that in the Canada Strong Plan that supply management is not up for negotiation. And we also heard an excellent comment from the Agriculture Minister recently, who once again highlighted that supply management is not on the bargaining table. So our government has been very firm in our commitment to support the dairy sector and the other sectors that fall under supply management.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Le député pour Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, and I'd once again like to congratulate her on her election and for her hard work for her riding. My colleague listed a number of important elements from the speech from the throne and mentioned a number of actions that the Prime Minister is going to take. On what priority would my colleague wish to most work with the Prime Minister? Well, yes, thank you very much to my colleague for that excellent question. And he might not be expecting my answer, but my first priority is really to see us move forward with projects that were put forward by the previous government under the previous MP for my riding, Anthony Rota. So the construction of a new arena at $35 million. That's a new build that's just gotten underway. As I mentioned, the $20 million for the contamination of the groundwater, and we also mentioned the accelerator fund, and I'd like to see that program go forward and to see those funds move forward so that we can get that project underway in my riding.
Nous avons le temps pour une courte question
We have time for a very quick question.
for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. And one thing I want to touch on is about small business. We're not talking enough about, small business who are creating jobs right now in our local economies. And we heard in the campaign that there was a call to action from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business asking that we reduce the small business tax rate from 9% to 8% and provide small businesses with additional liquidity to invest in their operations and also increase the deduction from $500,000 to $700,000.
The Honourable Magnificent to Miskaming in 15 seconds or less.
Well, simply to point out that I appreciate the fact that my colleague, Mr. Speaker, has pointed out the importance of small business in our country. 95% of our companies throughout Canada are defined as small businesses, and so it is very critical that we bring them all the support that is necessary. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Bonjour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with my maiden speech and with profound gratitude to my constituents, to my family, and my colleagues. And with immense pride in the newly elected Member of Parliament for Port Moody Coquitlam, which includes the villages of Anmore, Belcarra, in beautiful BC's coastal communities. Our community spans the ancestral and unceded homelands of the Coast Salish peoples, including Coquitlam, Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, Squamish, Katzie, Kwantlen, Pequot, and Stolo nations, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude for caring for these lands since time remembered. Like many in the House, I didn't get here alone. My path has been paved by the trust and support of my community, voters who placed their faith in me for the past 14 years. First, as their voice in local government, and now as their Member of Parliament. They believe in progress and the idea that government can and must be a force for good in their lives. It is their collective voices that guides me here today. It is humbling and energizing all at the same time, and the responsibility of it is enormous. This role isn't about representing a riding on paper. It's about effectively giving voice to people's concerns, their ambitions, and their faith in what Canada can become. All along, I've been inspired by my mom. She's 85 now and was a trailblazer as one of Canada's first female OBGYNs. It was lonely for women in the profession in Calgary in the beginning, where she first practiced. And that's where some of the very hard times in Alberta were back then with a woman. A woman had to be a victim of rape or claim mental insanity for the right to choose. But today, more than 50% of women are in the profession. Mum was very active with the status of women and the creation of the Shocking Pink Papers of 1988 to ensure that Canada's daughters were safe from harm in a workplace, had equal rights and equal pay. And I have big shoes to fill, but I need all of you to stand with me in doing this important work. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to my family, my husband Gaëtan, our kids Isabel, Vincent, Carola, and Charlotte, and to my awesome dad, who's an extraordinary mentor. He's retired as a geophysicist, but he still teaches at the University of the Mount Royal University in Earth Sciences. I offer my sincerest gratitude to my community back home, my phenomenal campaign team, and volunteers, for without them, I couldn't be here today. Mr. Speaker, Port Moody is a jewel of the Lower Mainland, from the mighty Fraser River in the south to the serene Burrard Inlet in the west. And through the towering trees of Anmore and Belcarra, our region is a meeting place, a city of nature, of tradition, and of innovation, of cultures from every corner of the world, and our diversity is our strength. Nearly half of Coquitlam's residents are immigrants, people who came from around the world to build a better life, and they bring with them talent, drive, and compassion. And these values show up in our schools, in our businesses, in our local arts scene, and our community, everywhere. It showcases who we are. And we are also a community of care. Nonprofit groups like Share Family and Community Services work tirelessly to support families in our community. Port Moody and Coquitlam Foundation supports our community as well with their needs and ideas. And our First Nation partners continue to teach us what stewardship and respect for the land truly mean. In 2021, when I was on Port Moody City Council, I co-authored a report calling for meaningful engagement with First Nations, support for UNDRIP, for the implementation of the 5 Truth and Reconciliation recommendations that municipalities have within their power, and of course a blanket exercise for council and for staff. It is my hope that every Canadian can participate in and experience a blanket exercise. It is they can truly understand the devastation of colonialism. Mr. Speaker, I'm encouraged by the recent speech from the throne, building Canada strong and an ambitious plan for our future. It outlines a vision that meets this moment. It doesn't sugarcoat the challenges ahead, but reminds us of what Canada can be if we act with purpose and we act together. We are not here to manage decline. We are here to share and build progress. The throne speech delivered by His Majesty King Charles III speaks of a country that must not settle for getting by, but one that must invest boldly in building up. It calls for Canada to make sure that no one is left behind, where prosperity is shared and where ambition is matched with action. And all of this is backed up by a plan in the Canada Strong vision that was laid out by our Prime Minister. And as a new MP, I believe in it. It diagnoses what isn't working and points to what's possible when the government works together. The Canada Strong plan recognizes what Canadians already know, that affordability is the central issue, and it calls for a transformative approach to housing. This will remove the barriers in building and make sure that people have access to clean and secure housing in a way that was never seen before. And innovation isn't a trade-off, but a growth strategy. Companies like Moment Energy, based right here in Coquitlam, are already leading the way. By repurposing EV batteries, they're proving that sustainability and entrepreneurship go hand in hand. And the King also speaks to small businesses, like the ones in my community, lining St. John's and Clark Streets in Port Moody, or Austin Avenue and North Road in Coquitlam. They aren't just job creators. These people are dreamers, risk takers, and community builders. The Canada Strong plan supports them with targeted tax relief and by reducing red tape so that they can do what they want to, grow, hire, and innovate. But none of this is possible without us working together. And just as importantly, the plan doubles down on Canada's most enduring advantage, its people. This means continuing to invest in universal, affordable childcare. It means tackling systemic inequities in health, in education, and income. And yes, it means on reconciliation, but not with words alone. The King's lifelong advocacy on sustainability and climate action has emphasized partnerships between governments, businesses, and communities for the very reason that nature is our life support system. And it sees young activists as the architects of tomorrow. During COVID, and while I was on City Council, I met with a group of grade 4 and 5 students in our school district. They called themselves the Super Team. That stands for Single-Use Plastic Elimination Reinforcers. They shared their concerns about animals, fish, and birds that were strangled by plastic or malnourished because their stomachs were full of it. They wanted a ban. They came to Port Moody City Council and got unanimous support. And then they went to the province, and now we have this ban happening federally. Kids from my community led the way and influenced this legislation. This gave us hope. They give me hope. Like the King's speech, themes of unity and service in the spirit of Canada Strong, the Super Team's story show how extraordinary people, especially youth, can drive extraordinary change through collaboration and perseverance. Let us continue this good work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Niagara West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To our honourable colleague who just got elected, congratulations for being here and the hard work that you had to do to get here. But my question to her is, how is it to talk about this plan to fix these issues? Is it not true that over the last 10 years, it's been the Liberals that have actually created all these problems?
The honourable member.
Thank you very much for the question. I would certainly beg to differ. I think that the long challenges with housing, with safety, have been created over many, many years. And we see this. Rome wasn't built in a day. We know that the changes to housing, the reduction in a number of housing supports happened years ago before the Liberals were in government. But we need to look forward. We need to think about the future. We can change this situation, but we need to work together. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank those who elected me from La Pointe-à-L'Île for my 4th term. This is the first time I speak in this current parliament. Thank you. So my question is, in the throne speech, there's nothing about unemployment or workers. Do we need measures to improve EI and support for workers who are dealing with issues due to the tariff threat, etc.?
Moody Coquitlam.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. There are many, many supports in the plan. Of course, we know that there is significant investment into skills training for young people for the training, but also with employers that bring them on. There's an $8,000 investment into skills training, and there's also $10,000 for the employer to support that good work. So there are many supports, and of course we're always looking to work with members of other parties to bring our voices to get this good work done. Thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what's really quite, I believe, important to recognize is the very first announcement, in essence, of substance that the Prime Minister made was indication that Canadians are going to get a tax break. And it doesn't matter where one lives in Canada. It is a significant tax break to provide support, literally hundreds of millions of dollars going into the pockets of Canadians because of the Prime Minister's priority in dealing with the issue of affordability. I know when I was knocking on doors, Canadians were very much concerned about the issue of tax breaks, and we have a Prime Minister that responded quickly to that particular need, and I'm wondering if she can provide her thoughts in regards to why, from her perspective, it was important and so significant to see the Prime Minister's first initiative to reduce taxes.
Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you very, very much for the question. Actually, this is one of the things that has left me the most excited about our plan because it's a significant package of cuts and supports for the middle class. It includes reducing the taxes by 1%, which will bring the average family about $850 extra into their pockets per year. But there are many other inclusions, dental care. The access to, I worked in dentistry for 22 years, and having access to dental care actually supports the health of the whole body. It is a big expense on families, but they can have this care free of charge. And that means not just for young people, but for everyone ages 18 to 64 can have this great, great support. But there's also childcare. There's the reduction of GST on the first purchase of a home. So there are many different supports. Thank you for the question. I'm very excited, and the people at the doorstep were as well.
We have time for a short question. The member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, and I really first congratulate congratulations to my colleague from British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, she talked about training and employment readiness, and it's so important. And the federal government, I'll give the Liberals credit, they did increase transfers to BC from 2016 to 2024, but then they cut it. And we're short $74 million now, Mr. Speaker, for programs that support organizations like INEO and MyRide.
I have to interrupt the member. I have to give the members some time to comment before we resume debate. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Yes, thank you. And I understand your concerns. I think that we have a new government in place. We know that it's going to take time to implement this plan, but I have every faith that it will be an extraordinary plan that Canadians can get behind, that will help unify our country and create supports that didn't exist before. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Resuming debate, the member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monash.
Mr. Speaker, it is the honour of a lifetime to rise for my first speech in this chamber. As I stand here today, within these four walls, surrounded by well over a century of Canadian history, I'm all too aware of the awesome responsibility I've been given, and I'm humbled to be the first member of Parliament for the newly established riding of Vernon Lake Country, Monashee. Many years ago, when I worked here as a young legislative assistant, I promised myself that when I came back to the Hill, I would do so as a member of Parliament, and I promised myself that I would model my career after Daryl Stinson, a former member of Parliament and a legend in his own right. Daryl was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer in 2006 and advised to get his affairs in order. He survived that and then sometime later went on to beat stage 4 cancer yet again. Daryl will be turning 80 this Thursday, almost 2 decades later. Happy birthday, Daryl, and I can only hope to fill your shoes in this place.
Take your earpiece out.
Our riding is a jewel of British Columbia, towering forests, rolling vineyards, pristine lakes, and snow-capped peaks. But it's not just the landscape that makes it exceptional, it's the resources and our people. Gold in the Monashees, silver in the Slocan Valley, forestry in Lumbee and Cherryville, agriculture in the Okanagan, and tourism throughout. People who work hard, build communities, and believe that if government just gets out of the way, they'll get the job done. Our riding is a microcosm of Canada. Canada should be one of the most prosperous nations on earth. We are rich in resources, talent, and innovation. But, Mr. Speaker, we are not rich. Our people are struggling. Our natural resources are vast. Our people are willing. But Liberal policies have stifled opportunity, burdened industry, and made prosperity feel out of reach for far too many. Let's call this what it is. A government that has lost faith in what built this country, work, resourcefulness, and the industries that sustain our towns. Small businesses are struggling, not because we lack potential, but because we're being held back. I know this firsthand. My own small trucking business cannot move material on bicycles or in electric cars. So the carbon tax simply means that I have to charge more and my customers have to pay more. That is the very definition of inflation, Mr. Speaker. The endless seas of paper we have to swim through, the red tape, the crippling taxation, they make it almost impossible for small business to get ahead. Yes. This Liberal government has made life harder for everyday Canadians. While Mr. Trudeau is gone, the architect of his economic disaster remains on the front bench across the aisle, and the brains behind it has taken his place. In fact, very little has changed, despite the Prime Minister's rhetoric to the contrary. Our last Liberal Prime Minister told Canadians that the budget will balance itself. Well, now we don't even have a budget. Good point. For the past 10 years, Ottawa hasn't just been in the way, it's been the problem. In Vernon Lake Country, Monashee, we see the consequences every single day. Forestry, once the backbone of communities like Lumbee and Cherryville, has been crippled by indecision and red tape. Sawmills are shuttered. Skilled workers are unemployed, not because the trees are gone, but because the political will is gone. In the Monashees, responsible mining projects with strong local support are stalled in endless federal reviews. While the world clamors for critical minerals, we're stuck in neutral. Many of our residents once worked up north in the oil fields and on our pipelines and then came home for the weekend because they could live in the beautiful Okanagan. But this Liberal government killed the Northern Gateway and Energy East pipelines and left us at the mercy of the American energy industry and government tariffs. Tourism operators, whether guiding hikes through forests or running lodges along our lakes, face rising costs, labor shortages, and a government more interested in lecturing than listening. And then there's agriculture. Our orchards, wineries, breweries, and distilleries are second to none. But ask any grower or small producer and they'll tell you the same thing. They're being taxed, regulated, and carbon priced out of business. These are family operations, and they have so much potential. They don't ask for subsidies, they ask for fairness. Instead of unleashing that potential, this Liberal government has spent a decade tying it up with bureaucracy, ideology, and economic self-sabotage. Mr. Speaker, this government has consistently treated prosperity like something to apologize for. I, for one, wholeheartedly reject that. But I didn't come here to dwell in frustration. I came here because I believe in a better way forward. Our Conservative vision is simple: less interference, more opportunity; less punishment, more prosperity; a government that respects hard work instead of penalizing it. We believe in unlocking Canada's potential. That means, number one, reviving our forestry sector with clear science-based regulations and the predictability that companies need to invest long-term. Number two, fast-tracking responsible resource projects, particularly those critical to global supply chains and local paychecks. Number three, cutting the red tape and tax burdens that are choking small farms, wineries, and craft producers. Finally, concentrate revenue on tangible infrastructure like safe highways, broadband for rural businesses, and upgraded safety, not on more giveaways, handouts, and social interference. Most of all, we believe that families, not Ottawa, know what's best for themselves. That means allowing parents to guide their own children and keep more of what they earn, letting small business grow without fear of the next federal penalty, and helping communities shape their own future. Mr. Speaker, the people of Vernon Lake Country, Monashee, didn't send me here to manage decline. They sent me here to fight for growth and to restore faith in the promise of this country. This promise isn't abstract. It's a father back to work at a reopened sawmill. It's a young entrepreneur opening a craft cidery without drowning in federal paperwork. It's tourists returning to Silver Star and Shuswap with ease because infrastructure keeps up with demand. It's families paddling on a lake or sitting around a campfire because their town didn't become a victim of urban centralization. That's what I stand for. Not more Ottawa, not more empty rhetoric. I stand for a Canada that believes in itself again. Canadians are tired of government that spends more, delivers less, and tells them they should feel guilty for wanting to succeed. They are tired of watching opportunity pass them by while their leaders play it safe, hedge their bets, and avoid hard truths. As C.S. Lewis wrote, we all want progress. But progress means getting nearer to where you want to be. If you're on the wrong road, progress means turning around and walking back to the right road. Mr. Speaker, we are on the wrong road. It's time for a new approach. My riding and this country are ready to thrive again. I stand here today not as a cynic, but as a realist with hope. Hope that Canada can rise to meet this moment, that we can be a nation where prosperity is earned, not punished, where natural beauty is matched by economic strength, where we are proud of who we are, not apologizing for it. I want to make one thing clear to everyone listening in this chamber and across Canada, Mr. Speaker. I am not here to stoke division for its own sake. I'm here to help Canadians pull toward the best possible future, where every resource, every community, and every family has the freedom to flourish. To my Liberal friends in particular, Mr. Speaker, I invite them to set aside economic gaslighting and ideological double talk and join us in practical steps to restore Canada to its rightful place as a global leader in resource-rich prosperity. When they talk about us making us an energy superpower, let's follow it with actions to make it happen and not excuses about why it can't be done. Empty slogans are not enough. Pipelines are crucial. Work with us to rebuild the forestry sector so that forest workers no longer worry about their next paycheck. Collaborate on intelligent mining reforms that honors both the environment and the people who earn their living from the land. Above all, let us recognize that our differences are far smaller than our shared dreams. Whether one belongs to a small family restaurant in Lake Country or works for a forestry co-op in Cherryville, or yes, regardless of which party we belong to, every Canadian wants good schools, safe neighborhoods, and a stable community. Every Canadian wants to look their children in the eye and say that tomorrow will be better than today. Let's stop pretending and let's get to work to make that happen. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The member for Kings Hants.
Welcome the honourable member to this House and Vernon Lake Country. Beautiful area. I've had the chance to be there myself. Lots of good junior A hockey towns as well. I believe Salmon Arm may be close within his constituency, if not within it. The member talked a lot about agriculture, and I think that that's important, Mr. Speaker, representing an agricultural riding here in Atlantic, in my own home constituency in Atlantic Canada. I certainly know the value of that. I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to look up quickly on the Conservative platform that member just ran on, and very little mention of agriculture whatsoever. Nothing on business risk management, nothing on the agri-food sector, nothing on regulatory reform at CFIA or PMRA. Objectively, the Liberal platform was very comprehensive. It was endorsed by a number of major commodity groups. Will the member opposite commit to being a strong voice to tell his leader, Pierre Poilievre, to actually do more and commit to more in agriculture, because it certainly was lacking in the last platform?
The honourable member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. The last Prime Minister used to say that the Liberals were working for the middle class. He used to answer almost every question with that promise. Thanks to that work, the middle class is on life support today after 10 years of this. Can barely pay its taxes. It can barely pay its mortgages. I shudder to think when the Liberal government now says that they're working to make us an energy superpower, how poor we're going to be if we have 10 more years of that. Government, I think, needs to get out of the way, Mr. Speaker, not stand in the way. If we want to help our farmers, let's remove the industrial gas tax. This is what is hurting farmers right now, more than anything else. They don't want handouts, they want a fair shake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Le député pour Pierre Boucher.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'd like to congratulate him on his election. I was listening to the throne speech, of course, last week, and I was concerned. I don't know if my colleague is also concerned about this. I was concerned that there was not going to be a government budget, but also I was concerned that this government seems to want to rush toward fossil fuels because it's talking about traditional energy, conventional energy. We know that that means fossil fuels. It talked about bulldozing the provinces, environmental assessment provinces, and just have the federal government doing it. So for me, when I see that, a government that has decided to completely abandon the fight against climate change and instead really dig in on fossil fuels, is my colleague not concerned about this?
Vernon Lake Country, Monash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member for the question. We're all concerned about the environment. We all know that we need to make improvements and to work toward a clean energy future. And I have no doubt that eventually that will happen. What I am more concerned about is pretending that it's already happened and pretending that we have the capacity to do that. We cannot simply run our economy on fairy dust and hopes and dreams and technology that is not yet deployable, not yet mature. So reality suggests that we have to use fossil fuels for the foreseeable future while we transition into technologies that we may not even understand at this time.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting. My colleague asked a question in regards to agriculture, and I think it was a good question. It highlighted the fact that during the last election, Pierre Poilievre made virtually no reference to it. Yet the member opposite talks about the importance of agriculture. contrast the Liberal platform versus the Conservative platform, and I would suggest that the member should maybe reflect in terms of how it is that the Liberal Party outperformed the Conservatives on the agricultural file. And I'm wondering if he would provide his thoughts, not on criticizing the former Prime Minister, but rather comment and tell his constituents why it is the Conservative Party of Canada and Pierre Poilievre was outperformed by the Liberal Party and the current Prime Minister in the last election when it came to agriculture.
The honourable member.
Thank you for the thank you from the honourable member from Winnipeg. I think the honourable member pointed out the exact problem. The Liberals made lots of promises, and this he considers outperforming. Well, I don't have to deal with the promises. I can look at the last 10 years from 2015 on. I mean, we don't have to look at if we're talking about performance. Performance is action, not promises. Liberals are famous for making promises and equally famous for breaking them. So when you say that you outperformed, when the honourable member says he outperformed the Conservatives, I would suggest that he is miscarried.
With that, I'll bring questions and comments to a close. Resuming debate, the member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to stand in this place and speak to the speech from the throne. As this is the first time that I am rising in this Parliament, I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to the voters in Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek, for once again putting their faith in me to be their representative here in Ottawa. It is truly an honor and one that I take very seriously. No one gets here on their own. And I want to thank my team and the volunteers who showed up day after day during the campaign. Lastly, I want to thank my husband Milton and my entire family who have stood by me and behind me every step of the way. I also want to acknowledge all those individuals displaced as a result of the fires in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, as well as all those who are fighting hard to ensure that those communities remain safe. The people in my riding, and indeed Saskatchewan, overwhelmingly voted for hope and change. They understood that our country would not thrive under more of the same failed Liberal policies. And while the Prime Minister promised change, a different Liberal government, and a more serious approach, we're not off to a good start. As it turns out, things are not so different after all, starting with the Prime Minister naming Trudeau's foremost ministers to the most senior roles in his cabinet. Immediately after their swearing in, his minister had made statements refuting the various policies he had run on. For example, the Minister for Canadian Identity claimed that no pipelines will be built, and the Housing Minister stated that he intends to make sure housing prices do not come down. It's not a good sign that while Canadians are struggling with affordability and businesses face uncertainty, Liberal ministers want to suppress the country's largest industry and keep young Canadians priced out of the housing market. Remember when the Prime Minister said during the election, and I quote, "A plan beats no plan"? Canadians were rightly expecting to see that plan put forward in the speech from the throne and followed with a budget. But with the campaign behind him, the Prime Minister announced he is waiting until the fall, pushing off the plan and the accountability which comes through the scrutiny of a government's budget. Instead, we are left with a throne speech full of half measures, no budget, and main estimates which include more spending than Trudeau, with an 8% increase. During the election, the Prime Minister said that despite being an economic advisor to Trudeau, he would be different. He would reorient the government to be more fiscally responsible. In the throne speech, he stated, in all of its actions, the government will be guided by a new fiscal discipline. Spend less so Canadians can save more. However, no sooner did the promise of fiscal responsibility pass his lips, and it's already being broken. And now we see that the spending of the Trudeau years will carry on under this Prime Minister. The main estimates were released last week, with the government asking to spend nearly $500 billion in its first spending bill. How can the Liberals keep a straight face claiming to be fiscally responsible while supporting a spending bill that even outstrips Trudeau's spending from last year? Within this $500 billion ask, the government has earmarked $26 billion in spending on consultants. That's an 11% increase in spending on those consultants. In the last Parliament, Conservatives uncovered what the Liberals paid for. Consultants who had padded their pockets through double-dipping, fraudulent billing, and at the end of it all, subpar work which could have been done in-house by the public service. Perhaps the additional billions in spending is due to the new list of Liberal insiders that the new Prime Minister brings with him from his previous career. Take the Arrive scam scandal and a consulting firm that billed tens of millions of dollars to build a simple app, but did none of the work, and which some programmers were able to replicate over a weekend. Roughly $60 million is known to have been spent on this app, a number that may be even higher. But given the Auditor General couldn't confirm it due to shoddy documentation, we'll never know. We also found out that McKinsey, a favorite consulting firm of the Liberals, was given preferential treatment, leading to $100 million in government contracts. They used a contract vehicle called a National Master Standing Offer, which is usually reserved for vendors who offer a specialized service that government departments need access to. When the Auditor General reviewed these McKinsey contracts, she found that they should not have been given special access to the government contracts. In the speech, the Prime Minister also promised to work with Indigenous peoples to identify and catalyze projects of national significance. Given this government's track record on Indigenous procurement, I believe this will be another empty promise. While studying the procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses, the Government Operations and Estimates Committee found that the government was not verifying the indigeneity of businesses. During testimony, Indigenous groups and businesses suggested that most of the funding through this program was going to non-Indigenous businesses which were posing as Indigenous. The Liberals allowed this abuse by ignoring the rules and lack of Indigenous leadership and/or ownership while handing out millions of dollars in contracts. The government was unable to offer any explanation for their failure to ensure that programs meant to benefit Indigenous peoples and businesses did so. Although the study was cut short when the election was called, the issues persist and must be addressed, especially if the government intends to fast-track major projects across the country. Which leads us to the promise in the speech to create a new major federal project office. Imitation is truly the best form of flattery. In 2007, the Harper government created the Major Projects Management Office. The goal of the office at that time was to improve coordination within Canada's regulatory system by providing industry with a single, efficient point of entry into the federal process. It also provided for the integration of Crown consultation requirements with Indigenous communities at the beginning of the process, which further demonstrated the Harper government's commitment to consulting with and listening to Canadians, especially those most directly affected by resource development projects, all while upholding Canada's world-class environmental standards. Sound familiar? However, the last 10 years of an anti-development Liberal government has made Canada dependent on and vulnerable to the U.S. Without a commitment to scrap the production cap on Canadians, repeal Bill C-69 and Bill C-48 enacts the federal industrial carbon tax, this proposal is just another empty promise. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the promises made in the speech from the throne do not line up with Liberals' actions. While promising to enact more fiscal discipline, they are increasing spending. While promising to define a new relationship with the United States, they are dropping retaliatory tariffs and allowing the U.S. to take jobs out of Canada. While promising to make Canada an energy superpower, Liberal ministers insist that pipelines should not be built and Canada's oil and gas should stay in the ground. While the Prime Minister promised to bring housing costs down, his housing minister intends to keep house prices up at their record highs. The Liberals are already going back on their word within days of this session. Unfortunately for Canadians, this so-called new Liberal government looks a lot like the old one. Yep. After 10 years of high spending, leading to inflation, leading to an affordability crisis, Canadians want fiscal restraint and a government that will be responsible with their tax dollars. Canadians can count on Conservatives to fulfill our duty every day to stand up for them and fight for change and restore hope once again. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to pick up on the type of conservative spin that really hasn't changed. You know, the members opposite like to talk about pipelines as if they actually did any pipelines during Stephen Harper's era, bringing our product to the coastlines. They didn't do that, Mr. Speaker. Not 1 inch of pipeline. In fact, the only pipeline that we've actually seen in the last 20 years bringing things to the coast was actually under the former Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. Yet the Conservatives tried to give this false impression as if they actually know how to get the job done when they don't, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member opposite is, would she not agree that it's time that maybe we put a little bit of the so-called misinformation to the side that comes from the Conservative Party and focus on the Canadians' best interest? And would she not agree it's time that we have a Team Canada approach in dealing with the Trump tariffs and trade issue, something in which her constituents are concerned about, as mine, all Canadians are?
Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just when this Prime Minister and this caucus would love us to believe that this is a new government, that member stands up and asks a question and proves over and over again that this is the same old tired government that we dealt with in the last Parliament. And it should go without saying, and he would be familiar with this, that I rarely ever agree with anything he says. Mr. Speaker, the past 10 years of Liberal governments have shown that they are not interested or serious about making Canada an energy superpower. Despite all their rhetoric, their actions have spoken louder than their words, and we can expect more of the same. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Le député.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think it's fascinating to see the Liberals and the Conservatives arguing over who is the most in favor of the oil sector and pipelines. But the question that I would have for my Conservative colleague following her speech is, well, given this transformation of the Liberal Party into the Conservative Party 2.0, does she not feel like maybe there's no more reason to be for the Conservative Party since the Liberals are doing the Conservatives' job?
Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for that question, and I absolutely disagree with the premise of the question. What we have here is a government that actually stole many of the ideas from Conservatives. They say they are going to do these things, and yet they've got a speech from the throne that is ambiguous enough that they will be able to not undertake the things that they are promising. They aren't bringing forward a budget, so we don't know what their plan is. There's no roadmap to get us to where they say they want to go, and it remains to be seen if they actually end up getting us there.
And comments. The member for Ponoka Didsbury.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to you as you do this new role. You and I are fellow Albertans that have been in this place for a long time, and I want to thank my colleague from Saskatchewan, Carleton Trail Eagle Creek, for her excellent speech. She gave us quite the list of things that Liberals said that they would do, just to find that they're going to do the exact opposite once they get elected. And that seems to be pretty much the way the Liberals operate in Canada. They say whatever they need to say, create whatever state of fear they need to create in order to get elected, and they come to Ottawa and basically renege on all of the promises that they made. I know for me in my constituency, there's a lot of hunters, anglers, farmers, ranchers that own firearms. We heard His Majesty the King in the speech from the throne talk about respecting law-abiding firearms owners, yet we take a look at the estimates tabled by this government. They're going to spend $4 going after law-abiding gun owners for every $1 that they're going to spend going after gangs and criminals. I'm wondering if my colleague would talk about how Liberals seem to say one thing and do the exact opposite, not just on energy, not just on agriculture, not just on firearms, but basically everything that they do.
The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. You know, the Prime Minister has been in office since March 14th and is now pushing back presenting a budget for 6 months. He's pushing it down the road, even though his fall economic update was tabled in December of last year. This is not leadership, this is abandonment. And that's exactly what this government does. They're long on virtue signaling and short on being virtuous. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations. You look great in that robe and in that new role. You have on division. You certainly have worked hard, and it's great to see you there. So congratulations to you and to the family that I'm sure are very proud of what you're doing. I will be sharing my time with a new member for Cardigan, following the retirement, of course, of the Honourable Lawrence Macaulay. So when you say Cardigan, you automatically, after so many years, think about Mr. Macaulay, who did such a great job representing Cardigan. I wish him well in his retirement. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise for the first time in the House in the 45th Parliament. I also want to thank the constituents of Humber River Black Creek for re-electing me, asking me to represent them here in the House again. Since I came in a by-election in '99, this, I believe, is the 10th time I've had an opportunity to be in the House, and it continues to be an honour then, and it's a tremendous honour today. I want to thank His Royal Highness. Thank you. Yeah, it is an accomplishment, I have to admit. I'm not quite sure how I managed all those years, but clearly we did. And I want to thank His Royal Highness King Charles for delivering the speech from the throne. And I want to quote from it because I think it really puts us, I think it captures how we're all feeling today and the direction that we want to go on. So as he said, we must be clear-eyed. The world is a more dangerous and uncertain place than at any point since the Second World War. Canada is facing challenges that are unprecedented in our lifetimes. Many Canadians are feeling anxious and worried about the drastically changing world around us. Fundamental change is always unsettling. Yet this moment is also an incredible opportunity for each and every one of us who have the privilege of being a member in the House of Commons. An opportunity to think big, but also to act bigger. An opportunity for Canada to embark on the largest transformation of its economy since the Second World War. A confident Canada, which has welcomed new Canadians, including from some of the most tragic global conflict zones, can seize this opportunity by recognizing that all Canadians can give themselves far more than any foreign power on any continent can ever take away. And that by staying true to Canadian values, Canada can build new alliances and a new economy that serves all Canadians. I think it captured in those comments very much how Canadians are feeling. nervous, anxious. Every time we put the television on, we're never quite sure what our neighbor to the south is going to say. And so I think it's imperative that we take the opportunity. The leadership from our Prime Minister is clearly giving us an opportunity to participate together, for all of us in this House to work together to make sure that Canadians have the best opportunity possible so that our country can grow to being what we want it to be, but that we will work together. Without us working together, these things we're not going to achieve them for sure. And so I guess I continue to ask that we cooperate with each other and that we put Canadians first and our country first, no matter what. Today, of course, I rise with this message to talk about purpose and unity for Canada. Together we stand at a critical time, but also an opportune time. This government is here to renew our commitment to the Canada we are shaping for today and the future, together with all my colleagues in the House. As a nation, we must continue walking the path of truth and reconciliation. A tremendous amount of work has been done under our previous Prime Minister, and it needs to continue, grounding our future in justice and respect for Indigenous people. Canada is proudly multicultural, bilingual, and democratic. Humber River Black Creek, that I'm honored to be able to represent, is one of those most diverse ridings. Families from every corner of the globe create a community where they build new lives, speak dozens of languages, and bring their unique cultures to strengthen Canada and to strengthen our community. We will eliminate international trade barriers and launch national infrastructure projects through the One Canadian economy. I wish all of the premiers and the Prime Minister tremendous luck and faith today as they move to be able to identify what are those transformational projects that really matter to other parts of Canada, and how are we going to work together to achieve them. I headed a task force when I first came here almost 25 years ago, and in that task force report, one of the recommendations, this is 2001, was to eliminate interprovincial barriers. It was clearly a significant roadblock for the economic well-being of all of our provinces. And yet here we are now in 2025, and only after the threats from our southern neighbor are we actually trying to remove those interprovincial barriers. So I wish all of our premiers well at this particular time as they move forward. So with the new Build Canada Homes initiatives, we will increase the affordable housing supply, reduce development costs, and promote innovative modular construction. I have received lots of information on the housing file, as many of my other colleagues have, and the prefab homes, they can put up some of these homes within a month, and I think that's a critical time for us to be looking at how do we change the way we've been doing things, remove that red tape that we all talk about, and move forward on this. Canada as a global leader in clean energy, skilled trades, and innovation. International relations, security, and public safety, all critically important themes that we move forward. To protect our sovereignty, we are reinvesting in the Canadian Armed Forces. Federal investments in RCMP and national security have got to be a priority for this House as we move forward to protect our sovereignty, but to also be able to protect Canadians. Public safety is not just about policing, though. It's about prevention, community, and trust. We are strengthening our laws to make bail much more difficult to get for any repeat offenders. We're reforming firearm regulations with stronger red and yellow flag laws and revoking licenses from those with violent or protective order histories. We have heard far too much about domestic violence happening in our communities, and we have spent far more time and attention on that issue. We are going to cap the operating budget growth at under 2% and balance the operating budget within 3 years. Huge goal, one that I believe is very significant for us to achieve, for all of us to achieve. We will cut waste, what government doesn't say that, reduce duplication, and use technology, though, to improve service delivery across the public sector. It's the new technology that promises the best opportunity for us to do this. And I truly hope that those are not just words. It seems like every government for the many years that I have been here, and even when I was at the municipal level, all governments say the same thing, but it's really hard to try to do. It was one of the issues that made me leave the municipal level and come at the federal level, because of that frustration of trying to reduce waste and cut costs, but not having the revenue to do the services we had to. Together, we all can build a stronger, safer, and a more united Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to any questions my colleagues may have.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Long Range Mountains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech today. And she talked about all of the ambitious goals and all of the things that her government wants to accomplish. And so my question is very simple. How does she feel about the fact that there's no budget to present to Canadians with respect to the roadmap to how to accomplish these great goals? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member.
Thank you very much to my colleague, and welcome to the House of Commons. I look very, very much to having the time to be able to work with you as we move forward on these very important things. I don't have a problem with the issue of waiting until the fall to have a budget. There is so much happening at this particular time. I just wonder how would anybody sit down and really try and do a budget at this particular time? The fall will come, we'll have a much more accurate viewpoint of where we're going with our issues to the south. Hopefully we'll have lifted all of the barriers together with our premiers, and we will be moving forward with a much more accurate budget when it will come out in the fall.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. La députée pour Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech, and obviously there are a lot of things that are missing, and I can say, you know already, I'm very disappointed. We were told that we would be working quickly to reassure people, and here we have a throne speech that's missing so many elements, and I'll give one example. We know very well that the seniors aged 65 to 74 are victims of discrimination. The last Parliament, all that was missing was royal assent, and there wasn't a day during the last campaign where this wasn't brought up at the door. So I would ask my colleague, when will the government meet the needs of seniors aged 65 to 74?
The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you. I welcome my colleague back and look forward to working with my colleague in the upcoming months and years, hopefully. We all care very much about the issue of seniors and ensuring that they have services and they have adequate pensions. All of those are things that will be just as important part. If we are able to transform the economy and move forward in the direction that we are excited about doing, all Canadians will benefit, and that'll include our senior population, which is a very important part of Canada and an area that all of us care about.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Compton-Stansted.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my colleague for being re-elected. I know she's had the privilege of being elected by her constituents a number of times. She's a source of inspiration for new members like me, so I'd congratulate her for her re-election. And she spoke about breaking down internal trade barriers, and I think that that's a way that we can move quickly to help all Canadians get through the crisis and the issues that we're facing right now with our neighbours to the south. So I would ask my colleague, how does she think that the elimination of these interprovincial trade barriers could have a concrete and positive impact for people in her riding and for businesses in her riding? Thank you.
Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you to my honourable colleague, and I'm very excited about welcoming another female here to the House of Commons, and look forward very much to working together and advancing issues that we all care about. Removal of the interprovincial barriers goes even, I remember being in Vancouver and wanting to bring a case of wine that was wonderful wine. And I was told I could take 2 bottles of wine, but I couldn't take that wine properly in the right system and shipping a box or a case of it to Toronto. That's just one small example of barriers that are there that prevent people in my riding that the member asked about that are in the construction trades and very much want to go into another part of Canada to work. Well, they're not licensed there. So eliminating all of those requirements. So if you're a licensed construction worker in Toronto, you should be able to freely go and work, and whether it's Newfoundland or it's Saskatchewan. Those are simply barriers put up for a variety of reasons that need to be gone so people have the free flow to go and to come as they please.
Resuming debate, the member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in the House today on behalf of the people of Cardigan, Prince Edward Island. I thank them for the trust they placed in me, and I assure them that I'm here to work for all my constituents, regardless of who they voted for. I want to take a moment to thank my family, my wife, Catherine, my son, Alex, and all my extended family who've stepped up and took over my duties as a dairy farmer of 38 years. They've allowed me this opportunity to pursue a lifelong dream of representing the people of Cardigan. I also would like to acknowledge and thank my predecessor, the Honourable Lawrence Macaulay, who represented the riding of Cardigan for over 36 years, and he delayed my lifelong dream. But in all seriousness, his hard work and commitment during his years as an MP is visibly evident throughout the riding of Cardigan. I invite all colleagues of this House to visit Prince Edward Island and support tourism at home in Canada this year. From our pristine beaches and our renowned golf courses to our world-class seafood combined with our rich cultural experiences, PEI offers something for everybody. Our vibrant and resilient communities welcome you to discover the authentic hospitality that makes our island truly unique. So as the representative of Cardigan, I stand grounded in shared values: community, family, hard work, and fairness. And I stand here today feeling proud, hopeful, because the speech from the throne delivered last week offers a bold, ambitious, yet practical approach to build a strong Canada from coast to coast to coast. This government's plan responds to the defining challenges of our time with clarity, compassion, and informed decision-making. It prioritizes affordability, national unity, clean energy growth, reconciliation, and rural opportunities. It offers the people of Cardigan more than the ability to endure the pace of change, but opportunities to forge and lead through it. Mr. Speaker, what I hear most from my constituents is the cost of living, including young families trying to buy their first home in Montague, or seniors living in Morel trying to balance their household budgets with the increased cost of groceries and prescription medicines. That's why I strongly support the government's measures to reduce costs and make life more affordable. Removing the consumer carbon tax will help our fishers and our farmers be more competitive with lower costs in processing and transporting their products. And it'll also benefit all other residents with reductions in fuel prices. By cutting the GST at or under $1 million for first-home home buyers, this will result in up to $50,000 in savings. In rural PEI, that's a real game changer. Maintaining the key programs like childcare, pharmacare, and the new dental care plan, which now helps millions of Canadians, including thousands of people, right here in Cardigan. We're also going to be reducing income taxes for approximately 22 million Canadians. These are practical ways this government is reducing day-to-day costs for every individual and every family in Canada. Mr. Speaker, housing is one of the biggest issues facing young islanders. Whether it's finding a place to rent or saving for a down payment, the barriers are real. And this government is taking serious action on housing and homes. We'll be creating the Build Canada Homes program, a mission-driven approach to fast-track affordable builds. We'll be investing in prefabricated and modular housing, an area PEI could lead in, given our skilled trades base. and we'll be cutting municipal development charges for multi-unit housing, making it easier to build homes where they're required. This isn't just a housing program, it's a job and growth creation plan for Canada. And as we ramp up home building, we can train and support the next generation of skilled workers on PEI. We'll work with our educational institutions like Holland College, our trade unions, and employers across PEI to support Islanders in accessing the training and skills to seize these opportunities. Mr. Speaker, one of the most exciting parts of the throne speech that will positively impact all areas of growth is the drive to create one Canadian economy. Every year, domestic interprovincial trade barriers cost the Canadian economy up to $200 billion. Let's take a moment to repeat that, $200 billion. Barriers that directly impacts opportunities for our farmers, our fishers, and even our craft brewers in Cardigan. The plan to remove all remaining federal barriers to internal trade and labour mobility by Canada Day is a major win for PEI. And I am hopeful this includes reducing the tolls on the Confederation Bridge and Atlantic Canadian ferries to make all industries in PEI more competitive as we pursue new trade alliances across Canada and throughout the world. The creation of a major federal project office is expected to cut project approval times from 5 years to 2. For infrastructure projects like a proposed electrical grid for the Atlantic region, clean energy projects like wind or solar, and support for an energy corridor, this means faster action, more jobs, and timely outcomes. The government's renewed trade agenda also promises to open up export channels for island products, from potatoes to seafood to bioscience innovations. Both a port extension and a new facility for exporting island goods have been discussed. These can translate into real jobs in community in my riding, like Stratford, Surrey, Georgetown, and Montague. Mr. Speaker, I represent a riding built on the backbone of our primary industries, farming and fishing. Our government will be protecting supply management, which is essential to dairy farmers like myself, as well as egg and poultry producers. We'll be backing our food producers and ensuring us all access to fresh, healthy, and local foods. We'll be recognizing agriculture as not just an economic driver, but a key part of our national identity. We can also support initiatives including community-owned lobster co-ops and sustainable agricultural practices. These actions will give our primary industries a path to sustainability and profitability, and thus economic stability. Mr. Speaker, with climate impacts and market uncertainty, stability in these sectors is vital. We create stability by investing in agri-tech and processing infrastructure. Our government must also continue to fund small crafts and harbours for the repairs and dredging that are required because of increasingly severe weather events and reduced winter ice. Without ice cover, shorelines are exposed to water currents throughout the winter, causing silt accumulation in all our harbours. Mr. Speaker, these impacts from climate change aren't abstract for islanders. We must advocate for programs that reward climate-friendly land use, protect shorelines, and fund climate resilience. Your government's plan includes supporting the creation and sustainability of national and urban parks and marine protected areas, supporting Canada's clean energy transition, where PEI demonstrates leadership. These actions will support local conservation initiatives and clean growth sectors in eastern PEI. Our legacy of service and unity lives on today as we face uncertainty together. We must learn from our history to make tomorrow a better place for future generations. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of unity, rural PEI has welcomed newcomers for generations. Cardigan's economy depends on the skills of local workers and newcomers. However, with the increased pressure on housing, education, and health services, this government's decision to rebalance immigration streams while also investing in settlement and training support for newcomers is a responsible approach to supporting communities, as our rural industries need continued access to a temporary foreign worker program. We need to ensure that people are treated fairly and that integration pathways lead to long-term community vibrancy. Mr. Speaker, the throne speech rightly affirms our commitment to Indigenous reconciliation, support in 2 official languages, and maintaining culturally focused institutions like CBC and Radio Canada. CBC's presence in the Atlantic ensures our stories, our music, and our challenges are heard, and is vital to rural community connection. In the Cardigan riding, we work closely with the Abegut First Nation in our continued efforts in reconciliation. The speech from the throne commits to advancing reconciliation by doubling the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program to $10 billion, enabling communities to participate in major projects. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, islanders are pragmatic. We know the value of a dollar. We expect our government to exercise the same pragmatic approach to spending. The speech from the throne sets a strong target of reducing annual government operating spending from 9% to 2%. At the same time, it protects transfers to provinces, individuals, and communities. It demands smart investment, not reckless cuts. By reducing duplication and using technology, the government aims to improve services while controlling costs, a philosophy that will resonate in any PEI household. Mr. Speaker, this speech from the throne is more than a federal document. It's a blueprint for how we can strengthen Canada by empowering electoral districts like mine. It acknowledges that places like Cardigan aren't peripheral to the nation, we're foundational to it. With action on affordability, housing, jobs, reconciliation, and sustainability, this plan reflects the hopes and aspirations of the people I'm proud to represent, people who wake up early, work hard, and care deeply about their communities. And as a Member of Parliament, I will work hard every day to make sure this plan is implemented in a way that reflects our island priorities, that our projects are funded, that our voices are heard, and our future is secured. Let's build a Cardigan where opportunities are everywhere. Let's work together to write the next chapter of today's
And the member will be able to continue his comments during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, the new member from Cardigan, for his speech. But I'd like to remind him, Mr. Speaker, that the throne speech made no mention of the fishing industry, other than the commitment to turn 30% of the ocean into marine parks by 2030. The new Liberal direction with respect to the fishing industry is identical to the direction of the Trudeau era, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is more concerned with meeting United Nations goals and satisfying ENGOs than supporting our fishing industry, Mr. Speaker. So does the member for Cardigan agree with his leader that it's more important to maintain commitments to the United Nations, or is it more important to support coastal economies like those in his own riding? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Cardigan.
I'll take the member opposite for his question. And in my speech, I talked about creating community co-ops in the lobster fishing industry. The lobster fishermen are experiencing lower prices than normal this year, and they have to get a steady say in the marketplace. And an avenue to do that is to create some community co-ops. I'll be pursuing efforts with the federal government to fund some of those initiatives. As well, the reductions in the carbon tax will help with cost of fuel and other issues in the fishing industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the throne speech, it was announced that there was a cut in the time for receiving large project approvals from the federal government, and I'm very concerned for the environment in this respect. What worries me more? Well, can this government commit to respecting what the conclusion of an environmental assessment would be for any environmental project involving oil and gas, amongst others? Thank you.
The member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for the question opposite. I think the Prime Minister's made clear that there will only be a few named projects that will be fast-tracked. The remainder of the projects will be under the scrutiny of the process that we've followed in the past. And so there'll be lots of time for feedback and discussion on anything that's going to affect the environment. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée pour Compton.
The honourable member for Compton.
Speaker, I would like to congratulate my colleague on his election, and like his predecessor, the Honourable Lawrence McCauley, he's been a strong advocate for the agriculture sector. As a dairy farmer himself, he understands the importance of supply management for Canadian farmers. While my Bloc Québécois colleagues say supply management is not being adequately protected, our government has taken concrete steps to support it, and I'm sure that my colleague can speak to that. And although the Conservative cut funding for agricultural science, the Liberal government has reinvested and rehired scientists to support innovation and growth. The Liberals also continue to invest in the Canadian Agricultural Partnership, standing firmly with farmers. Could my colleague from Cardigan share how confident he is that the Liberal government will keep promoting, protecting, and promoting supply management? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks my colleague for the question. Been from this sector of dairy farming, where supply management greatly affects the marketability and the profitability of our farms. Our government's been quite clear, and the Minister of Agriculture, a colleague of mine from Prince Edward Island, he's been quite clear. Supply management will not be on the bargaining table when we negotiate with our southern neighbours. And I'm proud of the government's stance on this. The future of farming is going to be climate smart, tech driven, and farmer led. And we're here to help, not hinder the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations. You look good right there, I guess. And congratulations to the new member from PAI. He mentioned the operating budget. For the sake of audience, can he define what is the operating budget and what does that represent of the general budget in dollars and in percentage?
The member for Cardigan, 20 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hard to answer that question in 20 seconds, but I will say I've managed a dairy business for almost 40 years, so I know how to budget, and an operating budget and a fixed budget is the proper way to manage the finances of this nation, just like the way I manage the finances of my business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. It's an honor and a privilege to stand today for the first time in this historic chamber as the Member of Parliament for Vaughan Woodbridge. As I'm sure was the case for members on all sides of the aisle, I was in awe when I first took my seat here, a symbol that's at the core of our democracy. This House has echoed with the debates that have shaped our nation, from the early debates around national policy to the conscription crisis of 1917, the debates surrounding pipelines in '56, the Canadian flag, and free trade. And I'm sure I'm not alone in saying that feeling of awe is instantly met with an understanding of the responsibility that one has to the constituents in the communities that they represent. To the residents of Vaughan Woodbridge, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for entrusting me to be your representative in this chamber. This seat in the House belongs to you. Our community is a vibrant riding where nearly half our residents proudly claim Italian heritage, making our community one of the largest Italian hubs in the nation. Our riding is also made up of growing populations of Vietnamese, Punjabi, Chinese, and many others, a truly diverse community. From the thriving small businesses on Woodbridge Avenue in Weston Downs to the quiet streets of Islington Woods, the growing neighborhoods of Valour, to the cultural vibrant festivals that light up our summers, Vaughan Woodbridge is a testament to the enduring Canadian values of faith, family, community, and hard work. I'm committed to being your champion and giving life to your hopes inside this chamber. I would like to recognize the most important person in my life, my wife, Maria. Her love and strength hold our family together, raising our beautiful daughters, Abigail and Hannah, and our newborn son, James. As members of this House are well aware, our spouses play a critical role in our work as parliamentarians. They bear an unseen burden of public life, and Maria does so with grace. I would like to thank my parents, Debbie and Bruno, for their example of always being the adults in the room and for teaching me the importance of responsibility. To my late grandfather, Nico, for hard work, persistence, and for teaching me to always be self-reliant. My grandparents immigrated from Treviso, Italy in the 1950s. They chose Canada, a land of opportunity where one could dare to dream. They worked hard and made this country their own. I'm very proud of my Italian heritage. And to every single volunteer of my campaign team, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for your monumental effort and commitment to the principles of our party, a commitment that helped deliver a very decisive victory. Mr. Speaker, those principles teach us that government's role is not to burden but to enable. Yet for nearly a decade, excessive regulation, wasteful spending, and punitive taxes have stifled economic opportunity and freedom. I am guided by the principles of individual liberty, personal responsibility, limited government, and the rule of law. These principles are not abstract, Mr. Speaker, but they are the foundation of a society where every Canadian can flourish, free from government overreach, and empowered to shape their own destiny. As a former executive in the steel industry, I have seen firsthand how bureaucracy strangles workers and small businesses. I am here to fight for them, cutting red tape, slashing unfair taxes, and making government work for people, not against them. You see, Mr. Speaker, the true role of government is to create the conditions to ignite the spark of that Canadian dream, empowering every Canadian to chase after their aspirations, not stifle them with heavy-handed centralized control of sectors of our economy and bureaucratic overreach. My constituents have been clear. They expect their government to deliver results, not rhetoric. On this front, Mr. Speaker, the speech from the throne leaves much to be desired. One of the major issues on top of mind for my constituents is the increase in crime. Mr. Speaker, Vaughan Woodbridge is a place where families raise their children, where neighbours know each other by name, and community pride runs deep. The rising crime fueled by the government's soft-on-crime policies is eroding that sense of security families in Vaughan Woodbridge and communities across our very country deserve. Mr. Speaker, in the throne speech, the government could have easily said they're going to get serious on crime and address this issue by getting rid of failed legislation like Bill C-5 and Bill C-75. It could have committed to introducing mandatory minimums for serious crimes and prioritize victims over criminals, but it didn't. In Vaughan Woodbridge, we have countless examples of car thefts, home invasions, break-and-enters. We've had business owners and their staff held at gunpoint, and women like Sarah, who I met in Sonoma Heights, who tell me her daughter constantly feels uneasy about going out at night alone. Our York Region Police do an exceptional job and work tirelessly, but this House, it must give them the tools to keep criminals behind bars. Right. In fact, we have a moral obligation to do so, for safe communities are the foundation of a strong Canada. Mr. Speaker, a key priority for my constituents is the crippling cost of living facing our country. Whether I'm chatting with construction workers, or visiting Vici's Bakery or Sweet Boutique, or I'm randomly stopped at local grocery stores like Longo's, the message is the same. Life is too expensive, and people feel that they cannot get ahead, especially our youth. During the campaign, a 17-year-old at Fortino's approached me. He said, "I can't vote, but my future is in your hands. All I want to do is get married, buy a home, and have a family." Right. And that's not a radical dream, Mr. Speaker. It's the Canadian promise. Yet for far too many young people, it feels like a fantasy. The aspirational ideals of home ownership and raising a family should not invoke feelings of frustration and hopelessness, for they are foundational to the social contract in a great country like Canada. Our youth are our future, and for far too long, they have been ignored. Canada must have their backs, or we risk continuing our brain drain, where young talent leaves our lands for jurisdictions around the world where their money goes further, where they can have the type of life they wish to have. We must address this issue with haste, Mr. Speaker, or we will all suffer in the long run. The speech from the throne proposes implementing a brand new bureaucracy instead of cutting the red tape that's driven up cost of homes. Despite a new Prime Minister and Cabinet, the plan mirrors Trudeau's $90 billion housing strategy, which doubled prices over a decade and left young Canadians priced out. Last week, it was revealed that the Prime Minister had overseen the introduction of $500 billion in new government spending without a formal budget, a move not seen for decades outside of the COVID period. This represents an 8% increase in federal spending, with a significant portion allocated to bureaucracy, consultants, and contractors. As parliamentarians, our role is to serve Canadians. The government's proposal for a new housing bureaucracy, coupled with $500 billion in new spending without a formal budget, shifts focus away from the needs of Canadians and towards expanding an already massive government. With the current parliamentary session set to break for the summer in less than 3 weeks, there's little time left to thoroughly debate and scrutinize each significant proposal, leaving critical issues like housing and fiscal responsibility unresolved. Canadians deserve better. Conservatives are committed to putting Canadians first and would be willing to sit through the summer to ensure these matters are properly addressed, prioritizing accountability over a rushed agenda. Mr. Speaker, the time for bold action is now. I close with the words of John Stuart Mill. The worth of a state in the long run is the worth of the individuals comprising it. Let's build a Canada where Sarah's daughter feels safe, where that young man at Fortino's can afford a home, and where every family in Vaughan Woodbridge and across this country can thrive. I'm here to fight for them and for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to the member from Vaughan Woodbridge. As he knows, I have a great deal of respect for him and his journey here. He talked about in his remarks the increase in our budget and spending. Mr. Speaker, as someone who's from the steel industry, does he not agree with the fact that over 64% of our spending is in the form of capital spending, infrastructure spending that will use Canadian steel, Canadian wood, and Canadian labor?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the remarks, and I congratulate him on his election. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the proposed spending, what I found interesting about it is not even 1 week later, or not even 24 hours later, I should say, from the time they said spending would be capped at 2%, we see that it's already inflated to 8%. So I just question the fact that the government argues that they're going to be different, but yet what we see is more of the same. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Le député pour Pierre Boucher, les
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my Conservative colleague. We were talking about economic and budget issues, and we know that one of the first things that this government did as soon as it came into this House was to say that it would carry out tax cuts. Then it brought in new spending. It's asking for more money to run government, but we don't have a budget, and we don't know when we might get one. Probably not for a long time, not before the summer comes. So how is it that this government is asking for more money for spending, and it wants to cut taxes, and yet it's not bringing in a budget?
Before I allow the member for Vaughan Woodbridge to respond, there's a lot of noise in the courtyard, so it's going to remind the persons who are traveling around that they're disrupting the business of the House. But the member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you to my colleague for the question. So it's an interesting question because, of course, Canadians, when they look at their budgets for their own households, they realize they have to scrutinize each and every cost item. They have to craft and propose a budget. I'm always wondering why the government feels like it doesn't have to do the same. The government absolutely, if it wants to increase the spending by $500 billion, or add $500 billion worth of spending, rather, they should definitely put forward a budget, and it's unacceptable that they don't do so.
Questions and comments? The member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague for his successful campaign. My question is, we just celebrated yesterday in Vaughan the largest Italian festival. One of the things that I'm sure my colleague will agree is our grandparents taught us and our parents to live by a budget and to understand that you can't make $1 and spend 1,000. But yet this government refuses to present this House with a budget. How can we proceed without knowing what the end result will be?
The honourable member.
Thank you for the question to my colleague, member from King Vaughan. I would like to say we had a fantastic day in Vaughan celebrating the beginning of Italian Heritage Month yesterday with its first ever Italian festival. And congratulations to the mayor of Vaughan and the city of Vaughan for putting on such a fantastic event. Now, To my colleague's question, again, I say if we want to take the matters of the public treasury seriously, if we want to get serious about budgeting, serious about improving the lives of Canadians, the government must put forward a budget at its earliest convenience. That is, in this parliamentary session. The later it delays, the more things get out of hand, the worse off it will be, the higher the cost of living crisis will become, and the more out of control it will get. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The member for Winnipeg North.
I'm sure members opposite will become very familiar with a program called the Build Canada Homes. Think in terms of Canadian technology, Canadian lumber, Canadian labor, and not to mention the benefits that the consumer will ultimately be able to have. This is something in which, in contrast, when the member spoke about housing, he doesn't necessarily realize that Pierre Poilievre, his leader, was the Minister of Housing, and during his tenure built 6 houses. Why should the Liberal Party give any credibility to Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives when it comes to housing?
The member for Vaughan Woodbridge has 20 seconds or less.
Thank you for the question. If we recall, Pierre Poilievre during the election campaign was talking about how to create the conditions to unleash the housing sector, not adding layers of government bureaucracy that's only going to exemplify the issue. So our plan would be to help municipalities create the conditions for development, not add more layers of government bureaucracy.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the people of my hometown in Kitchener South Hespeler who give me this opportunity to make a maiden speech today in Canada's House of Commons. May I never forget that this is their seat, and may I faithfully serve them so long as they see fit to keep me in it. Mr. Speaker, there is no chance I could stand before you today without the love and support of my wife, Simone. She is a brilliant physician and scientist who has now given me the greatest possible gifts, our children Penelope and Felix. 6 months before this election, she nearly died delivering Felix to us. She spent a couple days in the ICU on life support, and today is at home in Hespeler, being just the best mom in the world to our 2 kids. I should be at home. I should be at home with them. They are the best part of my life. Also, it has been a pleasure and an honor to be a physician serving my community for the last 13 years. So when I went outdoor knocking and I knocked on thousands of doors, one of the most common questions I received was a question I asked myself. Why the heck am I doing this? Why would I go into politics? Don't I like being a doctor, and don't we need doctors? The answer is yes, I like being a doctor, and yes, we need doctors. But to fully explain why I had to do this will take about 10 minutes. It has to do with who I am and what Kitchener is, so here we go. Mr. Speaker, my family story is typical in Kitchener. My dad's family came to the region when it was still called Berlin, Ontario. They came from present-day Germany before it was called Germany. 100 years later, when war with Germany broke out, my grandpa Strauss, like so many other Kitchener Germans, enlisted with the Scots Fusiliers, because your last name and your mother tongue is not of much matter when it was time to stand on guard for our true north, strong and free. We only have a Canada today because Canadians from all over the world put Canada first in this way. They staked their lives for Canadian values, which are enshrined in our anthem as truth, strength, and freedom. Conversely, my mom came as a Romanian refugee from communist Yugoslavia in the 1960s. When my dad was away with the Air Force, we'd speak Romanian in the house. I grew up hearing from my grandparents in that language that they were poor back home. But I had no idea how poor until about 10 years ago. I traveled with my grandfather to his tiny village, now on the border between Serbia and Romania. Fully half the homes there are boarded up. It is overrun by stray dogs and weeds. We went to the house my mom was born in. It had 2 rooms, dirt floors, about 400 square feet. There was a bedroom with 4 beds in it and a kitchen with 2 beds in it. 9 people slept in those 6 beds. As I stood in what I'm sorry to call a shack, the enormity of what Canada had given my family hit me like a ton of bricks. My grandfather is one of the smartest, hardworking people I've ever met. But when he came to Canada, he spoke 0 English, he had a grade 6 education and 2 small daughters with him. After 6 months of working in a factory for $1.09 an hour, he was able to buy a 5-bedroom house in downtown Kitchener for $20,000. That house is now worth $1 million. Mr. Speaker, I don't have to tell you that that opportunity no longer exists in our country today. My 28-year-old brother-in-law recently graduated from the University of Waterloo from mechatronics engineering. He has no hope of buying that house on his engineer salary. Where did that opportunity go?
I do believe that my grandfather has the answer to that question. He had to do 3 years of mandatory military service in Yugoslavia, and he always told me that he loved the army life. It didn't strike me until a couple years ago to sit down and ask him, if he loved the army so much, why did he go back to farming in the village? Because, Matthew, you cannot get promoted unless you join the party, that is the Communist Party. Well, then you were an ambitious man, grandfather. Why didn't you join the party? Because, Matthew, if you are in the party and they say this is black, he was pointing at his white tablecloth, then you have to say it is black, even though it is white. English is my grandfather's fifth language. I promise he has never read George Orwell's 1984, but this is exactly the 2 + 2 = 5 scene. I think about this scene a lot when I am told that men can get pregnant. When the truth becomes illegal, everything breaks. If you can't say what's wrong with the tractor, or the levy, or the hospital, or the passport office, you can never fix it, and it will stay broken. So not willing to give up on speaking the truth, my grandfather went back to the village. After a few years, though, the farms were all socialized, and eventually the starvation got so bad they had to make a break for it. Now, I have stories of our healthcare system and universities going back 13 years ago and going up all the way to last fall, when my bleeding postpartum wife spent 6 hours cradling a 2-day-old baby in the emergency room while not being seen by a physician. When I told the triage nurse I was going to take my wife to another hospital in the next town over, he said, "That would be great, thank you. There is no place for her here." If you go to one of our ERs and get treated like cattle, like my wife was at that time, you have no recourse. They would be really delighted if you took your business elsewhere. When farming is socialized, you get bread lines, and people died of starvation while standing in Soviet bread lines. When healthcare is socialized, you get lines in the ER, and I promise you people have died and are dying in waiting rooms, in emergency rooms across this country right now. You might think that I'm being overwrought and seeing the ghost of communism where it does not exist. However, I would note that we just spent 10 years with a prime minister who, when asked which government in the world he most admired, stated the basic dictatorship of the Communist Chinese Party. A prime minister who released a statement lionizing brutal communist dictator Fidel Castro when he died. A prime minister whose answer to every social problem, dental care, child care, pharmacare, school lunch, climate change, what have you, was always more socialism, more central planning, more top-down pronouncements, less freedom to make choices for yourself and your family. The zenith of all this top-down control came during the pandemic. The members opposite went full communism. They locked Canadians down in their homes. They ruined weddings, funerals, Easters, proms, and Christmases. They closed the borders. They kept mothers from children and brothers from sisters. They deprived this House of its ancient rights. They spent $600 billion of taxpayer money with no budget, doubled our national debt to pay healthy 16-year-olds to sit in their basement. Then, as now, they did all this in the name of crisis management. Physicians, professors, and journalists who spoke out against these abuses were hunted down. They had their licenses and their jobs threatened. I know this because it happened to me. At Queen's University, where I taught, Jane Philpott herself, one of the only 2 cabinet ministers to speak truth to Justin Trudeau's power, informed me in her dean's office that the reason the administration had to harass me was that I criticized the government. That is a direct quote. Of course, the Prime Minister and his commissars were immune from all of this. He could attend gatherings of greater than 5 if it suited his political purposes, like a George Floyd protest in Ottawa, and he did. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals claimed unto themselves the power to censor the news, to violate free speech in the name of fighting misinformation, while they themselves promoted misinformation. They gave luxurious contracts to their friends in academia to promote their misinformation. They gave hundreds of millions of dollars to mainstream media to promote government narratives. These 3 institutions, government, media, and the academy, have important roles in society to regulate each other. But under the federal government's bribery scheme, they have ended up, like the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker, out to sea, stewing in each other's bathwater. When ordinary, everyday Canadians came here to Ottawa complaining that their charter rights to bodily autonomy, assembly, and free movement were being violated, every member of the Liberal caucus voted to trample their rights further. They violated Section 2 and Section 8 of the Charter in imposing the Emergencies Measures Act. It is not me saying that, but Justice Mosley of the Federal Court. They trampled on the charter rights they claimed to revere, and then they laughed about it. The current Minister of Transport, in particular, laughed about it, Mr. Speaker. If we cannot speak truth to their power, everything will continue to break. And that is why I had to come here, Mr. Speaker. I refuse to be a cog in their broken machine. I hope it is the case that this darkness left with the former Prime Minister, and I beseech the new Prime Minister to turn to the light, to defend those values enshrined in our anthem, truth, strength, and freedom. I read his book, Mr. Speaker. The book was called Values, and freedom, I'm sorry to say, was not among those therein discussed. The repackaging of their socialist plans in bankers' socks might fool some of the people some of the time, but I will tell you who it is not fooling. It is not fooling the multicultural communities in Kitchener-South Hespeler, the Romanians, Albanians, Polish, Ukrainians, Serbians, Croatians, Lithuanians, Venezuelans, Chinese, Somalis, and Ethiopians with lived experience of socialism who know what they are seeing and don't like it and sent me here. They came here for freedom, not just any freedom, but our specific embodied Canadian freedoms. These freedoms are ours, but they are not merely ours, and they are certainly not ours to discard. They were fought for at Runnymede and encoded in the Magna Carta. They were fought for in the English Civil Wars, the Glorious Revolution, and enshrined in the Declaration of Right. They were fought for in the World Wars and enacted in Diefenbaker's Bill of Rights. They were fought for by both my grandfathers, by all of our grandparents, and embodied in all of us here. So the answer to the question of why I came here, I'm here to speak truth to power on behalf of the people of Kitchener South Hespeler. I will be happy to go back to being a physician and professor once I can practice in truth and freedom again, once we can all live in truth and freedom again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may God keep our land glorious and free.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The member for Carleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member opposite for demonstrating so fully why the Liberal Party was re-elected as government for Canada. Canadians are reasonable people. They believe in facts, they believe in science, they believe in a government that seeks to make their lives better. And with regret, what I heard there was a great deal of nonsense. And I'm not sure, talking about health care, whether the member should have run for provincial parliament rather than the federal parliament.
The member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, it is a common misapprehension that the federal government has no role to play in healthcare. Of course it does. The Canada Health Act is a federal document. The Public Health Agency of Canada is, of course, a federal agency. When you see similar problems from Victoria to St. John's, Newfoundland, it tends to be the case that there is a single explanation under it all, and in this case it is indeed the federal government. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Sanders Gulf Islands.
Congratulations to the honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler. There are a lot of new members in this place, and I wish to welcome everyone and wish them good luck in their work here on behalf of their constituents. But I do want to ask him if his position is that our healthcare system should be abolished and the Canada Health Act should be repealed, representing socialism. I actually think that Canadians and our social democracy have done a wonderful job of combining free enterprise and a system that works for all Canadians with the best elements of being concerned with the greatest good for the greatest number and not allowing market forces to drive up the cost of healthcare. The U.S. healthcare system, for example, delivers higher costs and worse results in healthcare.
Good question.
The honourable member.
To the honourable member, this takes more than 30 seconds to discuss. The worst healthcare system in the OECD is in fact the American healthcare system. I'm sorry to say the Canadian healthcare system is a close second. If you look at France, Germany, South Korea, Japan, New Zealand, all across the world, other developed nations are able to blend the free market and public insurance, which I favor, in ways that are more appropriate than in our system. Thanks.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech because a lot of the things that he was relaying are things that I heard through the campaign, particularly from those who grew up in Eastern European countries where they saw the rise of socialism, the incremental loss of rights and freedoms, media propaganda, internet controls, what you can see and say online, and then eventually confiscation of firearms from law-abiding people. It sounds very similar to the arguments, what he heard in his writing to what I heard in my writing. I'm just wondering if he could comment a little bit more about that.
The member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I heard such things. My best friend, his dad is from Czechoslovakia. He escaped during the Prague Spring. He told us that he felt bad for us, that he never experienced anything under the Soviet Union like he did under the liberal government during the pandemic. Those are his words, not mine. Likewise, while I was door knocking in my community, I met a Romanian woman who was literally packing her bags to go back to Romania because of these infringements on her basic freedoms.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to start by saying you look good in that chair. So thank you, and I look forward to working with you. And it's an honor and privilege to represent the good people of the riding of Waterloo. Want to welcome my colleague and friend, I hope, who's also representing the Waterloo region. And just wanted to say today we are dealing with an amendment on the speech from the throne. I do believe the speech was really well received. I think when we talk about our families and where people come from, I would like to hear from the member, does he foresee anything in the speech that was not a good vision for Canada? Does he believe we can achieve that vision for Canada? And does he believe, regardless of political party stripe, will we be able to work together? Thank you.
The member for Kitchener-South-Hespeler in about 25 seconds or less.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by assuring the member from Waterloo that I consider her a friend. She is my parents' representative in this House now. They've moved up to Waterloo, and she does a good job at it. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the throne speech. I read the throne speech. There were many, I found it platitudinous. I think the goals that were in there are great. I saw no details on how to get there. Most of all, there is no budget.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, le député.
The honourable member for Repentigny.
Monsieur le Président, juste avant de commencer, j'aimerais...
Mr. Speaker, before I start, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Allow me now to take a look at the throne speech. Well, at the Bloc Québécois, it's not a secret. We're very concerned about the direction the Liberals are taking right now. They've literally dropped everything on climate change when they should be doing a lot more. During the election campaign, the Liberals confirmed their intention to abandon a big part of the previous government's climate action plan. They've abandoned carbon pricing for consumers, and they haven't replaced it with any alternative. And even the OECD has indicated that this was a great, terrible idea. They've also sent out $3.7 billion in election checks to Canadians, except for Quebecers, despite the fact that Quebecers had paid $800 million to compensate for the abolition of the carbon price. And we can add to that new pipeline projects. The previous government had committed to eliminate grants and subsidies for oil and gas, but we don't hear that from the Liberals anymore. And I'll remind you that in 2024, the industry got $30 billion, and they've received $75 billion over 5 years. The Liberals also spoke about the idea of weakening the emissions caps for oil and gas. They've also been weakening environmental assessments to facilitate pipeline approvals. Now, all that was before the election. Since the election, it's been a festival of climate irresponsibility among the Liberals, but also among the Conservatives. Right now, there are severe forest fires raging in Manitoba. 70 fires, thousands of people evacuated, and the government seems to be ignoring that so that it can move ahead with an expansion of the oil and gas sector. Also in the speech from the throne, well, it spoke about the fact that there are major climate change challenges which are creating uncertainty on every continent. And listen, climate change, it was only mentioned once in the throne speech, but climate change has disappeared from Mr. Carney's, the honourable member cannot use the name of the Prime Minister. We can only refer to the Prime Minister's title. The honourable member. Sorry, a little mistake due to inexperience, and I'll make sure to not do that in future. The government is proposing to move forwards with projects of national interest, and they're announcing these projects. They're not saying what they are, but everyone knows that the government is talking about oil and gas pipelines. The speech from the throne says that the elimination of obstacles should make it possible to build an industrial strategy to make Canada a superpower in terms of green energy and conventional energy, and that's oil and gas. And they also say they're going to fight climate change, but, well, listen, that's completely incoherent as an approach. The government wants to continue to support growth in the oil sands, oil and pipelines. And listen, it's clear what the government is trying to do. Yesterday, the Today, the Prime Minister met with the premiers of the provinces, and before doing that, he sat down with the CEOs of the oil and gas sector, as well as with Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta. Canada is already the fourth biggest producer in the world of oil and the fourth or fifth biggest producer of gas. Canada's already an energy superpower. Let's be clear. We are seeing devastating forest fires right now, and that reminds us that it's not in the national interest to make the climate crisis even worse by building pipelines. We need to get out of fossil fuel use, but the government is doing completely the opposite. What the government is doing is saying that we should reduce approval times for major federal projects from 5 years to 2 years, with the creation of a new federal major projects office. Now, we would expect that environmental analysis will suffer because of this. What would be the role of this office as compared to the Canadian Impact Assessment Agency? Well, what's clear is that it's project approval before evaluation. That's going to be the future. The government wants to create an energy corridor without considering existing regulations or environmental assessments. So it means that environment and Quebec's environmental and territorial sovereignty that is going to pay the price for this. At the Bloc, we believe that it's essential that any major infrastructure project be subject to a full environmental assessment and that obtain the approval of Quebec and the provinces, particularly when it comes to oil and gas projects. It's clear that we won't let the government lay a pipeline across Quebec without approval. And the government's attitude to climate change here is completely irresponsible. The government says that it's going to put in place projects that are in the common interest, but it's saying this without evaluating any of these projects. The government has to understand that there's no fast track to social acceptability. There needs to be consultation, free and informed consultation, and that means having a proper environmental impact study for any project to fully understand the social, environmental, economic impact of a project. There also has to be an evaluation of climate impact before putting in place any new project. And of course, all this has to take place in consultation and collaboration with Indigenous peoples and the provinces and local populations. The Bloc Québécois is calling on the government to not double up evaluations with Quebec's evaluations as it's done for previous projects. So certainly the federal government has to take on its responsibility, but only in its own specific jurisdiction through the Environmental Impact Act, and it should not step on provincial jurisdiction. Remember, this government says one project, one evaluation, but we're wondering how they're going to be able to do it, because in Quebec, we have laws that are very clear. A pipeline that is longer than 2 kilometers has to be subject to Quebec's environmental assessment. It has to be studied by Quebec's BAP process. So we're wondering how the federal government is going to have only one evaluation if Quebec is involved in the process. In terms of protecting territory, the government has reiterated that it plans to protect 30% of our land and 30% of our oceans by 2030. To be credible, the government must immediately stop encouraging development of oil and gas, of offshore oil and gas, which is threatening marine biodiversity. The government has been supporting the auction of 85,000 square kilometers of offshore oil and gas exploration territory off Newfoundland and Labrador. Ottawa feels that this is coherent with the fight against climate change, but certain permits even border on a vast area of marine biodiversity protection. So if the federal government wants to protect territory that doesn't even belong to it, it needs to increase the transfers under the Canada-Quebec Agreement on Nature from $100 to $300 million, as suggested by the Bloc Québécois in its 2025 election platform. You can't claim that a project is in the national interest if the population hasn't been consulted and hasn't had its voice heard. Why would, for example, an oil and gas project take precedence over another project, like, for example, developing public transit or electricity? We could imagine that, for example, the federal government's money that's on the table for the oil and gas sector could rather be used to solidify and improve public transit, whether that be the tramway in Quebec City, the Blue Line in Montreal, transit in Gaspésie, and intercity networks, which really need support. That would be a true project in the national interest, and it would be a vision that would respect, the new vision we need for the 21st century. The Bloc Québécois has proposed such a project in our platform, and when we hear the government talk about a pipeline towards the east to diversify our markets, well, we have to ask, what markets are these? Because no European country has jumped in line to buy our oil. So it's clear for us that developing green energy, energy efficiency, public transit, electrification of the transit system, and green buildings, yes, absolutely. Developing fossil fuels, pipelines, oil and gas from the oil sands with subsidies from the federal government with public money, it's no. What we are proposing is a positive vision, and we hope that the government will be credible and move forward on this, because unfortunately right now this government is not credible when it comes to the fight for climate change. And we're seeing the crisis with forest fires right now across Canada with people who are evacuated. We're calling on the government to be responsible, and the Bloc will stand up to make sure that the government finally takes the climate crisis seriously.
Comments, questions et commentaires. La députée pour Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate all colleagues from all parties for their election and re-election. As this is the first time that I'm rising to speak in the House, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the people of Trois-Rivières for giving me their trust. This is the first time in 45 years that Trois-Rivières has elected a federal Liberal MP. And it'll be a privilege for me to represent the people of Trois-Rivières here in the House of Commons. I hope that we'll all be able to work together. Quebecers and Canadians have spoken very clearly in the election, and we know what they're expecting from this government. Particularly, they're expecting us to make life more affordable, and that's why the first measure that we've put forward, Mr. Speaker, has been a tax cut for 20 million Quebecers and Canadians. So my question for my colleague from Repentigny is, does he think that it's a good idea to put more money in people's pockets in Repentigny? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, Mr. Speaker, what's certain for us is that right now the people of Repentigny are having money taken directly out of their pockets, in particular because we're seeing an increase in extreme climate events. And they're not the only ones paying the price across Canada. The Canada Insurance Bureau has told us that last year was a record year when it comes to the financial impact of climate change. We've seen this with the impact on healthcare, on food prices everywhere. So yes, the Bloc Québécois absolutely agrees if the government wants to be serious in fighting climate change and means that we have to stop paying for the impacts of climate change caused by oil and gas. That having been said, we're clear that it's important that the government present a budget before increasing spending. Spending is already sky high, and we have no clear indication of what's going on. So if the government wants to present a budget, we'll look at their ideas, but right now it's financial irresponsibility. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his comments and responses so far, but I really, one of the axioms that we had in the industry is that you always measure future behavior by past performance. And we have not been able to get any energy or to develop our energy infrastructure to coasts, from coast to coast to coast, lack of corridors and pipelines. I wonder if the member could comment on how we are going to be able to develop our energy infrastructure from coast to coast to coast.
Le député pour Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Well, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the big international agencies like, for example, the International Energy Agency in their net zero plan, their net zero vision, well, it's very clear that right now, on a planetary scale, it's irresponsible for governments to invest more and to approve more oil and gas projects on the planet. If we want to be serious in fighting climate change and if we want to respect our agreements, particularly the Paris Climate Agreement. So for us, the question isn't, are there enough oil and gas pipelines in the country? Yes, right now. There are definitely enough right now to the extent that Canada produces 2 times more oil than we consume in the country. 2 times more oil is produced in this country than what we consume. So there are already pipeline and projects that have been rejected towards Quebec because there was no social acceptability, because the governments declared that those projects were a threat to the green shift at the world level and a threat to biodiversity. So we're asking the official opposition what it is willing to do to fight climate change and to help affected workers, because digging for more oil and gas is not in the interests of any workers. Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's such a contradiction. You know, Mr. Speaker, I can say that the Bloc Québécois isn't trying to prepare for the next election. So pressure from lobbyists, pressure on the economy versus a planet that's burning? Listen, my colleague just said that the government is ignoring climate change. So I would ask my colleague this question. Would it not be time to know how much it costs, how much climate change is costing us versus what it costs us to hand money out to the oil and gas sector? I'd like to hear his thoughts on that. The Honourable Member for Repentigny has 30 seconds. Well, Mr. Speaker, it seems obvious that in Canada there's a vision that is limited, for example, to cutting carbon pricing. When the government took away carbon pricing, well, it's all Canadians that are going to have to assume the costs associated with climate change and with oil and gas. And we consider that it should be industry that should be paying for climate impact, because if it's not the big emitters and the big polluters who are going to pay, well, it's people who are going to pay the price. There's a huge price, socially, healthcare, etc., and the government needs to take responsibility for that. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, before I get into the heart of my speech, I'd like to thank the people of Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères, who've given me their trust for a 4th time in this election. It's a great privilege that the people have granted me, and it's not a privilege that I take lightly, and I will certainly do my best to honor that trust that's been given to me by the people of Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. My leader has asked me to take on the role for critic of the monarchy, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be taking a closer look at that aspect of the speech of the throne in my speech today. In the last elections, there were a lot of Quebecers who, how can I say this, who plugged their nose and who held their nose rather and voted Liberal. And after the election, what was the very first thing that this government did? To thank Quebecers. Well, they had a great surprise for us. They invited the king to come. And when I saw this, I said, listen, what is going on here? They're laughing at us. What is going on here? This makes no sense. But no, Mr. Speaker, it was serious. It wasn't a joke. And when we know that the Acadians were deported because they refused to give an oath to the king, when we know that after the conquest, there was an oath forced on the population to renounce their Catholic faith in exchange for being able to work for the state. When we know that the patriots were hanged in the name of the monarchy, well, and then after that, here they are saying, hey, Quebecers, be Canadian, vote Canadian.
And then after the election, there'll be a great big party with your tax dollars, a nice royal parade, invite Charles III. Does that sound good to you? But if the Liberal speech would have been like that after the election, I think there would be less members today, because it's the living embodiment of the old colonial oppression. And if the Prime Minister decided to... Well, he decided to bring the king because royal power isn't just an insignificant relic. It means something important to him. And nations are built on symbols. It's a way of expressing who they are. And by choosing to invite the king, it's a way of embracing this symbol that Quebecers reject and of reminding them of it and rubbing it in their faces. We had started to forget it after a HoC of after half a century, we hadn't had the presence of a king in the parliament. And when I was a university student, I studied constitutional law. Well, I was explained that when power is not used for too long, it ends up gathering dust and falling into disuse. It's a bit like an old car you never drive, which rusts in your driveway and eventually ends up in the scrapyard. It's kind of the same thing here. And it's mainly a form of rupture. This happened before I was born, but in 1982, the constitutional repatriation, which happened against Quebec, but that's another story. What happened then? Well, the Queen came here to bring the Constitution from London, and she said, "It's yours." It was more like a surrender at that time, and we haven't seen much like this since. We'd have to go back, well, we've just gone back 100 years. And a journalist said, "How come you invited the king?" They was kind of surprised by the question because it seemed obvious. And they answered, "It's a sign of sovereignty with respect to the United States." And then you have to wonder, whose sovereignty? Not ours, anyway. If there is a sovereignty in question, we're talking about the sovereigns. So bringing in a foreign monarch is not a sign of sovereignty. It's a sign of subjugation, a sign of submission. And then I saw him walking in when he arrived, and the marching orders said it all. The king came in first, followed by the Governor General, and at the very last it was Mark Carney. So the more legitimate you are, the further back you are, it seems. And it's the same thing with members of Parliament. The king is on his throne in the Senate, and the unelected senators sitting comfortably in their offices, while the real elected representatives were crammed into the portico. And this is shameful. We're not in the Middle Ages anymore. And then, the government says? We should have sent a message to Trump. So they did send a message to Trump, but it was like, "I can't be your subject. I'm already someone else's subject. I already have a master, and that's the King of England." And then after inviting the king, because once the ball got rolling, well, their next acts of sovereignty could be to replace the flag with the Union Jack or the national anthem with "God Save the King." But it's rather unbelievable. After 150 years after its creation, Canada is still not able to exist on its own. It absolutely needs to revive its old colonial ties to justify its existence. Is being lackeys, being a sub-country, really what we want? Canada has the right to evolve too, in my opinion. And then they say, we had to invite the king to show that Canada is different from the United States. Well, if that's the only difference, between Canada and the U.S., the fact that we have a king, that's not good. We must be really desperate. It says a lot about the identity insecurity of English Canada. It's unable to stand on its own 2 feet without crutches. So it's very fragile. In Quebec, we don't invite Emmanuel Macron to define ourselves. We know who we are. And then there's a member of Parliament for St. Maurice Champlain. And today is a big day for Canada. The world has its eye on Canada. And the Bedouins in the Sahara Desert were holding their breath. In Ukraine, in the trenches, they were watching the king's speech. At the Vatican, in Jerusalem, in Mecca, they all stopped their prayers, Mr. Speaker. Well, come on. Apart from the United Kingdom, can you tell me who was interested in an old man bent over reading someone else's text? Almost no one. It's just really ridiculous. And when they talk about the whole world, they mean the UK, because that's about it, who's interested in the throne speech. It shows such an Anglo-centric view of the world. For them, the world is the Anglosphere. For them, the world revolves around their navel. So this invitation to the King is above all a manifestation of old English Canadian loyalism. English Canada was founded by loyalists who left the United States after its independence 250 years ago. They didn't want to be in a republic or a sovereign state, so they went to Canada. And then what did the loyalists do? They tried to wipe us out by any means possible. It became the land of the Orangemen. The implementation of the Durham Report, the bloody repression of the Métis, the hanging of Louis Riel, the banning of French in all provinces of Canada. Come on. The reality is that Canada is a country built on our exclusion and marginalization. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. And now Canada is telling us, look, we haven't changed. We're still the same loyalists. The monarchical romanticism we celebrate today, this nostalgia for loyalist Canada, the good old days, well, then they wonder why we don't really want to go party with them. They must be wondering, how come Quebec doesn't want to stand with us? We should be celebrating with them, right? Just everything. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I'd like to propose something. Have your monarchist party in your own corner. Do what you want. Do it on your corner, but at the same time, we'll build ourselves a country. That's my position, and I hope it will find great support in this chamber, and I think it'll be a solution to the conflicts that we're seeing right now. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, le député.
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, today we are seeing a lack of respect for Quebecers. The member across the way has just Quebecers as cowards. Quebecers who had to hold their nose to vote Liberals. He's liberal, he said. This is a total lack of respect to the Liberals. On behalf of the Liberal Party, I'm not sure if I can require an apology from my colleague. Quebecers are not cowards. Quebecers have been voting for years for Liberals, and they have chosen a Liberal government that they can count on. So I'd ask my colleague across the way to respect the choice of Quebecers and that the Bloc stop treating Quebecers as cowards. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to not revise my... I won't really revise what I said. I don't think those terms were in my speech. But what I did say is that most Quebecers held their nose to go vote Liberal, and they said it when I knocked on the doors. They said, I'll just vote for them for once because the Liberals ran a campaign of fear. And then what we saw is that the government, the first thing they did was not to defend Canada, but it was to invite a foreign monarch to do the throne speech. It wasn't the people that decided this. And it showed that we're still in a monarchy. Even though 87% of Quebecers reject the monarchy, 9 out of 10 Quebecers, and this is an insult to Quebecers. Questions and comments?
And comments? The member for Courtenay-Alberni.
First, I want to thank my colleague for his speech and congratulate him on his re-election. But, Mr. Speaker, we've heard from the Bloc today talk about climate, and it's great to see members of Parliament talking about that because it was missing and it wasn't talked enough about in the speech from the throne. Does my colleague believe that when it comes to Canada and Quebec, that nation building is climate action?
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a very good question from my colleague because when we read this throne speech, we realize it's absolutely the fight against climate change is not in the throne speech. It seems to have disappeared. There's no oil sands or pollution. Everything's hunky-dory. And I find this absolutely incredible to see this Liberal conversion to the Conservatives. It's like the Liberal Party just said, well, we're going to put on a Conservative mask and start serving the oil companies and forget that there's forest fires across this country. This is absolutely irresponsible, and this is the vision we have on the other side of the House, and I hope this will change. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Compton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his re-election, and I listened to his speech very carefully, which was, in my opinion, really focused on division. But what I heard during the election campaign was a desire to be more united than ever and to be closer to our fellow Canadians as Quebecers, to be united in the face of the division that has been created by the U.S. So this very sovereignist speech that I've heard from my colleague is not one that I heard when I knocked on doors. I'm a proud Quebecer from the Eastern Townships where I grew up, and then I moved to Saguenay, and I've been lived there almost my entire life, and I'm from the Quebec regions, and I'm a proud Quebecer, and I ran for the Liberal Party because I believe in its values and the rule of law and democracy, and 44 of my Quebec colleagues were elected like myself for the Liberal Party, double the number of members for the Bloc that were elected. Does my colleague recognize that I am a proud Quebecer, a Liberal, and I represent Quebecers also? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague across the way talked about unity because I find this interesting. When we want to be united, we take actions in this sense. And does this government, it decided to invite a British monarch that 9 out of 10 Quebecers reject. I find this absolutely amazing. And during the election campaign, the Liberals didn't propose this. If they had done a survey, perhaps they would have seen what the Quebecers wanted and made a decision. But what they did was to divide Quebecers. That's what this government did, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker. And we resuming debate.
The member for York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sincerely grateful to the people of York Centre, to my supporters, and to my colleagues. This is an honor of a lifetime. Thank you so much. Speaker, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. I rise in this House for my inaugural address with humility to share my unique story in the hope that I don't go back to the future. I clearly remember the communist Soviet Union. I lived there until I was age 9. Those of us who come from the Eastern Bloc, we're afraid. Please do not dismiss us. I'll begin by asking a question. Speaker, how many bedrooms in your home? Do you have more bedrooms than people? Why? Because we have a housing crisis. Why do you need so many bedrooms? How many bedrooms is the precise question the Red Army asked my great-grandmother after the Bolsheviks barged into my family's home in St. Petersburg, Russia, in 1918. Turned out my family had too much house, so they settled in 2 more families. That was the hell that were communal apartments in Eastern Europe. And we already have a vacant house tax in Toronto. Some folks in Vancouver are talking about a vacant bedroom house, and we already ask how many bedrooms you have on the national census. So let me draw a scenario. An article in the Globe and Mail claimed that there is no version of reality where housing supply can meet the rising demand. No meeting demand. So imagine, after Prime Minister's Build Canada Homes fails, because you can't trust the government with your dry cleaning, what's going to happen when people have no place to live and the federal government declares housing a national emergency? We'll all have to do our part. Large homeowners should do their fair share. Why do you need all these extra bedrooms? Why not redistribute housing? Now, I'm not saying this will happen, but who knows anymore? My fear is this new phenomena we're seeing in Canada called collectivism. It's accelerating, and it's exactly the path that Venezuela and so many others took, slowly, step by step. Everything is the biggest crisis ever now. We have a new crisis every week. Problem is, at a time of crisis, collectivism, even when it's well-intentioned, is a step away from communism. And there are no limits to where collectivism won't go, because the bigger the crisis, the bigger the government's solution. The Liberals especially, they're determined to save us from everything. They will fit a square into a circle, even if they break the toy. And of course, mainstream media will applaud and tell you that it's working. All of a sudden, you don't recognize your country. You know what else? In the Soviet Union, you were not allowed to listen to foreign radio like the BBC or the Voice of America. We weren't allowed to read Western newspapers or books. You couldn't even pass around photos of supermarkets. So Soviets would not start asking, how come they got eggs in Europe, but we don't? That's why they called it the Iron Curtain. And now the Prime Minister talks about too much disinformation out there on US platforms. So what's he going to do? Is the Prime Minister going to censor Twitter? Is he going to put me behind the Iron Curtain again? Freedom of speech is the greatest right of them all, because through freedom of speech, we defend all other rights and all other people. But freedom of speech isn't just a right to utter speech, it's also the freedom to hear speech. So when the Prime Minister threatens my ability to read Twitter, I'm worried. Am I going back to the future again? Like the Beatles song, Back to the USSR? Friends, it doesn't matter how you voted. You don't want censorship in Canada. It's not up to the Heritage Minister, who calls himself a proud socialist, to decide what's true and what isn't true, and what is safe and what isn't safe. You see, the Liberals, like all radicals, they think they know what's good for you. That's the difference between Liberals and Conservatives. Liberals want to tell you what to do. Conservatives say, you do you. And in fact, communists use the phrase disinformation to come down on free speech. I say just have the decency to call it lies. They can accuse me of lying. I dare them to. The best way to combat lies is not censorship, but more information and better information. And throughout history, those that impose censorship are always the bad guys. Unless speech violates the criminal code, let Canadians hear all opinion and make up their own minds. That is democracy. And you know what else the communists did very well? They lied. They lie about everything. My grade 1 gym teacher said, you don't need herring on your bread. She said, bread and butter is good enough. She said, maybe they have herring in America, but that's because America didn't fight in World War II. What a terrible lie. Germany even lost World War II, but they have herring in Germany. Ironically, this Prime Minister also has difficulties getting his facts straight. He says one thing in English and another thing in French, one thing out west and another thing in Quebec. He had nothing to do with Brookfield's move to New York. He just signed the letter to the shareholders. And now the Prime Minister refuses to table a budget because he plans to rewrite the books. New books, everybody. He will override well-established public sector accounting principles. He'll take out capital dollars because they're not real dollars. We don't pay interest on them. We don't add them to the debt. Abracadabra, and boom, Canada's operational budget will balance itself. Speaker, I started out as a commercial and bankruptcy litigator. The first thing you ask when you enter a distressed company, show me the books. But when the books are hocus pocus, you bet there's malfeasance. You hear a company doing a big accounting revision, you dump the stock. Separating capital and operational expenditures never worked. It's been tried and failed. The Prime Minister should be honest about his government's failure. Fess up to the gazillion schmazillion dollar deficit. Do not cook Canada's books, because mark my words, it will undermine confidence in our country and it will bankrupt our nation. Please, do not cook Canada's books. Speaker, after the Soviet Union, I lived in Israel till age 15. I lived in the Holy Land during the First Intifada. Now I apologize, colleagues, but this is important. When a Hamas terrorist assembles a suicide vest, they pack it with as many nails as possible. It's true. So when the suicide vest goes off, It blinds as many people as possible and cuts as many limbs as possible. I watch Tel Aviv bus number 5 blow up on TV every other week. That was the first Intifada. And now they chant, Viva Viva Intifada in my riding in North Toronto. So I'm back to the future. Again, I'm here to alert my fellow Canadians and all of you in this room. Beware of the Intifada. Beware of jihad coming to Canada. There's no Zionist occupation in Syria, but more than 1 million people were killed in a civil war. In Yemen in the last decade, almost 500,000 people murdered. In Rwanda and Sudan, millions of Muslims murdered. No Zionists in sight. An offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood is murdering black Muslims in Sudan right now. A real genocide, not a word from the liberals. That's why many Muslims come to Canada, to escape jihad, to escape that hell. It's shameful, Speaker, that the words Intifada are now chanted in Canada. And I'm a free speech guy, because jihad is incitement to violence and it's dangerous. Beware of jihad picking up steam in Canada. That is the historical perspective I bring to this Parliament, Speaker. But wait, I have another historical perspective. It's Canada, because I'm Exhibit A for the Canadian Promise. We landed at Pearson when I was 15 on September 5, 1995, and we came directly to Shepherd and Bathurst in the heart of York Centre. And I remember it like it was yesterday. It was in the middle of the night. I looked out the window and I saw Earl Bales Park. And across the park, on the other side, Yonge Street lights and towers. And it was beautiful. And I was in love from day one. And we didn't have a cent to our name. And I remember what true poverty was like. My father sold ice cream on those yellow bicycles. My mother was an unemployed teacher. But Canada had given me every opportunity to study, to work, and to succeed. Because all you ever needed to do to succeed in Canada is work hard and be nice to people. That's it. And now I'm elected to the House of Commons by the same community that welcomed me as an immigrant. Dreams come true, Speaker, but not in the Canada before there's Liberals. Dreams came true all the time for many Canadians. Now a quarter of Canadians can't afford food. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'm here, and that's why our Conservative team is here, Speaker, to help Pierre Poilievre.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The member will be able to continue. The member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also, the member from York Centre and I have known each other for quite a while, and I want to congratulate him on his victory. He talked a lot about the Jewish community, which, as you know, Eglinton Lawrence has a large and vibrant community. Does the honourable member support this government's plan to bring in security zone and bubble zone legislation?
The member for York Centre.
I am pleased for my municipal counterpart for introducing that legislation. We will see if it will survive charter scrutiny. What I don't appreciate is that the Liberal government in 2017 repealed a Stephen Harper law, Bill C-51, that made it illegal and contrary to the criminal code to promote terrorism. They repealed that provision that would help to address many of the things we're seeing right now on the streets of Toronto and across the nation. Promoting terrorism should not be lawful on Canada's streets.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the great speech that he gave. Canada wasn't always like this, and the Liberals across the way want us to think that we just happened to get here. But it's been a decade of Liberal failures that have brought many of the things that this member has talked about. I'm just wondering if the honourable member has any more comments he'd like to add to that effect. Thank you.
Member for York Centre.
I appreciate that. As I was saying in my remarks, Speaker, all you had to do to succeed in Canada is work hard and be nice to people. If you did that, you'd be assured a pretty good standard of living. But after 10 years of this Liberal government, a quarter of Canadians are worried about affording food. Over 2 million people are using the food bank. It's shameful. That's why we were elected, my friends. That's why we're here. To help Pierre Poilievre restore the Canadian promise that it doesn't matter where you come from, you can afford food and live in a safe neighborhood. And it doesn't matter where you're from, dreams do come true because Canada is the best country in the world.
Questions et commentaires. Le député pour Repentigny.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais savoir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot about the costs of living, economic issues, so I'd like to know my honorable colleague's position on the $3.7 billion electioneering baubles that this Liberal government handed out during the campaign and that ended up costing Quebecers $800 million. But they didn't get the check. This was supposed to be carbon tax compensation, even though it had been abolished. Does my colleague agree that Quebecers should get that $800 million that they, after all, had paid for and that went elsewhere in Canada?
I agree that all Canadians should get back as much of their own money as possible. And right now, this Liberal government is offering a $240 tax cut roughly per person. That's $20 a month. That's nothing. It's breadcrumbs. The finance minister stands in the House every day and says that 22 million Canadians are going to be getting a tax cut, a $20 tax cut. Of course, Conservatives support all tax cuts. But we urge this government to do more because all across Canada, including Quebec, Canadians cannot afford this government anymore. We need more tax relief for all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Judging from that speech, I guess it explains the member's position and how Pierre Poilievre actually called community housing, co-op housing, as Soviet style of housing. I get that because anything to do with supporting the community on the whole, according to the member's speech, it seems that he's alleging that that's communism. So now he says he supports tax cuts. So let me ask him this question, Mr. Speaker. The craft brewery community and distilleries are hit with an unfair excise tax. And in fact, it is one that should be changed. So my question to the member is, would he actually support changing the excise tax, the tax rate, so that Canadian domestic craft brewers and distillers would not have to pay the same rate as the two largest foreign and owned businesses here in Canada operating in the industry?
Member for York Centre, 20 seconds or less.
Speaker, I will always support all tax cuts, as I'm sure all of my friends will on this side of the House. And shame on the Liberal government during the worst crisis of affordability in our nation's history, actually increasing the alcohol tax. Conservatives and myself are in favor of all tax cut, and I would not exclude the excise tax as well.
Resuming debate, the member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to be standing here before you today to give my first ever speech as a member of Parliament. And let me first start off by thanking the incredible people of my riding of North Island Powell River. I am here first and foremost because of the trust they have placed in me to be their voice and their elected representative in this esteemed chamber. And that is something for which I will always be grateful and I will never forget. It's been almost 2 years now since I first decided to seek the Conservative Party nomination and run in the last election, a decision that I made because I believed then, as I do now, that this country was headed in the wrong direction, that it was failing to live up to its true potential, and that it was sleepwalking toward a fiscal and cultural cliff. And I think there is no better example of that than the fiscal mismanagement that we've seen of our country. Mr. Speaker, when I worked at the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, I used to tour this debt clock right across the country. It showed how much debt the federal government had borrowed and was leaving to future generations to pay for. It was a great tool for people to help visualize just how much we were leaving that next generation to pay for. Well, Mr. Speaker, that particular debt clock no longer exists, because under the Liberals and the NDP, we have managed to borrow more money in the last 10 years than every other government in the history of this country combined, and we literally ran out of digits on the clock. Of course, all this spending, borrowing, and printing of money has other consequences as well. The highest inflation we've seen in more than 30 years, as everything, and especially homes, have become less affordable. You know, there used to be a promise here in Canada, where if you worked hard, you paid your taxes, and followed the law, you could afford a place to live. When my grandfather, who's now 94 years old, first came to Canada in 1957 as a refugee, he, like most new Canadians, started off with a minimum wage job working on the railway. Yet on that minimum wage job, he was able to afford a home and a nice piece of property right on Vancouver Island and have it paid off in less than 10 years. Does anyone think you could afford a home and have it paid off in less than 10 years while earning minimum wage anywhere in Canada today? No. I don't think so. The result of too much government, too much regulation, too much bureaucracy. It's time to remove the gatekeepers and start building things in this country again. And that also means supporting our incredible resource sector and resource sector workers who have been under constant attack from the Liberals and the NDP. On the North Island, where I live, forestry is down by a third. Aquaculture has been cut in half. Fishermen have had their access barred to areas they fished sustainably for more than 100 years, and the last mine on Vancouver Island closed as well. And on energy, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal record is even worse, axing the Northern Gateway Pipeline, telling our allies in Korea, in Germany, and Greece that there was no business case for Canadian LNG, and introducing legislation like Bill C-69 that killed dozens of massive energy and resource projects and led to tens of billions of dollars in investment fleeing to the United States. And for what? Just so these jobs can leave our country? For China, for India, for the U.S., to countries, Mr. Speaker, with lower environmental standards than our own? These are Canadian workers who have had their livelihoods, their ability to put food on the table to feed their families, sacrificed by the Liberals and the NDP on the altar of this green ideology. Here is the truth. No one does safety and environmental stewardship better than Canada or better than Canadians, and as long as the world needs lumber or minerals or oil and natural gas, as much of it as possible should come from right here in Canada. We also have to rebuild our military. We have our amazing men and women in uniform flying aircraft, combat aircraft, that are more than 40 years old, to say nothing of the state of our submarines. And our men and women in uniform, as amazing as they are, find a way to make it work. They really do. But it should not be up to them to become the world's experts in using old, rusted-out equipment. They deserve better than that. Hear, hear. But there is maybe no issue where the Liberals and NDP have done more damage from a human perspective than their mismanagement of the addictions crisis. First, they decriminalized hard drugs, including fentanyl, crystal meth, and crack cocaine. Then they used taxpayer money to flood the streets with a highly addictive and deadly opioid called hydromorphone or Dilaudid, while marketing it to our young people as safe supply, all part of their plan known as harm reduction. The result? Since 2015, more than 50,000 Canadians dead from drug overdoses. That's more Canadians dead than who died in the entire Second World War. That doesn't sound much like harm reduction to me. And you know, they say the definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result, right? So how about instead of handing out free drugs, we get these, our fellow Canadians, into treatment, we get them into recovery, and we return them to being healthy, productive members of our society once again. At the same time, we need to repeal the soft-on-crime Liberal legislation like Bill C-75 and Bill C-5 that have reduced jail time for serious offenders and granted near-automatic bail for career criminals. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it seems the only people who ever punished for anything anymore under the Liberals and NDP are those who actually work for a living and follow the law, whether it's our law-abiding firearm owners who have been targeted and demonized by their own government, small business owners who have been taxed and regulated to the point of insolvency, or our resource workers, as I mentioned, who have had their jobs threatened, their careers denigrated, and in some cases, their livelihoods destroyed. Right now in Canada, in so many ways, it feels as if right side up is upside down and common sense no longer exists. And that brings me to the cultural erosion that we've seen, the tearing down of statues, the erasing of our history. I was there in Victoria the day this corrosive ideology all began, when they toppled the monument to the man who built this country and without whom Canada wouldn't even exist. The truth is, this country has so much to celebrate and so much to be proud of, and we owe an infinite debt of gratitude to all those who came before us, to the prime ministers, both Liberal and Conservative, whose portraits are hanging just outside these chamber walls, who laid the foundation for what would become and for what still is the greatest country in the world. And they laid those foundations, Mr. Speaker, by being bold, by being daring, and getting things done.
Hear, hear.
In the late 1800s, Canada was a small country, divided by language and religion, and surrounded by a larger and much more powerful neighbor to our south. Yet in that historical context, we completed what many consider to be this country's greatest engineering and political feat, the Canadian Pacific Railway. Championed by Prime Minister Sir John A. Macdonald, most don't know that the bulk of the work took just 4 years to complete through some of the most difficult and expansive terrain in the world, across the Canadian Shield, through the Canadian Rockies. It was the key to bringing my province, the province of British Columbia, into Confederation. Now, can you imagine, in the current political, regulatory, and cultural climate of today, if we tried as a nation to undertake a similar feat? Instead of championing these kinds of nation-building projects, government today seems to be actively plotting against them. But it doesn't have to be this way. Macdonald dreamed big. Sir Wilfrid Laurier dreamed big as well, and we can dream big once again. And the truth, Mr. Speaker, is that the silver lining to this problem lies in its solution, is that we don't need the government to step up in any particular way. We just need the government to get out of the way and give this country back to those who built it, the people. And that begins where this country draws its greatest sources of strength, the wealth of its resources and the ingenuity of its citizens. And I intend to do my part, Mr. Speaker, to always be a voice for the hardworking citizens of my riding and this incredible country, to always be unapologetically proud to be Canadian, and to always be guided, no matter what, by what is true and what is right, not by what is politically correct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I and many of my colleagues have been able to witness the far right in the Conservative Party is alive and well within the Conservative Party and Pierre Poilievre today. Today's Conservatives, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, are in fact in need of... Oh, I saw the Speaker stand up. I thought maybe I was... to get you to calm down a little bit there. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line, and the question I have for the member is, can he share with the House his honest reflections on what residential schools are about, or were about?
Okay. So we stop here, but it's 2 o'clock. But it's 2 o'clock we start. Yeah. I believe the member for North Island, Powell River, has right to response after...
No, he can respond.
Oh, he can respond now? Yeah. Okay. Please respond, yes.
Mr. Speaker, the member across the way is once again continuing the proud Liberal tradition of spreading misinformation. I have never denied anything about the horrors that occurred in residential schools. But the Liberals are just trying to once again distract from their horrible record on the economy of doubling the national debt, of increasing violent crime by more than 50% over the past 10 years, and by leaving this country weaker and more vulnerable to intimidation and terrorists from the United States.
There will be time remaining in questions and comments after a question period, 3.5 minutes remaining. Statements by members, déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise with deep sorrow to honour Harsimrat Randhawa, a bright, kind and ambitious 21-year-old Mohawk college student from India. On April 17, 2025, Harsimrat's life was tragically cut short by a senseless act of violence. She was an innocent bystander taken from us while waiting for a bus on her way to work. In our grief, our community came together to mourn, to support one another, and remember her Simrat. That strength in community reflects the very core of what Canada stands for. As a father, I can only begin to imagine the grief that her family is enduring. The heartbreak of sending their child across the world to pursue her dreams, only to receive the devastating news that she had been killed. Her Simrat's story is a stark reminder that public safety must be a priority. Her Simrat Randhawa was loved and will be remembered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to rise as the representative for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies, a new riding for this 45th Parliament. I first wish to thank the voters, the volunteers, and their families who placed their trust in me. Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies is a diverse riding, stretching from the Great Continental Divide at the BC-Alberta through the Shuswap Highlands to the ranch and grasslands of Kamloops. It includes Craigellachie, where the last spike of the Canadian Pacific Railway was driven to unite Canada, is home to 3 national parks and spans headwater tributaries of the massive Columbia and Fraser rivers. But it is the people of this majestic riding that make it truly spectacular. It is the agriculturalists and artisans, the mountaineers and miners, the railroaders and retirees, all of the people of the Kamloops Shuswap Central Rockies that hold this seat in this House, and I pledge to do my best to ensure they are well represented.
The honourable member for Les Pays d'en Haut. Hello, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. Allow me, as I rise for the first time in this House of Commons, to tell you a great story from Les Pays d'en Haut. I stand before you and my honourable colleagues as the first federal member in the history of this new riding, and I'm very proud. If I have this incredible privilege, it's thanks to the hard work of my wife Julie, my kids Emma and William, all of my incredible team of volunteers who worked hard in my riding. Mr. Speaker, the riding of Les Pays d'en Haut is made up of mountains, lakes, trails, forests, and I will defend and protect them. And it's important for me to thank the people of Morin Heights who gave me their confidence as mayor for the last 16 years, and I'm certain that I will be able to continue to defend all members of the riding of Pays d'en Haut. Thank you.
Member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, this is my first time rising in the House of Commons after a hard-fought election. I wholeheartedly thank the constituents of Niagara West for putting their trust in me for the 8th consecutive time. But I couldn't have done any of this without the hard work and the dedication of our excellent campaign team who got the job done. We had dozens and dozens of extraordinary volunteers. Thank you for all the work you did on our campaign. Rain or shine, cold or hot, they never gave up, even on those chilly, windy days, courtesy of our Great Lake Ontario. Sign crews, door knockers, and many others, the best team in Canada. I will always remember and appreciate it. I would also like to thank my friends and family, my kids and my staff, but the biggest thank you goes to my wife, Rebecca. Rebecca is an amazing woman, and I can assure you she has lots of patience. Thank you, Rebecca, for standing as a team as we once again take this journey together. And now, it's time to get back to hard work. Canada's need us these challenging times. Conservatives are here to work tirelessly on their behalf, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the people of Bourassa for the great honour of representing them here in the House of Commons. It's a huge honour, and I also want to send a message to my colleagues. Despite our differences, we all share the same commitment to serve with integrity, to listen, and to serve with humility as we represent the voice of those who put us here. Let's make this Parliament a moment of progress and respect for all Canadians. We are here to bring about change despite any challenge that we face. Every word that will be spoken here in this House can change lives. I will share with my colleagues a quote from Nelson Mandela, who said, Everything seems impossible until it's done. So let's make this Parliament a place where the impossible can be done.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Before I begin, I'd like to thank the residents of the riding of Prince Albert for my re-election, me as their Member of Parliament. As members of this House are aware, my home province of Saskatchewan is experiencing one of the worst starts to the wildfire season on record. More than 500,000 hectares have been burned, and as of Sunday afternoon, 20 communities remained under evacuation orders. 15 active wildfires are forcing residents from communities such as Timber Bay, Hall Lake, Pelican Narrows to flee their homes. Premier Scott Moe recently spoke about the value of developing a national investment strategy, one where critical resources like air tankers can be owned by the country and shared across jurisdictions to meet the surge capacity when and where needed. It is about protecting our communities, our forests, and our future. Thank you to the firefighters and emergency personnel who are putting themselves at great risk to protect our communities. And please, let us all pray for rain.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having spent most of my life as a dairy farmer in eastern Prince Edward Island, I'd like to take this opportunity to raise a glass to all the dairy farmers across this nation. As you may know, World Milk Day was June 1st. It's a day celebrated around the world. It highlights the nutritional value of milk and recognizes the hard work of our dairy farmers, the women and men who work so hard every day to provide safe and nutritious milk to Canadians. With over 9,000 Canadian dairy farms, the dairy sector supports over 270,000 full-time jobs in communities in every province across this country. A healthy, vibrant dairy sector brings stability to both rural and urban communities while supporting the vitality of its related industries. I'm proud to be a Canadian dairy farmer, to be the son of a dairy farmer, the father of another, and to coin a phrase from the members opposite, I come from boots, not suits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' throne speech was 2,500 words, yet there wasn't one mention of the opioid crisis or the unprecedented crime wave caused by their policies. Last week in my hometown of Williams Lake, the City Council passed a motion to declare a state of emergency in response to the rising rates of vandalism, open drug use, arson, theft, overdose, and public indecency. Businesses can't even secure the mandatory insurance due to the high rates of vandalism. Meanwhile, the city is experiencing between 20 and 30 overdoses per day. City Councillor Scott Nelson said this: the rates of crime, vandalism, drugs, and overdoses have skyrocketed and it's out of control. Williams Lake, a population of 10,000, 6 prolific offenders commit over 98% of the crime. When they're in jail, the crime rate goes down. When they're out, it skyrockets. This new government must finally take the fentanyl crisis seriously. Get tough on crime, lock up repeat offenders, and keep our communities safe.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. In New France in 1724, 4 brothers under the age of 20, François, Jacques, Jean, and Pierre Archambault, settled on the banks of the Richelieu River on land that was then part of the Contrecoeur Seigneurie. They were joined by other families until they were numerous enough in 1750 to build their own church. After the deportation of 1755, they welcomed many refugees who settled in what is now known as the Rang de l'Acadie. And on November 23, 1837, thanks to reinforcements from Saint-Antoine, the Patriotes won the victory at Saint-Denis, and among them was a certain Georges-Étienne Cartier, who later changed allegiance. Today, Saint-Antoine has retained all of its charm and all of its history, and my ancestor, François Guertin, could never have imagined as he cleared his land that 300 years later, one of his descendants would be in Parliament to celebrate the 275th anniversary of his village, one of those beautiful villages on earth. Happy 275th anniversary to all the men and women of Saint-Antoine.
Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I am honoured, as are my colleagues, to rise in the House for the 45th Parliament to say thank you to the constituents of Humber River Black Creek for giving me the great opportunity and privilege of representing them for the 10th time here in Ottawa. I want to thank my tireless husband Sam, my children Kathy, Deanna, and Sam for their continued support. A special thanks to my son-in-law Graziano, for his immense support during the election, and daughter-in-law Claudia and the grandchildren. My staff, Amy, Albert, Abby, Stephanie, Xania, for their dedication to helping the residents of Humber River Black Creek every day. I would not have been elected and re-elected without the tireless efforts of the many volunteers during the campaign. To name a few, Terrell, Chris, Juan, Marina, Chris, Dave, Miss Emma, and Marianne. There are many more I would like to acknowledge, however my time is unfortunately limited. I will continue to honor my oath to serve our community of Humber River Black Creek, dedication and integrity as we work together to build a better Canada. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Sudbury East, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, last week this Liberal government tabled a $486 billion spending bill. The Prime Minister promised during the election that he would govern Canada with the new fiscal discipline. Well, Mr. Speaker, it seems like we have a case of meet the new boss just as the same as the old boss. While many people in Northern Ontario struggle to make ends meet with the ever-increasing costs of everyday life, the Liberals don't get it. They seem to talk a good game of fiscal restraint, but talk is cheap, unlike the cost of living. The Prime Minister's first bill does nothing to ease the burden of skyrocketing mortgage payments, groceries, and energy. Instead, it increases government spending by 8%, including a 36% increase for consultants. When will the Liberals put the interests of everyday Canadians ahead of their well-connected insiders in Ottawa?
The Honourable Member for Scarborough, Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the people of Scarborough Agincourt for placing their trust in me a fourth time. And gratitude to the many volunteers, supporters, campaign team, and my family who all worked so hard to allow me to continue to be a voice in Ottawa and also in the riding. I am here for you and because of you. I want to welcome all the new constituents who have joined Scarborough Agincourt because of the federal electoral boundary changes. I will focus on affordability, tariff concerns, and community safety, which is what I heard at the doors. We are truly a vibrant community, which is reflected in our many places of worship, small businesses, and excellent restaurants. I am so very proud to represent one of the most culturally diverse ridings in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
The Prime Minister has repeatedly refused to be transparent about his financial holdings. Instead of coming clean about his financial interests, he dumped his assets into a blind trust, exposing a loophole in Canada's financial disclosure laws. Through this scheme, he is keeping his financial interests a secret from Canadians in order to escape accountability. This follows a pattern of shady actions. Prior to becoming Prime Minister, he held two multi-billion-dollar funds in offshore tax havens so his company, Brookfield, could avoid paying Canadian taxes. After tabling a spending bill asking for $500 billion, Canadians deserve to know if the Prime Minister is using that spending to boost his own investment portfolio. The Prime Minister must tell Canadians what assets he held when he entered public office and if those assets were held in offshore tax havens to avoid paying Canadian taxes.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great humility that I accept this second mandate. The people of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles offered me that in the last election, and I truly appreciate it. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. Mr. Speaker, it's so... I'm sorry. To all my colleagues, any seat is a very important seat in this House of Commons, believe me. And I'll say it to all new members. I wouldn't have been able to do this without the support of my partner, my kids, my family, and my friends. and especially without the support of my volunteers, Mr. Speaker. It's been such a long time, and they worked so hard. I'm sorry to the honourable member, but...
The honourable member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, after the lost Liberal decade, Canadians can no longer afford the housing hell created by these Liberals. According to one homeless report in the Niagara region, chronic homelessness is up 41%. The problem is only getting worse, and I can see the evidence in every community in my riding. According to one home building association, housing starts are decelerating rapidly, and a massive supply deficit is beginning to take place. Meanwhile, existing homeowners are also struggling. According to Equifax, homeowners experiencing a 6% increase in people unable to make a mortgage payment. And the 90-day plus mortgage delinquency is increased by 71% across Ontario.
Shame.
The Liberal plan will create a second housing bureaucracy and will do nothing to build more homes. Canadians want action. Conservatives will continue to support a real plan that will lower taxes and make life more affordable and bring home the dream of home ownership.
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise for the first time as Member of Parliament for Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the constituents of our riding for putting their trust in me as their representative. And to my campaign team, this journey would not have been possible without you. Mr. Speaker, June is National Indigenous History Month in Canada. It is a month to celebrate Indigenous culture. It is a time to reflect on our shared history, and it is a time to acknowledge the vast contributions of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. National Indigenous History Month is also an opportunity to embrace Indigenous events in our communities, hear the beautiful languages, and support the work of Indigenous arts and crafts. I encourage all Canadians to get involved with National Indigenous History Month this June. Walaliek, Miigwech, Marci, Nokamik.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Minister ran on elbows up, promising dollar-for-dollar tariffs on the U.S. and promising this would generate $20 billion in revenue. It turns out it was actually elbows down, and the Prime Minister broke his promise and secretly cancelled those tariffs. Now Trump is threatening 50% tariffs on Canadian steel, which will devastate Canada's steel industry and put thousands of steel workers out of their jobs. Can the Prime Minister look steel workers in the eye, tell them it wasn't actually elbows down, and how much money his tariffs will actually generate?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
In this House and the Prime Minister, we will fight, Mr. Speaker, against these unjustified and illegal tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminium, Mr. Speaker. We're going to protect our workers and our industry, and the Minister of Industry already spoke about that over the weekend. And we're going to build a strong Canada, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build a Canada of tomorrow, a confident Canada, a prosperous Canada, a Canada that we can all be proud of, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
It doesn't matter which Liberal stands up to answer a question in this Parliament or last Parliament. They just actually never answer a question, Mr. Speaker. And it's not complicated. Elbows up was dollar-for-dollar tariffs. Has the Prime Minister already broken his promise to steelworkers, or was elbows up simply just fake news? And now we're facing the Trump tariffs, and steelworkers from coast to coast to coast are in serious jeopardy of losing their jobs. It's a simple question. How much money from these quote-unquote elbows-up tariffs have they generated?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
There's a lot of anxiety across the country, particularly when it comes to the steel and aluminum sectors. That's why over the weekend I've been in contact with industry leaders as well as union leaders. And we will continue to make sure that we protect their jobs. In order to be in solution mode, Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that Canadian steel and aluminum is used in our major infrastructure projects. That is why steel workers have said over the weekend, at a time where our steel and aluminum sectors are being hit by massive U.S. tariffs, this is the kind of leadership we've been demanding, and it has delivered.
The The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
To be clear, the Prime Minister promised elbows up against U.S. tariffs. He promised dollar-for-dollar counter tariffs. He promised it would generate $20 billion in revenue, but he broke those promises. He secretly dropped counter tariffs to effectively zero. He stopped fighting back against President Trump pretty early on, and now Trump is threatening to double tariffs on Canadian steel to 50%, a direct attack against our workers, their livelihoods, and the Canadian economy. So if the Prime Minister really is elbows up, if he's really fighting back, can he tell our steelworkers how many dollars have been collected in counter tariff revenue from the U.S.? How many dollars? What's the number, Mr. Speaker?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague and congratulate her for the fact that she will be now my critic. So good news, looking forward to working with her. Indeed, the comments coming out of the White House are preoccupying. That being said, no executive order has been signed yet. So we take these comments very seriously, but we are working on all scenarios. That's why the Prime Minister is in Saskatoon meeting with the premiers of the provinces and territories, and that's also why we will make sure that we execute our plan, fight, protect, and build.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I didn't hear a dollar amount on revenue from those counter tariffs, so we can assume it's effectively zero. And if the steel tariffs weren't bad enough, the Prime Minister is determined to keep the industrial carbon tax on our steel production, driving up the cost of steel production here at home, which perhaps is really no surprise given the Prime Minister said he claimed that Canadians don't even use that much steel, as if we don't use dishwashers and fridges and cars and pots and pans and baby strollers and housing infrastructure, all of which are made with steel, Mr. Speaker. So how can the Prime Minister claim to be elbows up for workers and fighting for affordability while keeping a punishing carbon tax on our Canadian steel producers?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
We'll take no lesson from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. We have put in place as a country, as a nation, the largest counter tariff in our nation history, Mr. Speaker, to protect our workers in the steel industry, in the aluminum industry, in the forestry sector, in all the sectors of our economy to defend our workers and our industry, Mr. Speaker. We should all in this room, in this House, stand proudly to defend Canadian workers, defend Canadian industry, and build Canada strong. That's Canadian, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, aluminum workers in Saguenay are very concerned. The Prime Minister promised Canadians that he would stand up to Americans and their tariffs. And now Mr. Trump is threatening to slap once again a 50% tariff on aluminum. Meanwhile, the Liberal government has reduced tariffs on American products to almost nothing. But the Prime Minister told us he would collect $2 billion. Can Saguenay workers know how much the Prime Minister has collected in counter tariffs to date? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Listen, I understand the anxiety that my colleague has expressed, and this is throughout the aluminum sector, and that's why over the weekend I went to the Aluminum Summit Sunday evening in Montreal to meet with not only industry leaders, but also to talk with the union leaders. We're going to continue to support our aluminum sector in Quebec, and we're going to use aluminum and Quebec steel and Canadian steel in our infrastructure projects. We're going to create jobs, we're going to protect these workers, and we're going to be able to defend our country against this injustice from the White House. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, many Canadians voted for this Prime Minister thinking he would stand up to Mr. Trump. But it didn't take long for him to remove the counter tariffs on American products. Then he said he would be more fiscally responsible, but he presented spending forecasts that even outstripped those of his predecessor. He talks like a conservative, but governs like Justin Trudeau. He says one thing and then does another. When will this Prime Minister stop talking out of both sides of his mouth? The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Revenue. I'm surprised to hear my colleagues' comments. He should be proud that our PM is standing up to the President. We did not capitulate. We're standing up to defend workers in this industry. We know how important the aluminum industry is in Quebec. We know the expertise of our workers, and the best aluminum in the world is produced in Canada and Quebec, and we're going to continue to defend this industry and our workers and build a strong country together. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals got elected by promising that Trump's tariff threats would be their top priority. And yet, it's not the new tariff threats on aluminum and steel that are being discussed today in Saskatoon between the premiers. No, the priority being discussed is forcing Quebec to accept a dirty oil pipeline from the West. Quebecers voted for a government that would protect them from Donald Trump. They did not vote for pipelines. Are the Liberals going to get their priorities straight? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, obviously, Quebecers are very concerned by the tariff war from the U.S., and that's why they elected us with 44 Quebec MPs. This is the first time since '81, and we are going to be here to defend jobs and workers in the aluminum sector because we know that these tariff threats are against this sector. So we're going to work with the member from Lac-Saint-Jean and Bécancour, etc. But fundamentally, we're going to stand up tall to protect our jobs. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, even before meeting with Quebec and the provinces today, the Prime Minister met with business leaders yesterday. Not representatives from the steel and aluminum industries to discuss Trump's new tariff threats. No, he met with CEOs from the fossil fuel sector. Oil companies first, Quebec and the provinces a close second. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was not elected to serve oil companies. He was elected to protect Quebec's economy from Donald Trump's threats. How come these oil companies are coming first? The Honourable Minister of Industry. I think the Bloc needs to understand that the role of the PM is to talk to everyone, whether it's in the aluminum sector or in steel or clean energy or traditional energy. That's the job of the Prime Minister. That's something that the Bloc will never understand. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, what's fundamental is right now we want to build. We're going to invest in major infrastructure projects. And one of the infrastructure projects for the Quebec that is fundamental is the high-speed train from Windsor to Quebec City, something that the Bloc should support. The honourable member for Jonquière. While the prairies are burning, the premiers are in Saskatoon talking about dirty oil pipelines and abandoning environmental assessments. That's Canadian identity today, Mr. Speaker. A Liberal Prime Minister who talks to oil companies before talking to his provincial counterparts. Provinces that isolate Quebec to force it to accept a pipeline. All these people keep telling us that it's a matter of Canadian unity and of national interest. Does the Minister of Canadian Identity also believe that Canadian unity and the national interests mean building pipelines while the prairies burn? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, you know what's the national interest? That's job creation and protecting jobs. And that's what people in all ridings where the Bloc are active in, who's able to deliver? There's just one party, and that's the Liberal Party. And there's only one government that can protect and create jobs, and that's us. We're going to do this by working with the Quebec government, of course, and traveling with the provinces. But it's fundamental in this tariff war to fight against this White House rhetoric and to create jobs at the same time.
Honourable member for Flamborough, Glen Brook, Brant North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister promised elbows up, promising dollar-for-dollar tariffs on the U.S. that would collect $20 billion. The Prime Minister broke that promise, giving Canadians elbows down when he dropped the tariffs on the U.S. to effectively zero. Now Trump is threatening to double tariffs on Canadian steel to 50%, attacking Canadian workers, their jobs, their livelihoods, and our industry. Can the Prime Minister tell our steel workers how much has been collected from tariffs on the U.S.?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
The member on the other side is misinformed, but let's talk about the great things we've been doing for Canadians lately. Mr. Speaker, last week we introduced as the first thing in this House a tax reduction for the middle class, Mr. Speaker. 22 million Canadians will benefit from that measure, Mr. Speaker. Not only only we did that, but we also make sure that we remove the GST for first-time home buyers on their first house up to $1 million, Mr. Speaker. Those are measures that makes a difference in the life of Canadians. Those are measures that makes a difference in every region of Canada. Those are measures that build a Canada strong, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Flamborough, Glanbrook, Brant North.
So did you hear that, steel workers in Hamilton? Not a number in that arrogant answer. Well, I don't think that's surprising, given that this is a government whose Prime Minister believes that Canadians don't actually use steel in their daily lives. But for workers and businesses in my community of Hamilton who are looking for the support that might have come from the revenue of those counter tariffs, they're being left empty-handed, and they are worried about their future. So let me ask again, if the Liberals are truly fighting back, can they tell us how much has been collected from tariffs? How much? Just a number.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, we know that there's a lot of anxiety across the country in the steel and aluminum sector, particularly in Hamilton. That's why I was in contact with the CEO of ArcelorMittal, Dofasco, over the weekend, talking to the head also of the Canadian steelworkers, making sure that our MPs also from Hamilton are really on board and as they're fighting for the jobs in their own communities. Mr. Speaker, this rhetoric coming out of the White House is extremely preoccupying, but meanwhile, no executive order has been signed. That's why we'll continue to fight with counter-tariffs to protect our workers and to make sure that we build national projects.
The honourable member for New Tecumseh, Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, unemployment is up 7%. Youth unemployment is 14%. Canadians can't find work, and the burden of government red tape is making things even worse. Small businesses spend 32 working days every year wrapped up in excessive regulations. It's no wonder they can't afford to hire or innovate. Will the Liberals finally cut the red tape, strangling our economy so businesses can hire and Canadians can find a job?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, this government is focused on making sure that employers have the quality, skilled talent that they need to grow their small, medium-sized businesses and ensure that corporations across this country have the kind of innovation and talent that they are all asking for. So I would recommend that that member listen to the employers and check in with the employers in his riding who are talking about the need for more talent. We'll be there, Mr. Speaker, for every Canadian that wants to ensure they can to get a great job.
The honourable member for New Tecumseh, Gwillimbury.
It's been 10 years, and I have been listening to Canadians, and the minister should listen to Canadians who can't find a job. There are fewer new entrepreneurs than ever. Productivity and growth are down. Forget the scissors, forget the pruners, hum them. We need a chainsaw to cut through all this red tape. It's time to clear a path for Canadians to be successful and to hire. So why do the Liberals keep choking Canadian workers and businesses with their red tape?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister often says, no one can do to Canada the kind of bad things to be against the good things that Canadians can do for themselves. The Prime Minister and ministers are in Saskatoon today doing the hard work of removing red tape in the form of internal trade barriers so we can have one Canadian economy and not 13 Canadian economies. This will lower prices up to 15%, productivity up to 7%, and add $200 billion to the economy, Mr. Speaker. That's eliminating red tape. That's standing up for Canada.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised elbows up, promising dollar-for-dollar tariffs on the U.S. and claimed he would collect $20 billion. The Prime Minister broke down that promise, giving Canadian steel and auto workers an elbow in the ribs when he dropped tariffs on the U.S. to effectively zero. Now President Trump is threatening to double tariffs on Canadian steel to 50%, attacking Canadian workers, their jobs, their livelihoods, and our industry. Can the Prime Minister tell us how much he has actually collected from tariffs, and so far, how is he going to help secure jobs in Windsor?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Only we will make sure that Canadian steel and aluminum is in our major projects, but we will make sure that all the investments we're putting in defense are to create jobs, which will have an impact on the steel and aluminum sector. And that is why the United Steelworkers mentioned at a time where our steel and aluminum sectors are being hit by massive U.S. tariffs, this is the kind of leadership we've been demanding, and that has been delivered by this government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Prime Minister promised elbows up. He promised dollar-for-dollar tariffs on the U.S., and he promised he would collect $20 billion in revenue. But in reality, he quietly dropped the tariffs on the U.S., practically to zero. And now Donald Trump is threatening to double tariffs on Canadian steel to 50%. This will destroy our industry and punish our workers. Since the Canadian tax revenue was supposed to support Canadian steel workers, can the Prime Minister tell us how much has he collected so far for jobs in Oxford? And just give us just the number.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Speaker, I would like to see in this House the same movement we've seen with steel workers in the industry, Mr. Speaker. This is a nation where we need to come together as a nation. This is a moment to fight together these unjustified tariffs, Mr. Speaker. This is a time to make sure we protect our industry and our worker. This is a time where we need to build this country, like the Prime Minister is doing with the premiers today in Saskatoon, Mr. Speaker. I just wish in this House that everyone would stand up to defend our industry, defend our worker, and build Canada strong, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Surprise, surprise, they can't give us a number. And now Trump's 50% tariffs on steel will shut down our plants across our country. Thousands of jobs are on the line. Layoffs have already started in Oxford. There is anxiety on our floor shops and our kitchen tables. And it's not just Trump's tariffs that are killing jobs, it's also the Liberal industrial carbon tax. That's right. If the Prime Minister can't get a deal with Trump on tariffs, will at least give our workers a fighting chance. Remove the Liberal industrial carbon tax today.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, we know that we need to make sure that we fight back with strong counter tariffs against this rhetoric coming out of the White House. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? Our strategy has been working. There's only 2 countries on earth that have put counter tariffs against tariffs by the Americans, China and us. And by the way, today the U.S. Chamber of Commerce said that this threat of 50% tariffs in the steel and aluminum sector was completely unacceptable. We will work with our allies within the American society, and we will make sure that we fight back.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The elections have once again proven that Indigenous people are treated as second-class citizens federally. In Abitibi Bay Jane's Nunavut, the Inuit were unable to vote. It has been reported that in at least 6 communities, polling station opening hours were not respected. In Avujivik, the office was never even opened. No one was able to vote there. If this had happened in Toronto, it would have been a scandal. But in the North, it's tolerated. Does the Minister to Indigenous Services think it's normal that the Inuit were denied their right to vote in this way? The Honourable Government House Leader. Elections Canada is an independent agency and, in fact, one of the best in the world. And it protects our democracy very securely and efficiently. If there are issues in terms of the election and how they were conducted, well, questions should be brought to them. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, Elections Canada has taken away the Inuits' right to vote, the most fundamental right in a democracy. This is completely unacceptable, yet it is accepted. No one's talking about it. We cannot condone this harm caused to the Inuit by Elections Canada, whether it's through incompetence or negligence. What will the minister do to ensure that Elections Canada reveals everything that happened, and what measures will they take to ensure that this never happens again in their riding or elsewhere? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, like the member knows full well, if there are issues these concerns can be brought, as all Canadians can do. They can bring their concerns to Elections Canada, and I'm sure that this independent agency, which is the pride of our country, will try to answer these questions. And the right to vote is obviously the most fundamental right for Canadians, and we fight for it every day here in the House. But Elections Canada is in charge of conducting our elections. They do a good job, and they will be answering these questions.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister introduced his first spending bill. The Liberals increased spending by 8% after promising to keep it below 2%. Spending on consultants alone increased by more than 36% to an unprecedented $26.1 billion. Now, every Canadian household has to pay $1,400 per year in taxes just to pay for well-connected Liberal insiders. Liberal spending drives inflation. When will they spend responsibly to ensure Canadians and residents of Kitchener Centre never have to decide between filling the refrigerator or putting...
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, this new government is making sure that spending is being carefully managed and focused on our most pressing priorities. In 2023 and 24, departments started reducing spending on professional and travel services by $500 million. We will continue to review our spending to make sure that we're being efficient, effective, and focused. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, on the very day the Prime Minister pledged a 2% spending cap, his government unveiled a bill that surges spending by 8%, shattering that promise. Consultant fees skyrocketed by 36% after they promised to cut them, costing Canadian families $1,400 in additional taxes. While households are forced to manage their budgets, this Liberal government acts unchecked, putting jobs at risk. After 10 years of Liberal failures, why does the Prime Minister think it's okay to spend even more money on government insiders and lobbyists?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I just talked about our spending reduction, but also let's talk about investment in the mains. It includes important funding to support dental care, the Canadian Forces, and border services. This new government is investing in Canadians to build Canada strong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, a new Prime Minister, but nothing has changed. He's proposing the same spending that will cause the same painful consequences for Canadians. People in the auto industry in Windsor, Ontario, are worried about losing their homes if they are laid off. The reasons of Liberal spending are missed mortgage payments and skyrocketing losses, job losses. How is a Liberal government asking to spend $500 billion causing further inflation without a budget plan?
L'honorable ministre des Finances et du Revenu national.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome my colleague to this House, but she should know that we made generational investment in Windsor, Mr. Speaker, in the auto sector. She should be celebrating the Liberal government. She should be standing up to say thanks to this government, the worker, the industry, people in Windsor can see a future, Mr. Speaker. The people of Windsor know that we have their back. They know that we're going to fight for them. We're going to fight for the industry. We're going to fight for the auto workers. We're going to build Canada strong together, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Prime Minister brought in his first spending bill. After 10 years of this Liberal government, I thought it was impossible to somehow be worse than Justin Trudeau, but this is worse. The Prime Minister inherited an obese Liberal government and promised to spend less. And yet here there is 8% more in spending than what Justin Trudeau did during his last year. Without a budget, how can the Prime Minister explain this to his colleague, who's the former Minister of Finance of Quebec? How can he explain that we will be managing Canada without a budget? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation, Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is true that we received a strong mandate to make government more efficient, for example, by using new technology and by reducing dependence on external consultants. That's what we're doing and will continue to do, Mr. Speaker. We will also ensure that the public service has the expertise and tools it needs in order to accomplish its mission. But I will also mention that, for example, in the estimates, there is funding for dental care, among other things, which millions of people in the ridings of my colleagues on the other side of the House depend on. My colleagues said they would support this during the campaign, but now they say they won't, and it's really regrettable and shameful that they'll be taking away dental care for millions of people, their own constituents. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let me just say that we are not going to take budget lessons from the other side of the House. Spending will increase about 3 times faster than inflation and demographic growth. That's a $500 million level without a single budget. $500 billion rather, without a budget. When my colleagues go meet families, single moms, entrepreneurs, all sorts of people who manage to make budgets and who are struggling to make ends meet, how can people like that accept this kind of spending without a budget? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to thank my constituents, but it is amazing to see the Conservative selective amnesia, because just a month ago they were unable to put out a costed budget, even though they had been a costed platform, rather, even though they'd been asking for an election for years. They had plenty of time to prepare, but then they produced a platform that wasn't worth the paper it was printed on. What would my colleague tell his constituents when he's going to vote against the dental care plan, which recently was opened up to people between 18 and 64, which will open up dental care to millions of Canadians? He should be ashamed to vote against that.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Secretary of State for Rural Development. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I had the opportunity.
Sorry, couldn't hear the member. Would the member like to start over? I still can't hear the member. So.
State for Rural Development. And it is indeed a very serious issue. I'd ask my Conservative friends to calm down a little bit. You know, we have very serious wildfires that are taking place in Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Victims of this fire, Mr. Speaker, are having to be evacuated from rural communities in our prairies by the thousands. This is a very serious issue. I want to compliment the efforts of the firefighters and the first responders for doing a fantastic job. Can the Secretary of State explain what it is the federal government is doing?
The Secretary of State for Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a very serious matter. And I was home in Saskatchewan this weekend, and I met with the Premier. We had a very good press conference. I met with Métis Indigenous leaders. I met with local leaders, and I met with a lot of different groups, including the evacuees that are struggling with this during this very challenging time. I want to say that many of my constituents were forced to flee their homes, and certainly our prayers are sent out to them. But I'll say quickly that the federal government is ready to assist. Mr. Speaker, we'll be there for Saskatchewan, we'll be there for Manitoba, we'll be there for all of Canada.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Knocking on doors that met Foothills families who are in tears because they're losing their jobs and they're losing their businesses because of the Liberal attacks on Canadian energy. These are small business owners who employ hundreds of thousands of Canadians right across this country. They need real action, no more political games. Like the provinces, they want to build, because pipelines mean paychecks, mean a growing economy, and energy independence. So why are the Liberals the only holdout? The Prime Minister is meeting with premiers in Saskatchewan today. Will he approve a pipeline at that meeting?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is indeed meeting the 13 provincial and territorial leaders today with one clear goal: to support nation-building projects that bring Canadians together by ensuring that they are expedited but also efficiently reviewed. As the Prime Minister said, any project will need to get consensus from provinces, Indigenous communities and private partners, and will be subject to assessment, but Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has also been clear: it's time to build in Canada, and build is what we're going to do.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Well, the Prime Minister may be meeting, but he sure isn't listening. while he dawdles, the opportunities to unleash Canadian energy pass us by because of the Liberals' anti-energy legislation that blocks infrastructure and blocks investment. Like the provinces, they want to build. Canadian workers want to work. Canadians want energy independence, but C69 blocks pipelines, 48 blocks shipping. The job-killing carbon tax, or the industrial carbon tax, is punishing our energy sector. Will the Prime Minister end his attacks on Canadian oil and gas and repeal his anti-energy legislation today?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we were served another reminder just this weekend of the threats that we face in terms of trade around the world. This government will fight, protect, and build. This Prime Minister is in Saskatoon today with 13 provincial and territorial leaders to build one Canadian economy, not 13. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we intend to build this country. We intend to build major national projects in this country, and we intend to put Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, and Canadian workers to work building the country that we live in.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
The Prime Minister is meeting with provinces in Saskatoon today. The consensus is clear as the call to build pipelines and energy infrastructure becomes louder and louder. The only one standing in the way is the federal Liberal government. Building energy projects means a stronger Canadian economy, less dependence on the United States, and powerful paychecks for Canadian workers. Will the Liberal government approve a pipeline at the meeting in Saskatchewan today?
Yeah. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been very, very clear, and I don't know if my friends across the aisle have heard it quite clearly. Certainly Canadians heard it in the last federal election when they returned a Liberal government with a very, very clear mandate. That is to fight for this country, fight against trade threats from other places, protect the citizens of this country, protect, yes, our natural resources, protect our workers, but also, Mr. Speaker, to build this country, to build major national projects. That's what's on the agenda today in Saskatoon, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot of rhetoric from this Liberal government about making Canada an energy superpower, but their commitment to job-killing anti-Canadian energy legislation holds back our potential as a nation. The actions needed today are to repeal the No New Pipeline C69, repeal the shipping ban C48, repeal the job-killing oil and gas production cap, repeal the industrial carbon tax. So will this Liberal government take action today, the action needed to repeal their anti-energy agenda?
Excellent. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how we can be much more clear. The Prime Minister convened the 13 provincial and territorial leaders today with the express purpose of discussing with them the kind of major national nation-building projects that this country can consider undertaking. That is what is going on in Saskatoon. I don't know if the members across actually follow the news or followed the election campaign, but what happened is we said it's time to build, Mr. Speaker, and build is what we're going to do.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is meeting the provinces in Saskatchewan today, and we're hearing a clear consensus. We're hearing calls to build pipelines and energy infrastructure. There are more and more of these calls. Quebecers want pipelines, and the only obstacle in their way is the federal government. If we build energy projects, we'll be strengthening our Canadian economy, reducing our dependence on the U.S., and we'll be making sure that our Canadian workers can bring home good paychecks. So, will the Liberal government approve the building of a new Canadian pipeline today at the meeting? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is indeed in Saskatoon today. And what is being discussed there? Yes, energy. Yes, big national energy projects. Yes, the complete elimination of interprovincial trade barriers and make just one federal economy, or one pan-Canadian economy rather, in order to increase our GDP by 4% according to some economists. And so we will be making sure to create good jobs, investment in Quebec, elsewhere in Canada, and Mr. Speaker, we will be building Canada. That's what we're here to do. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, throughout the campaign, the Prime Minister said that he had a plan to build new energy projects. So what better time than today to present his plan to all of the Canadian premiers together and explain how he will be building that energy infrastructure. People in my riding in Quebec and in Canada are all sick and tired of paying more for less. Will the Liberal government spare a thought for our rural regions and abolish Bill C-69, the anti-energy bill? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I know the member is new to this House. I don't know if he's following the news. But the Prime Minister is in Saskatoon, and he's working closely with all of the provinces and territories. And what are they talking about? Energy projects, as well as others, that will make Canada an economic superpower on the global stage. Our mandate is to build Canada strong. That is the mandate we got through the election campaign. And that's exactly what we're going to do.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, the very first call I received from a Calgarian was from a small business owner being extorted by criminals for $300,000. Extortions in Calgary, Brampton, and Edmonton are on the rise and only getting worse. Under these Liberal extortion cases are up 357%. Liberals voted down Conservative Bill C-381 to tackle extortion. The bill sets mandatory minimum penalties for extortion after Liberals took away penalties in their soft on crime bill C-5. Will the Prime Minister work with Conservatives to adopt Bill C-381 to crack down on violent extortions?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, extortion is a serious crime and we're taking it seriously. Extortion carries a penalty of life in prison in Canada, Mr. Speaker. That is extremely serious. If committed with a firearm, there's minimum sentences as well. We'll act decisively to strengthen the criminal code and move aggressively to protect victims by making bail laws stricter as well, Mr. Speaker, for violent organized criminals. And we'll work closely with the RCMP and local police across the country. We created a task force. There's more work to do. We're investigating these serious issues, and I hope the criminal...
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray.
Failed Liberal drug policies flooding the streets with dangerous drugs, causing crime and chaos in our street, are making the addiction crisis worse. Every day, 22 Canadians die from drug overdose. During the last Liberal decade, we've seen more people die from addiction than we lost in the Second World War. We've heard heartbreaking stories of young people becoming addicted to drugs labeled as safe, only to later lose their life to addiction. Conservatives want to see investment in treatment and recovery. Simple question. Will the Prime Minister reverse course and put an end to the deadly, unsafe supply program today?
L'Honorable Ministre de la Santé.
Merci, Monsieur. The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Well, Mr. Speaker, as you know, this situation affects Canadians, and my department and I are closely considering the question, and we will be looking for solutions. Thank you.
Member for Fort McMurray.
Fentanyl is 100 times more potent than heroin, and as little as 2 milligrams can kill a person. Through the last Liberal decade, Canada has become a fentanyl manufacturing hub, with Breaking Bad-style super labs popping up across the country. Mass fentanyl production is mass murder. But Liberal laws let these monsters who traffic the deadly drugs walk free. Conservatives are proposing mandatory life sentences to those involved with trafficking, production, distribution of more than 40 milligrams of fentanyl. Will the Prime Minister take real action and give life sentences to the drug kingpins committing mass murder?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, fentanyl has impacted every single community in North America. And I know that we see the impacts of fentanyl and its use have killed so many young people. That's why we listed 7 cartels as terrorist entities under the criminal code. I'm working closely with Kevin Brasseau, Canada's fentanyl czar at home and abroad to put a laser-sharp focus on dismantling fentanyl rings. We will put those who profit from this drug behind bars, Mr. Speaker. We will always be there to protect Canadians.
Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, Francophone immigration plays an essential role in strengthening minority Francophone communities throughout the country. It's also important for supporting economic growth, and that's why I'm proud to say that we have set ambitious goals for the years to come: 8.5% for 2025, 9.5% for 2026, and 10% for 2027. Can the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship tell us about what the government is doing to support Francophone immigration? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his question and his hard work on Francophone immigration. Last year, we exceeded our Francophone immigration target for Francophone immigration outside Quebec, and we are determined to support the strength and long-term growth of Francophone communities outside Quebec. That's why our new government will establish a 12% objective for Francophone immigration outside Quebec by 2029. Thank you.
Excellent. Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just handed the keys to his government to Marc-Andre Blanchard, Trudeau's UN ambassador and now his chief of staff. This is the guy who wants to invest in killing oil and gas and do it.
Would the member like to rewind a bit and to... Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just handed the keys to the government to Mr. Blanchard, Trudeau's UN ambassador, now his chief of staff. This is the guy who wants to invest in killing in oil and gas. Where are the claps? And do it through Brookfield. Right. Who else worked at Brookfield? Anyone? Well, it was the Prime Minister himself. Why is the Prime Minister surrounding his government with Trudeau loyalists who want to shut down Canada's energy sector? And is that why he still refuses to publicly disclose his Brookfield assets?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, we welcome the appointment of a new Chief of Staff in the Office of the Prime Minister. Mr. Blanchard is a great public servant, a great Canadian who has had a stellar career in the private and the public sectors, and we welcome back to public service. And as for the Prime Minister, he follows, as all members must, the most stringent code of ethics for elected members in the world, and the Prime Minister will obviously continue to comply with all of the rules.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Not just the energy sector under threat, it's public safety too. While the Prime Minister's new Chief of Staff is hell-bent on shutting down oil and gas, he's also brought back David Lametti as Principal Secretary, the same failed Justice Minister.
If the member can start from the top on that.
Lacking incompetence, the same minister that they fired. This is the same minister who gutted bail and pushed soft on crime bills like Bill C-5 and C-75 that they all voted for. Laws that helped unleash chaos on our streets, drive violent crime up 50%. Is the Prime Minister really doubling down on the same Trudeau insiders who always put criminals over that of community safety?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
There seems to be a very odd fixation on the personnel decisions in the Prime Minister's office. The obvious accountability is done in this House, as the member well knows, and he can ask any question that he wants to any minister of this House without impugning people that aren't here. But Mr. Lametti, for his part, a great former parliamentarian, a great Italian-Canadian, a distinguished person who is entering public service. These people should be celebrating that great Canadians are prepared to step up and enroll for public service and serve Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
The Prime Minister yesterday announced his new Chief of Staff and Principal Secretary. These are two of the top officials, some of the most powerful people in Ottawa, directing policy. The new Chief of Staff wants to kill oil and gas and says it needs to be done through Brookfield. David Lametti was Trudeau's Justice Minister, oversaw our broken bail system, and kept C5 and C75 laws on the books. Why is the Prime Minister surrounding himself with Trudeau officials that want to keep oil and gas in the ground and keep soft on crime laws on the books?
The honourable government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I do not understand this odd fixation with personnel decisions. What we have in this House is a number of public servants who are quite willing to answer questions about the public policies of this government and to be held accountable for those. We obviously celebrate when distinguished, capable and talented people join the Government of Canada. That is certainly the case, as we heard over the weekend, but I suggest that members move on to asking about the issues that Canadians are concerned about.
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the face of repeated threats by the United States to our economic sovereignty, Canadians chose to give our government a strong mandate to build a strong Canada. Now, as we've heard, today the Prime Minister and Premiers are meeting in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, one of the economic engines of this great country, and strengthening Canada's economy is on the agenda. Now, members opposite have imagined a lot of outcomes from a meeting they weren't invited to. But in an effort to get back to facts, can the Minister of Finance and National Revenue inform the House on details of this work and its importance to Canada?
L'honorable ministre des Finances et du Revenu National.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Calgary Confederation and welcome him to this House and thank him for the excellent work he's doing for people of Calgary, but also of Alberta, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, the First Minister's meeting is happening today in Saskatoon is an important opportunity for the Prime Minister to bring the premiers together around the table with one common agenda, Mr. Speaker, focusing on building a stronger and united Canada. It's time to build one Canadian economy, accelerate the approval of nation-building projects. Mr. Speaker, together we're going to build Canada strong. That's what we're doing.
The honourable member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
For 7 months, parliamentary committees have sat idle while, according to the Prime Minister, the country is facing an existential threat, and it appears that he's in no rush to have them constituted. Committees are an important function of our democracy. Committees are where bills are scrutinized, where witnesses tell MPs about the impacts these bills and threats are having on their businesses, their lives, and their communities, where the government is held to account. We don't have a budget, and without committees, there will be no oversight or accountability. Maybe that's what the Prime Minister wants. Will the Prime Minister commit to ensuring committees are in place before his summer vacation starts?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've taken careful note, and of course, standing committees will be constituted in this House, as they always are. But I wonder where that member was last fall when this party spent 3 straight months refusing to hear one single government proposal with respect to improving the lives of Canadians, with respect to improving our environment, with respect to moving forward on other projects. Where was that member? He should be ashamed of asking that question right now.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, for 20 months, the Netanyahu regime has been mercilessly bombing Palestinians in Gaza. 54,000 are dead, including 15,000 children. Hundreds of thousands of people have been wounded. Hunger used as a weapon of war. Hospitals have been bombed. Families have burned alive. Once humanity said never again, but today it's happening again under our very eyes. The Prime Minister stood with France and the UK to say that if this didn't stop, he would not remain idle. On behalf of all of the children that have been murdered and mutilated in Gaza, will the Liberals prepare sanctions against Netanyahu and his cabinet?
The Honourable Secretary of State for International Development.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is deeply concerned by the renewed escalation in Gaza. These attacks put the lives of countless civilians in danger. We urge both parties to remain committed to ceasefire, save the preventable loss of countless lives. Essentials, foods, electricity, fuel, and medical supplies must never be used as political tools. We call for the immediate and unimpeded flow into the Strip and for the release of all remaining hostages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that does it for today's question period. Give members a couple of seconds to go where they may be going. We go straight to routine proceedings. Thank you. Affaires courantes ordinaires. Dépôt de documents.
Daily routine of business, tabling of documents.
No, nothing? Okay. Dépôt de...
Introduction of government bills.
No. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
I'm just hovering in case you have any.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for, is it Calgary Centre?
I rise today to present a petition on behalf of Canadians that are lamenting the fact that this government's going to go through right into the summer holidays, their holidays, without presenting a budget to Canadians about how they're spending their hard-earned tax dollars. Now, this is the first time this has actually happened in Canadian history, especially with a legacy government.
Point of order from the honourable member.
Speaker, this is obviously not a petition. It's more of a member statement that he is making. If he's presenting a petition, he should be talking about the essence of the petition only.
The honourable member can proceed, but obviously focused on the petition. Could the member,
Mr. Speaker, without being
sorry, could the member start over? I was speaking to somebody. Could the member start over, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition on behalf of Canadians that are lamenting the fact that there is no budget going into this summer holiday the government plans to take without presenting to Canadians how they're actually going to be spending their hard tax-earned dollars. Now, they talk about the first time this being in Canadian history where a legacy government has not presented a spring budget and is going to put it off until the fall. They talk about the actual position we're going to, and the creation of uncertainty that and the lack of public trust that actually comes in this. Therefore, they call for the federal government to immediately table a budget and extend the House sittings so we can actually get some clarity on what this government's spending money on beyond the $60 billion plus that they presented in their policies during the election. I tabled this on behalf of Canadians across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Chair, Mr. Speaker, I rise to table a petition on behalf of Vancouver East constituents who took part in the peace train journey to Ottawa to promote a culture of peace and resist the culture of war. They noted that Canada is a signatory of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and Canada's adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples further reflects our commitment to the principles of justice, equality, and freedom. They noted that these principles are essential to peace, to prevent conflict and war, and for Canada's own security and stability. They noted that lack of universal respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms is a chief underlying cause of violent conflict. In the face of ever-increasing violent wars, nuclear threat, climate disruption, and humanitarian crisis, the signatories call upon the House of Commons in Parliament assembled to establish and fund a Centre of Excellence for Peace and Justice focused on research, education, and training in conflict resolution, diplomacy, and peace operations for Canadian civilians, police, military personnel, and the international community.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I'm also tabling a petition on behalf of the peace trainers from my riding from Parksville, Denman Island, Courtenay, and Port Alberni and Banfield. And Mr. Speaker, I'll add to it that the petitioners cite that the lack of universal respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms is the underlying cause of violent conflict. They highlight that an open society and an informed public in Parliament is essential for the understanding of complex issues of violent conflict and for the achieving of lasting peace and disarmament. And with the closing of the Pearson Peace Centre, Canada lost an important civilian-led, independent institutional structure that supported effective research policy and training in peace operations and conflict resolution. So they're calling, Mr. Speaker, on the House of Commons to establish and fund a Centre of Excellence for Peace and Justice focused on research, education, and training in conflict resolution, diplomacy, and peace operations for Canadian civilians, police, military personnel, and the international community. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Petitioners call upon this House to consider the urgent crisis in the collapsing numbers of the population of southern resident killer whales. They've been identified as an endangered population under the Canada Species at Risk Act. There have been numerous programs and promises put in place, but the southern resident killer whale population continues to lack adequate protection and would be far better protected when they swim across the border and are in the waters of Washington state, where the rules are more rigid, where the regulations are enforced immediately, and when boaters and large marine craft are aware that they can be fined and ticketed as opposed to ignored when they violate whale protections on our side of the border. The petitioners urgently ask the Minister of Transportation to impose mandatory vessel distance regulations, just as is the case south of the border in Washington state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Presenting petitions? No. Questions on the order paper?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I would like to congratulate you for your election to the speakership. And
that all questions be allowed to stand.
Okay. I wish to inform the House that I have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre to rise and make a brief intervention.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to request an emergency debate regarding the devastating wildfires currently impacting Manitoba and surrounding regions. As of last week, more than 17,000 people have been forced in Manitoba to evacuate their homes in northern Manitoba, many from remote and northern First Nation communities. Thick smoke from these fires has spread across the country and into the United States, creating serious public health concerns. Both Manitoba and Saskatchewan have declared states of emergency and are now appealing for international assistance. Yet Canada's emergency response system is once again failing those most in need, particularly Indigenous communities. The response has been slow, bureaucratic, and disconnected from the realities on the ground. First Nations leadership and evacuees are sounding the alarm. The system is broken and the people are paying the price. In a country like Canada, no community should be left behind during a climate disaster. It is our duty as parliamentarians to act. Therefore, I respectfully request an emergency debate to deliberate immediate actions to protect affected communities and ensure a just and effective response to this worsening crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre for her intervention. I am prepared to grant an emergency debate concerning wildfires in Manitoba and Saskatchewan. This debate will be held tomorrow at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset. Thank you.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, resuming debate on the address and reply to the speech from the throne and on the amendment as amended of Mr. Scheer.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River, has 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to answer questions.
He's not here anymore.
The honourable member is not here.
So we'll go on to Quebec Centre.
So we'll go now to the honourable member for Quebec Centre, Quebec Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies because my voice is a bit weak today, but it's always a good moment to speak on behalf of my constituents. And first, I'd like to say I'll be sharing my time with the member, my very dear colleague, the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. And I'm rising, obviously, today to express my pride and recognition to the electors of Quebec Centre, who on last April supported me for a consecutive term, allowing me to work with them in a positive and constructive manner. So I'd like to thank them for their confidence, and I'm looking forward to continue representing them here in the House and in Quebec. I'd like to say that the Quebec Centre riding is the most beautiful in our country, but I know other members say that their ridings are also the most beautiful. So I'll say that it's perhaps the second most beautiful in Canada, and I'll leave my citizens to decide the order. But people are proud, they show solidarity, they're diverse, and they're aware of the diversification that we've seen in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. So I'd obviously like to thank my family for its unstinting support in recent years, and we all in this House know how important family support is to be able to do our jobs properly. Marie-Chantal, Etienne, Clémence, Antoine, Jade, our daughter-in-law and her 2 children, and our 2 grandchildren, thank you. Their silent strength gives me energy and vision that I need to do this job with integrity. And I also think of my parents, who I owe everything to. They have been present in my life and continue to be so. And I also like to thank the volunteers in my riding of Quebec Centre, who really led a positive campaign, a very present one, close to our community. They woke up early for several weeks in a row to knock on doors and make calls and put up posters. I remember the first evening there was a strong wind, but they were still there. They were there to allow our democracy to be embodied. And I'm also thinking about the other people who ran in my riding of Quebec Centre, Simon Bérubé, Tony Bureau, Patrick Kerr, Daniel Buisson. These are people who, with their volunteers, also put their heart into their jobs to embody our democracy. We did have passionate and enlightened discussions, always with respect. So thank you for your commitment and your sincere devotion to the citizens of Quebec Centre. And I'd also finally like to thank my team, my riding office team in Quebec Centre, Maya, Corinne, Fatima, and you have Steve and Nelson, who every day do positive politics that is really close to people's hearts, and that's why they are so well known. And I look forward to working with them over the next few years to underscore the importance of these policies that are close to the people in our community. And such solidarity and resilience has been really tested over the past few years through the pandemic, with the wars across the planet, rising cost of living, and most recently economic tensions globally and geopolitical tensions throughout the world. So the throne speech in this respect creates a path for a more lasting and prosperous and fairer future, one that is aligned with this government's desire to build a strong Canada where no one's left behind. The plan is clear, and we have to support families, young people, and seniors against this challenging economic backdrop. We need to build more housing that's low cost and defend the interests and values in Canada against the backdrop of insecurity. We have to make Canada the most, with the strongest economy in the G7, one that is greener and respects the environment and health of Canadians more fully, with good quality jobs that are well paid and diverse, both in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. We also have to look at reconciliation with Indigenous peoples while respecting their rights. In my writing, these priorities aren't just theory, they are concrete. We hear them resonate when we talk about them in businesses and schools, at Montcalm Senior Center, with the families at community organizations, at Cap-Blanc, where there are committed citizens, and it is these voices that I bring here today to the Chamber. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly encouraged by the Canadian government's clear commitment to housing. We are going to accelerate social housing construction and support cooperative housing and transformations of public property. We want to ensure that all Quebecers and all Canadians and every person, regardless of how much they earn, or can be housed with dignity. The plan that we are putting forward not only plans to build more houses, but to build them better and faster at less cost. I'd also like to underscore, Mr. Speaker, the historical agreement that we signed almost 2 years ago with the Quebec government. And this will allow us right now, as we speak, to build roughly 10,000 affordable housing units. And this is the biggest housing agreement in the country, and it's the biggest investment in the Quebec government, supported by the federal government, in the history of the province with respect to social housing. It is a very clear demonstration of how governments, when they work together, it's to the benefit of all Quebecers. And in the throne speech, the Canadian government also promised to invest in structural nation-building projects, and there are many involving Quebec and the greater Quebec City region. It would allow us to tighten links between Canada and the rest of the world and create well-paying jobs for generations to come. So starting with the transportation network in Quebec, there will be a tramway to make sure that Quebec won't only be a city of this size without a modern transit network. And Quebec City is the national city of Quebec. So we really need this project, which will create tens of thousands of jobs, and it could fast-track the construction of roughly 15,000 houses around this network, with public and private investment of up to $50 $1,000 per family in Quebec City. So a high-frequency train link between Quebec and Toronto, and additional investment in the Davie shipbuilding site, which is the biggest, and includes a new national shipbuilding strategy, and the Quebec Bridge, which is a true engineering highlight, and we want to restore it and highlight it after decades of frustration from people in my riding. And finally, I'd like to talk about the dental program. We need to mention this Canadian program that will help 15,000 seniors in my riding. They're already benefiting from it. And 2.3 million seniors across the country are as well, and another 4 million that are now eligible since May of 2025. We all have the responsibility and to promote it in coming weeks. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, well, I really am lucky to represent my riding, and I also am as fortunate as other members of this House. Regardless of our political stripes, we can really focus on the major priorities of the Canadian government.
On a commentary, the honourable member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I'm not mistaken, the honourable member was at one point the president of the Treasury Board, of course, responsible for overall government spending and fiscal accountability. One of the areas of concern, quite frankly, that I have, many of my colleagues have, Canadians have, is the fact that the Prime Minister has announced that he's not going to have a budget until the fall. Now, this is in the backdrop of him saying during the election campaign that a plan beats no plan. Wouldn't the honourable member agree that that's the case and that Canadians should be seeing a budget, especially given his experience as President of the Treasury Board at one point, so that they know where the money is going to be spent and where the money is coming from?
The honourable member for Quebec Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to hear my colleague, with whom I indeed had the opportunity to work in various ways over the previous years. I also agree, as he says, that we will be having a budget at the appropriate time. That budget will contain all of the updated information of which the honourable member is legitimately in need, and he will be seeing these numbers and this budget at the appropriate time with the appropriate rigour invested in it.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my colleague's speech very carefully. We're talking about budgetary rigour, but my Conservative colleague was right to mention that we don't have a budget yet, even though there's spending planned. And it's important for the government to give one. We're talking about pipelines being built across Canada. And I remember Trans Mountain, and the announcement at the time said we'll buy it and then resell it and make money on this. As far as I know, it hasn't been sold yet. And before we build another one, we should look at this. Does my colleague think that this would be a show of fiscal rigor before we build a new pipeline to sell the other one and table a budget? The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague knows very well, the Canadian government does not plan to remain owner of the Trans Mountain pipeline. It will be eventually handed to sold to other owners at the right time, and we have a greater need for corridors amongst Canadian provinces and in regions outside of our country, and this will be a strong advantage, of course, depending on the very circumstances that we've seen for several months.
For London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague for being once again back in the House. I had the opportunity to visit his riding during the last Parliament, and I saw how he really does have the support of his constituents. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my colleague a question. What does he think of the dental care program that will now be extended to several people in his riding as well, people who sent him here to work on this type of issue. Can he tell us a bit about what he'll be doing on this file? The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from London West, who I obviously greatly appreciate, particularly when she was able to come see people in my riding. They were happy to see her and also show people in my riding that we are proud Francophones outside of Quebec as well, and who defend and promote French there as well. So the dental program is an extraordinary success, and that's why we're all talking about it, and it's going very well in my riding. 89% of dentists and hygienists who participate in the program are congratulating the Canadian government for this, and thousands of seniors are benefiting from it, and now there are several other thousand Canadians that will be able to benefit, but who aren't yet aware of this program. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech.
That the Prime Minister has presented an exclusionary throne speech in which there is zero mention of seniors, disability, community, youth, mental health, and addiction, with honourable mentions of women and gender diverse folks, workers, and Indigenous peoples. Even though his whole economic plan, Mr. Speaker, is dependent on Indigenous lands, territories, resources, and he has no budget either. Mr. Speaker, during an affordability crisis, how does the Prime Minister plan to address the growing inequality in Canada that is result?
The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Quick answer, please.
Yes, I would be obviously in need of greater time to speak about the absolutely fundamental need to work on reconciliation and the affirmation of Indigenous rights and freedoms. But on seniors, as the Honourable Member knows, it's because of the NDP support that we were able to...
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations for your appointment as well. Citizens of Bois-Riant, de Montagne, Saint-Eustache, et Rosemère, thank you for your support during my last election. I appreciate the privilege that you have granted me.
Deepest gratitude to my constituents for their support at the last election. Je me tiens.
I stand before you with pride after the 2025 throne speech, which creates a stronger, more just and path for Canada, one that shows more solidarity. And I have made a commitment to you and to our riding and to our common future. Against an uncertain global context, there is hope. There is a clear path, one that offers a fairer and more resilient Canada that is united. Our vision, we plan to implement it here in our riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Pride following the 2025 speech from the throne, which charts the course toward a fairer, stronger, and more united Canada. This speech is not just a statement of intent. It is a commitment to you, to our riding, and to our shared future. Voici ce qui a attiré.
Here's what attracted my attention particularly for our riding, defending the French language and Quebec culture. In my riding, we know that French is more than just a tool for communication. It is at the very heart of our identity and our nation. It's not just a language. We're talking about a collective memory and our culture and a way of seeing the world. We strengthen the OLA, and we want to make sure that this leads to concrete action to protect French with more funding for Francophone institutions across our country and increased support where it is necessary. Our Quebec culture also deserves to be protected and celebrated. This involves clear support for our artists, our production companies, our festivals, and it also involves defending CBC, Radio-Canada, our public broadcaster, which plays an essential role in broadcasting our culture, identity, diversity, history, and also fighting against misinformation. I'd also like to underscore for all my colleagues here, it's important. Well, Quebecers during the last election elected 44 Liberal MPs, many Quebec MPs, and we are here to stand up for the interests of Quebecers at the decision table, Mr. Speaker.
Something else I'd like to talk about is protecting women's rights. This is a world where women's rights are still called into question. They are under threat. Therefore, we must remain vigilant. Canada is standing strong and reaffirming its commitment to protecting those rights. We must ensure that women can equitably access healthcare, security, education, and the workforce. We must also take concrete measures against conjugal violence, the wage gap, and all forms of discrimination. The Liberal caucus has now reached the general area of gender parity. 40% of our members are women.
Il reste encore beaucoup d'efforts à faire dans la Chambre des...
Of course, there is still more to do. Because unfortunately, in total, there are only 30% of all MPs are women. So there's a lot to do. But I will also now move on to the topic of the tax cut that will come into force in July and will help people in my riding, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thanks to this tax cut, more than 22 million Canadians, especially low and middle income people, will be able to benefit from this tax cut, which will be up to $825 a year for a two-income family. Of course, we know that everyone is struggling to pay bills, and this tax cut will offer financial assistance and will help people bolster their purchasing power. On the topic of housing, the government will be building more housing throughout the country. This is an ambitious but necessary measure. In Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, there is a great deal of pressure on the housing market. Young families are struggling to buy homes. Seniors are having trouble finding housing. Renters are seeing rent go up. Everyone needs more accessible and affordable housing. Everyone deserves to live with dignity. I will ensure that Rivière-des-Mille-Îles gets its fair share of these investments. We need to build, but we also need to renovate. We need to densify and protect neighborhoods from speculation. I will also work to ensure that infrastructure grants are given to my riding. When I previously represented Rivière-des-Mille-Îles from 2015 to 19, I was there when our light rail system was launched. And one of the lines of that project will link up my riding and Montreal. According to all plans, this should launch as soon as the fall of this year. Mr. Speaker, I would invite you to come take the train and check out this wonderful project. Something else that is near to my heart is protecting supply management. Our farmers, our ranchers, our processors all depend on supply management. It's a system that guarantees stable prices, stable quality, and food safety. It protects our family farms from the vicissitudes of the world market, and I will oppose any attempt to remove supply management from trade agreements. Food sovereignty is also a matter of national security. I will now turn to the trade relationship we have with the U.S. It requires vigilance and resilience. And all of this is having a direct impact on my riding. Ridings like Novabus that builds electric buses, or another business that built industrial security systems are all affected by these tariffs and their uncertainty. All sorts of businesses are feeling the effects of this trade war. We need to help our businesses and open up new markets with our allies, including in the G7, Europe, Asia, Latin America. They should all become strategic partners for our economic future. It's time to bring down interprovincial trade barriers as well. Why should it be that a product made in Saint-Eustache have an easier time being sold in California than in Ontario? That's an absurdity. We need to do something about it. Another thing that was raised in the speech, Mr. Speaker, is that we need to defend our Arctic sovereignty. Canada must reaffirm its Arctic sovereignty. Global warming is opening new sea routes and is causing a number of greedy eyes to look towards our Arctic. That is why we must be vigilant. We need to modernize our equipment, increase defense spending, support our troops, and protect our territory. Another important point is that we need to focus on dental care. This dental care program represents about $800 a year for 8 million Canadians. This is a concrete measure that will improve health, reduce inequality, and reduce families' financial burden. 10,000 people in my riding have benefited from it as of January of this year. I was lucky enough to meet with a residential complex in Saint-Eustache last spring, and talked about the topic with the minister at the time, Marie-Claude Bibeau. People were very pleased. I know it made a real difference in my riding. So in conclusion, Boisbriand, De Montagne, Saint-Eustache, Rosemère, and other communities all form one big community, which is strong, resilient, and proud. Together, we will build a future where both of our official languages are protected, where our culture is celebrated, where our rights are celebrated, and our economy is flourishing.
Mr. President, united for the future. Together, we can build a future where our rights are protected and our economy is strong. And as our national anthem so powerfully says, strong and free. Bravo. This is how we move forward. Et comme le dit si bien notre hymne national.
As our national anthem so powerfully says, our country is strong and free. That is how we can move forward together. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. One of the things the Prime Minister talked about, or the King talked about in the speech from the throne, is getting Canada to be an energy superpower. I'm just wondering what the member opposite, how she sees that, and if Alberta will play a key part in that role. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Rivière-des...
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As our colleague surely knows, and I would like to thank him for the question, today the Prime Minister is meeting with all of the provincial and territorial premiers, and I hope that all of them together will be able to find a way to continue building a stronger and fairer Canada. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time rising in the House in the 45th Parliament. So I hope you will allow me to thank my constituents who once again placed their trust in me for the 4th time, in fact. I will tell them that I am going to do my very best to meet their expectations. My colleagues spoke about the dental care program. And of course, it is absolutely necessary that we broaden the scope of dental care. But I have here a motion, a unanimous motion from the National Assembly of Quebec, because she spoke about the 44 Liberal MPs for Quebec. She said that they would stand up for Quebec. Well, here's a unanimous motion from all of the Quebec MNAs from all parties who said that regarding dental care, they wanted there to be the right for Quebec to withdraw with full compensation. And they could use the funding to improve their own regime. So will these 44 Liberal MPs from Quebec carry the voice of the National Assembly of Quebec in this House? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. As I was saying in my speech, dental care will benefit more than 10,000 people in my riding alone. In fact, they've already used it. That's a lot of people. It makes a real difference. And often, it particularly helps seniors who were having trouble even replacing their dental prosthetics, and this makes a huge difference in their life. And in regard to the 44 Liberal MPs for Quebec, we will be sitting around the negotiation table. We will be at the table. We will be pushing for the interests of Quebec. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd also like to congratulate her on her return to the House. She's been there to help us every day over the last several years, and today she will once more be able to focus on her constituents. Congratulations. In her speech, she mentioned the importance of fighting for the rights of women. We saw what happened in the U.S. We saw what happened when Roe versus Wade was overturned. We also see that the conservatives seem to struggle to take a position on this. In fact, they did everything they could to prevent one of their members to appear at the Justice Committee on this topic. So I would like to ask my colleague how important she feels it is to support all aspects of women's rights. The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for Sherbrooke. I greatly appreciate her kind words. Yes, it was very nice to support you for 5 years, yes, but I must say it really warms my heart to be able to instead support my constituents. Some issues touch our hearts more than others. I deeply care about official languages and also the rights of women. What we see happening south of the border, we see that an ill wind is blowing. We must take that into account and remember that we need to protect our rights under the Charter. We always need to protect and improve our rights because things could always change and get worse. So I will be here to continue standing up for the rights of women. I have 2 daughters. I have a granddaughter. I have daughters-in-law. It's all very important to me. And all of that came from my mother originally, who was a strong feminist.
22nd question, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you. As anyone who's been in private business knows, the 2 things you're looking for the most are predictability and stability. We have a prime minister now who can't be bothered to even bring in a budget. I was just wondering what the honourable member across the aisle thinks of that.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I must confess that I thought that my time was over, and I'm not sure what issue the member was talking about. But I am capable of saying that I am very proud to represent every single constituent in Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, and I will be here in the House once more, and I hope my colleagues on the other side of the House will work closely with the government in order to move forward all of these files that are so important. For example, the tariffs and the trade war.
Du débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to be able to rise and speak to the throne speech. And I wanted to address maybe a point that was just raised across the way. And that was in regards to the budget, because we've had a number of Conservatives raise the issue in terms of why no federal budget. I'd ask them to reflect back to when Stephen Harper became the Prime Minister of Canada. When he became Prime Minister, it was in the month of February. Months went by before he actually presented a budget. I believe it was February when he took office, and I think it was in May that he actually presented the budget, right? Well, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, Canadians, I would argue in a very wise fashion, made a decision to elect a Prime Minister that understands the importance of the economy and the budget, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, Canadians are not surprised that it takes time. You know, the election occurred on April the 28th. To get the appreciation of the billions and billions and billions of dollars that's being spent, it takes a little bit of time to come up with the actual budget, Mr. Speaker. With a new government, you can anticipate a budget where the Prime Minister has taken a very keen interest in. After all, he has been very clear what the priority of the Government of Canada is all about. We saw that in terms of one of the very first actions that he had taken, Mr. Speaker. We all know what he did was he gave a tax break to millions of Canadians. And it's a significant tax break, Mr. Speaker. Imagine hundreds of millions of dollars going into the disposable income of all of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And I must say I'll be splitting my time, Mr. Speaker, with the member from South Surrey Rock. But having said that, first action that was taken was in fact providing that tax break to Canadians, addressing one of the major concerns that was coming out of the federal election, that being affordability. The other concern, in which I've had the opportunity to raise on the floor before, is in regards to the whole issue of Canadian sovereignty and opportunities for us to ensure that we are creating the type of jobs that are so critically important and preserving the jobs that are there, Mr. Speaker. Legitimate concerns in regards to a number of industries throughout our country. Take a look in terms of what, during the election, that I heard constantly at the doors, was the issue of Trump trade, tariffs, and taxes. Those were the issues that were being discussed at the door. And they were contrasting Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives and the far right to the Prime Minister and what it is that he had to offer. Take a look at the bio. I mentioned the other day, many would argue I'm somewhat of a career politician, so is Pierre Poilievre. But they wanted someone that had a greater depth of understanding the economy. The Prime Minister was the Governor of the Bank of Canada, chosen by Stephen Harper, then Prime Minister. He was the Governor of the Bank of England. He understands how an economy works, Mr. Speaker. Second to no others. And he made a commitment to build the Canadian economy, to make Canada the strongest of the G7 countries, Mr. Speaker, on a per capita basis. That is something, that's the reason why, Mr. Speaker, he's actually meeting with the premiers today, recognizing that in order to build a one Canadian economy, we need to see premiers come on side. It's interesting in terms of, from my perspective, I have a sister that lives in Ontario. I have a brother that lives in Saskatchewan. I have two sisters that live in Alberta. And I've got a brother that lives in British Columbia. And if you talk to them collectively, I would like to think that they understand why it's so important that we operate as one economy, Mr. Speaker. And as a government, how nice it would be to see the types of actions that have been very encouraging. I was never really a big fan of Doug Ford, but I'm really quite inspired by a number of things that he is doing in terms of working with the Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew. And now in terms of the Saskatchewan, and I understand he's reaching out to Atlantic Canada also. We're seeing a much higher sense of cooperation that's coming from provinces in dealing with the trade barriers that are there. It's estimated that we could see a savings of $200 billion if we can get the provinces and the federal government working together. And that's what Canadians want, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter what region, whether it's from Atlantic, Quebec, Ontario, the prairies, or West Coast, or up north. They want to see political parties working together. They want to see the different levels of government working together in order to deliver for Canadians. And that's what it is that we should all be pushing for. I'm concerned in regards to, it doesn't seem as if the Conservative Party has turned the page. They want to continue on from where they left off back in November, December. If in fact anything, what I've witnessed, based on a few of the speeches that I've heard, is they've moved further to the right. It's crazy, some of the things that we hear coming from across the way, Mr. Speaker. I think at the end of the day, there is value. Read the throne speech. You'll see a great deal of value there in terms of advancing the Canadian economy, but also recognizing the importance of social programs. Where are the Conservatives on some of those programs? Today I heard one of the Conservatives say, well, you know what? X, Y, and Z is happening in healthcare, and he's blaming Ottawa, even though it's the provinces that administer healthcare. But I got good news for that particular member, because never before have we seen the type of federal dollars flowing into healthcare in our provinces, Mr. Speaker. I would like to see some changes to the Canada Health Act from a personal perspective. Things such as more accountability, financial accountability, and maybe there are some things that we can do. But recognize the fact that healthcare from an administrative point of view is dealt through the provinces, Mr. Speaker. When you take a look in terms of the potential that is there, we had a Bloc member that just stood up and was criticizing because, well, instead of having that particular program, the dental program, which is actually helping thousands of people in the province of Quebec, hundreds of thousands throughout the country, the Bloc say, well, let's just give us the money. You know, Ottawa is nothing more than an ATM machine for members of the Bloc. I find that, Mr. Speaker, is not good enough. Because we all have responsibilities. And they want us, our constituents want us to be working harder together as more of a unified force in delivering. And there's many things in which we can work on, I believe, together, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, over the next period of time, what is it going to take for us to build that one economy? The House of Commons has a role to play. And a part of that role is to ensure that we get legislation through the House before we actually adjourn later this month, Mr. Speaker. If they want to be able to contribute to a Team Canada approach at delivering for Canadians, one of the things that we have to do, it is not an option, is to deliver on some of the legislative initiatives that are in fact going to be proposed. And those legislative initiatives that we're talking about is a reflection of what Canadians have been telling all of us collectively at the door when we just came out of an election just a month ago, Mr. Speaker. That's what the legislative agenda in the short term is all about. So we expect to see support from other members of the House, even though in a minority situation, Mr. Speaker, it's not an option. We need to have opposition members come on side. So if you genuinely believe in a stronger, healthier one economy, for example, there's some legislation that's there. If you're concerned about the issue of what's happening at our borders, there's going to be legislation there, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of initiatives that is going to make a difference in the day-to-day lives of Canadians, and the opposition parties have a moral obligation to get behind and support some of this legislation. Maybe look at ways in which it can be improved. I'm not saying you can't be the opposition. By all means, be in opposition. You be constructive in your criticism, but recognize that as the House of Commons, we do need to pass legislation through, and I look forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Commentary, the Honourable Member for Edmonton South East.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, this is my first time speaking in the House, and it's not less than a privilege. I honestly, this is my second week, and I'm hearing this member on the other side of the House. I literally love him. But it's not the question. The question is, what he's trying to do is, he's trying to sell us a fancy menu without telling us the price on the items of the menu that he wants to sell us. Very good. The issue is, if he wants CPC or the Bloc to support, we need to know that what we are going to support, where the Liberals are going to take us. The second thing is, I'm failing to understand, it's the second week, the Liberals have not provided us with the definition of one economy. They are just circumventing around it, but they have not provided it, despite the fact that we have a diverse economy. Different provinces have different economies. How they are going to accommodate those? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the principles of the question that's being posed. There are issues that are there that are very tangible. For example, one of the first initiatives was, in fact, the tax break to Canadians that I make reference to. I would think that the Conservatives would be on side, that we wouldn't have a problem in terms of passing that. But I don't take it for granted, because the first time we attempted that was back in 2015, in which you can recall, Mr. Speaker, in which the Conservatives actually voted against that tax break. So when I say working on side, you can still be critical. You can still say we want X, Y, and Z, but in terms of delivering that tax break, I would think that the Conservative Party should actually vote in favor of that. Legislation that comes before the House that takes down some of these barriers, especially after through consultation with the provinces, I would think the Conservatives would vote in favor of that also.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Winnipeg North for his speech and his call for good faith actions. But here's my question. Does he feel that the member for Terrebonne, his colleague, belongs in this House? Because we know that Elections Canada made a mistake through the post. And in fact, 4 votes may have been lost, and the Bloc Québécois lost by only 1 vote. So is his colleague's presence here legitimate? According to Elections Canada, it is essential to write the first name and the last name. Some of the ballots did not include the last name. So does he feel that his colleague's presence here is legitimate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in the last election, there were some very close calls. We had one election results where the Liberals lost by 4 votes. We have another one, as the member points out, with the Liberals won by 1 vote, or I should say the respective candidates won and lost. And I have absolute 100% full confidence in Elections Canada and the things that Election Canada has done. Around the world, Elections Canada is recognized as a go-to organization when it comes to issues such as democracy and how to run a fair election. I don't think any one of us do a favor if we start attacking Elections Canada. And Elections Canada has my full support. I've had to go through a recount myself. I learned things by going through those recounts. And I believe that we should accept the results that has been given.
Questions and comments. The member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to start by saying that members should not mention names of other colleagues before I ask the question, but I do want to congratulate my honourable colleague for his re-election, and I'm sure that as he comes back to the House with the mandate that his electors have given him, they've given him a mandate they've given us a mandate back as the government, the Liberal Party, to come back and talk about the tax cut and the dental care and the programs that help families, young families, that I'm sure he has in his riding, to have a better life in Canada. Can he just expand a little bit on that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you. And I thank my friend from London West in terms of, I think it's a fair reflection in terms of what it is she's referring to, that she heard at the door, and that's what it is that she wants to advocate here on the floor and in other places, whether it's on the floor of the House of Commons, in a respective caucus. People wanted to be able to see the issue of affordability being dealt with. It might not be resolved overnight, but the Prime Minister's first action in terms of the tax break is going to make a substantial difference and is going to help her constituents, my constituents, in fact, all Canadians.
Resuming debate. Please du débat. So I may just take the opportunity to remind members that when I do say resuming debate, if a member does wish to speak, they should rise in their spot. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to enter into debate on the throne speech. And I wasn't anticipating that I would get up until tomorrow, but nonetheless, the opportunity arises, and I'm at the ready. So looking at the throne speech, Mr. Speaker, the real question, of course, is what is not in the throne speech, Mr. Speaker? And more to the point, when I was out campaigning, when I was talking to people in Vancouver East, there were many issues that people raised. Yes, of course, people were talking about their concern with respect to the United States and what was going on with the United States. And with that being said, though, the other element that people brought up, while they say, yes, we should actually absolutely take action together with the United States, but what they also said, there's another element of the threat that Canada faces, and that is foreign interference. It is a mystery to me how it is that after the election, we still have not heard the Prime Minister raise the issue around foreign interference, the threat to our democratic institutions and the threat to our democracy. That's one thing that we must also stand together to protect as well. And that, of course, we haven't seen. The registry, the Foreign Interference Registry, was something that all members of Parliament in the previous Parliament across party lines worked together to expedite that act. But to date, that act has not yet been enacted. We still do not have the registry up and running. So I do have a question for the government with respect to that. Why isn't it, and where is it? Now, I want to turn to the other areas of what's not in the throne speech. It has already been raised about these concerns. Seniors and their concerns were not mentioned in the throne speech. Women, for example, was not mentioned in the throne speech. Issues around the impact for gender equality was not addressed in the throne speech. People with different abilities, if you will, were not mentioned in the throne speech. I was absolutely dismayed with respect to housing. The two aspects that the government highlighted around housing, yes, the GST tax break, if you will, for first-time home buyers. That was something that the NDP had pushed for and called for. And so that's good. It is in there. But I should note, though, that there is a major difference in terms of the housing cost or price, if you will, in the Lower Mainland. The cap that is put in place is not going to help a lot of people. Now, the government also had put in the piece around the development cost levy about reducing it by half. Now, reducing the development cost levy by half would mean that the local governments who need the resources to build the infrastructure would not have that resource. In fact, the FCM was just here this last week and over the weekend. I ran into some of the councillors who are still in Ottawa today, and that is still top of mind, and they want answers. They want to know how is the government going to address that gap that is going to be created with the reduction of the development cost levies for the development of housing. That is a major concern for people in the community, for local councillors, and they don't know how they're going to make that up. Of course, there are other infrastructure needs that is not met as well with the infrastructure needs, with growing populations in communities. So that is not mentioned in the throne speech, Mr. Speaker. I should note also on housing, renters. It's such a bizarre thing to me. Renters are a large part of our communities and our population. Renters and their concerns is not mentioned in the throne speech. The issue that actually brought us to the housing crisis was the cancellation of the co-op housing program by the Conservatives, the Progressive Conservatives, I should say, in 1992, and then by the federal Liberal government in 1993 with the National Affordable Housing Program. And yet, National Affordable Housing Program and the National Co-op Housing Program is not mentioned in the throne speech. In fact, there's no mention of needing to invest in building social housing and co-op housing in Canada. There's no mention of the subsidies that's required to make sure that the nonprofit sector have the resources that they need to manage these buildings and to keep the rents affordable. I don't get it. We have a new Minister of Housing, and guess what? The Minister of Housing, in his first interview, I think, with the media, says affordability with the housing crisis is not an issue. How is the housing crisis that we're faced with, where affordability is the #1 issue, is not an issue? The FCM last year has already posted that, yes, we need to have more stock, but having more stock would not resolve the issue alone. What we need is affordability. And by affordability, what that means is that we need the federal government at the table providing resources both on the capital side in the development of social housing as well as on the management operating side. Canada's affordable housing stock, by the way, Mr. Speaker, is sitting at below 4% compared to the G7 countries, which is at least at 7%. The countries that are doing well, where they don't have an affordability housing crisis, they are at 20%. Now, I know Pierre Poilievre thinks that community housing is somehow, he calls it, Soviet style of housing. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the Liberals don't think that. I hope that they will counter that narrative and say Canada will invest in social housing. Canada will invest in co-op housing. Canada will bring back subsidies to reduce the cost of housing. There's a whole spectrum of need with respect to housing. Those who are unhoused, those who are low-income renters that need subsidized housing, those who need low-income market rental, those who need some support in terms of moderate income in the market, but as well as those who want to get into the market for the first time to own their own home. And for people who want to get into the market to own their own home for the first time, what do we need? We actually need the government to address housing profiteering. Those are the actors who come in to rental evict people so they can jack up the rent, because their number one goal is to maximize profit. They're not thinking about how to keep rent low or to keep the housing costs low. They're thinking about how to stuff their pockets, how to get the most return for their investment, most return to their own pockets. So we need to address the financialization of housing, and there's nothing in the budget that speaks to that, Mr. Speaker. In the throne speech that speaks to that. Mr. Speaker, I see your notice here on 2 minutes, and so therefore I would like to move an amendment, because I think the other part that needs to be dealt with is the issue around Indigenous rights. So to that end, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move the amendment that my colleague from Nunavut moved last week, and the amendment is as follows. Sorry, I just need to find it. So the amendment is as follows, Mr. Speaker, if you can indulge me. That the amendment be amended by adding the following, as well as Indigenous peoples, and that is to add to the amendment that the Conservatives has already moved. Thank you so much. And the amendment will be seconded by my colleague, the member from Nunavut.
Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Idlout, moves the following, that the amendment be amended by adding the following, as well as Indigenous peoples. The sub-amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Taikawanan, Parkdale Hyde Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member for Vancouver East. My question through you to her is, heard a lot about different kinds of housing challenges in her riding and across Canada, and the pressures that private sector and other players have in that. Is the ideal housing market, is a well-functioning housing market, one that has a multiplicity of operators, or is it one where it's just the public sector that's providing housing?
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, with respect to the housing, the reality is this. There is a continuum of need, and trying to focus on the model of just relying on the private sector to deliver housing that Canadians need has failed. Because for the last 30 years, that's what successive Liberal and Conservative governments have relied on. And guess what? We have a major housing crisis in Vancouver East, but all across the country. And what we've got to get back to is having the federal government at the table as a true partner. A partner with local governments, a partner with Indigenous governments, a partner with provincial governments, a partner with the nonprofit sector, and yes, a partner even with the private sector. But you have to build social housing to the degree that it is needed, and then you have to build co-op housing to the degree that we had previously, without which you have this housing crisis, and the reliance on just the private sector will only yield housing profiteering, and this is what we're...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the issue of housing affordability and housing attainability, I think we can all agree that it is a crisis in this country. One of the areas that we need to address that is obviously in the case of a federal budget. We haven't had a federal budget in the last 18 months. You'll recall, Mr. Speaker, the fiasco that went on with the fall economic statement being tabled by the then House Minister, not even tabled by the Finance Minister because she had resigned that day. So I'm just wondering if the Honourable Member agrees that in the absence of any federal budget, it's difficult for us as parliamentarians to understand not just how the government is going to spend its money, but where that money is going to come from as well.
The Member for Vancouver East.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that I'm very worried about in the throne speech, because in the throne speech, the Prime Minister actually talked about reducing spending, capping it at 2% of the increases. That means it's a 7% cut. And you know what? A 7% cut is going to mean cuts to public services. There's no question about it. No amount of efficiencies will make up that gap, and that's on top of the Prime Minister making the comment and the commitment that Canada would boost the military spending to 2% that NATO of a GDP that NATO has requested. That's at least $20 to $25 billion of additional spending. So my question is, where is the money going to come from? Yes, we need to see the budget, and my point on the housing is this: the Conservatives need to stop with their rhetoric to say that social housing and co-op housing is Soviet-style housing. So social housing and co-op housing is housing that Canada needs for our community, and it's time for them to get on board.
And comments. The Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my NDP colleague. The housing crisis is awful, and it affects everyone, both in Quebec and in English Canada. This morning, I learned that about 17,000 households in Manitoba have been evacuated due to forest fires. That creates 17,000 more households that need to be housed, and forest fires are, of course, caused by climate change. Now the government is saying that they're going to buy a pipeline and export more oil. Does my colleague find the government is being consistent with itself, or ought it to do more to fight climate change and turn back towards green energy rather than oil, which has led to all of these terrible consequences?
I absolutely agree with the member. We have to face the climate crisis head on. To pretend that it's not here, to pretend that it's not impacting our community, guess what? Sticking your head in the sand is not going to solve the crisis. We now have a forest fire that's going on in our communities right now where people are losing their homes. In my own community in Vancouver East, with the heat dome, people died in our community. People went to live in the parks, went to set up encampments because they could not survive in the face of the heat dome. So we better get on board with it. And talking about expediting oil and gas sector and development and so on, and without thinking about the climate, we're putting all of Canada in jeopardy, including Quebec.
Before we go to resuming debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, Ethics. The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora, Finance. The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South, Natural Resources. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from St. Laurent. Oh, thank you. That's so nice. I wasn't actually expecting that. Thank you. I have the tremendous honor of standing here today because of the unwavering support and trust that has been bestowed upon me from the people who are the heart of the riding of Peterborough. From the First Nation communities of Hiawatha and Curve Lake to true small-town Canada in Lakefield, Ennismore, Norwood, Havelock, Bridgeworth, and Keene, just to name a few. Home to a vibrant and growing farming community, to a bustling city centre of Peterborough that is home to an incredible art scene, world-class education at Trent University and Sir Sandford Fleming College. The people who call the riding of Peterborough home know how fortunate we are to live, work, and play in such a beautiful place. It was no surprise that no amount of rain, snow, or even an ice storm that knocked power out for over a week and created a state of emergency, it was still unable to derail the monumental efforts made by our campaign team and hundreds of volunteers who all joined our campaign very quickly and with great determination due to the unity and positivity we displayed. The stories people so generously shared with me and continue to share will be with me and guide me to do what is best for my community, to be their voice. A thank you will never be enough to truly show the people of Peterborough how much their support means to me. I was raised on my family's farm in the rural part of my riding. What a gift it was to be raised on a farm in rural Ontario, learning often and very young the lessons of caring for others before yourself, staying the course even when all odds seem stacked up against you, that there is no substitute for hard work and dedication. I know when our communities rally together, there isn't anything we can't accomplish. Rural Ontario is still the place I call home. I am proud to be able to call myself a third-generation farmer. My husband serves our community as a paramedic, and we together are raising our 3 children while rebuilding my family's farm. Our youngest, my daughter, was born just 9 months ago. From the outside looking in, it may not be the ideal time for my family, for me to be here. But my husband and I agreed that I could not sit idly by in a time when the call from our community and country was so loud. To find the people who know the incredible potential Canada has, and to elect those who are ready to move Canada forward for all Canadians. People who will not only listen, but act, will work tirelessly to make sure all Canadians know that they are supported. I can assure you I did not think I'd ever be standing here, but I can tell you that the privilege and responsibility are not lost on me for a moment. Mr. Speaker, today I've chosen to share with the House a bit about my father. My father passed in 2010 of pancreatic cancer. He was a farmer and a skilled tradesman. He was very proudly a member of the International Union of Operators and Engineers. He was a heavy equipment mechanic who spent much of his life traveling northern Ontario and many parts of Canada. Even now, I can still feel the atmosphere of the farm felt like when he received a call to head north or out west. Another telltale sign was his signature of one grape-tipped Colt cigar that he seemed to reserve for his excitement of his next adventure. He loved the work of being a highly sought-after mechanic, able to fix what seemed to be everything. There was no machine too big or too small. He would always return home to the farm and would love to share stories of his time away. I speak about this today because I've witnessed the pride that comes with being in the skilled trades. The skilled trades create opportunities for well-paying, meaningful work, which supports Canadian families. My father had the opportunity to be part of projects of national significance, and with that gave him and my family a physical, lasting legacy in the landscape of Canada now that he's gone. I know that skilled trades have been overlooked and underappreciated for too long. But I stand here today knowing that our new government knows that when Canadians come together, Canada builds things that last. We will build hundreds of thousands of careers in the skilled trades. Skilled trades workers will continue to be at the forefront of tackling the housing crisis, build projects of national importance, and will proudly play an instrumental role as we build the strongest economy in the G7. We must take these opportunities to build and protect the future for our children, to make sure families have what they need to help shoulder the growing issues of affordability. As we continue to build our economy, our government will protect the programs that are helping families, like childcare, pharmacare, and the expansion of the Canadian Dental Care Plan are saving families thousands of dollars every year. Our middle-class tax cut will be a welcomed addition in helping Canadians who are struggling to get ahead. My home of Peterborough was ready to have a member of Parliament who would listen to them, be their voice in Ottawa. They understood that we must seize the opportunity to have a country, we have as a country for renewal. They know, like we do, that we have an opportunity to think big and to act bigger. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to collaborating with all members of the House to move Canada forward into the strong and prosperous potential it has always had. I believe that across our beautiful country, the people who elect us to be here are expecting the same from all of us. Thank you to my husband and family for supporting me so that I can be here and helping build a future that all Canadians deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire, the honourable member for York Centre.
Speaker, I congratulate the member on her election. I listened to her speech very carefully. I also lost a grandfather a couple of years ago. He was like my father, and I very much sympathize with what you told the House today. I'm also well familiar with Peterborough and the very many families that you represent who sound much like the member's family. And I'm wondering, given that the member recognized the affordability crisis that her constituents are going through right now, is a tax cut worth $20 a month going to make any material difference in their lives? And should it not be a greater tax cut to help her constituents?
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my new colleague for the question, and I'm sorry to hear about your grandfather. Cancer is a terrible, terrible disease that affects Canadians all across our country and around the world, and anyone who's been through dealing with such a terrible disease, I really empathize with, so thank you for your words. Our new government is committed to helping with the affordability crisis, and it is a great start and that we hope that you will support moving forward, that we need a middle-class tax cut for Canadians, and that every little bit at this point does help. Do we need to do more? Absolutely. I don't disagree with you, but I think it's a fabulous start.
Before we go to questions and comments, just a reminder to all members to address their questions and comments through the chair. Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was also very touched by the speech from my colleague from Peterborough. I lost my father in 2011. He was also a cigar smoker. He smoked Panthers. Thank you for that trip down memory lane. It's important to remember where we're from because that gives a meaning to what we do here in the House. Any farmer would want to take a position on supply management. And I think everyone wants to keep supply management around here in Canada, but do we want to keep it around fully, or are we willing to sell off little parts here and there? Will the member for Peterborough support the Bloc Québécois bill to protect all of supply management?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And unequivocally, yes, we will support supply management, including our wonderful farmers in Quebec.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by congratulating my honourable member colleague for winning her election in Peterborough, and I'm sure she will serve the residents of Peterborough well. So in her speech, the member spoke about the importance of skilled trades and shared a very compelling personal story. Could she expand further on why supporting the skilled trades is so critical at this moment for both workers and our economy? Thank you.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my lovely new friend and colleague from Don Valley North. The skilled trades are vital to any country and building anything that is meant to last and is meant to support our economy and the people who live in our country. It is also a meaningful job that my brother actually is a member of the International Operators Engineers Union, and that was his goal of his life, watching my father also be in that union. It is meaningful work that pays really well and does support families. And so as we put forth our commitments to build projects of national significance, we will need to continue to build our workforce, and those especially in the skilled trades, because we do not nearly have enough.
Questions and comments. Brief question from the member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the absence of a budget, the main estimates came out last week, and it said that 37% increase to $26 billion a year that will cost the average family about $1,400 in consultant fees. This is on top of the fact that the bureaucracy has grown almost 50% under this government. Does the honourable member not think that there's a disconnect there, that, you know, we're basically have a tax cut that's going to reduce the amount of taxes to a cup of coffee a week, and yet on the back end of that, it's going to cost each Canadian family $1,400 a year for new consultants? Is that not a disconnect in her view?
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for the question, and that we look forward to presenting our budget this fall. I'm from a place where you're taught to measure twice and cut once. And so that is just what we'll do. We'll take our time in a ever-changing world and economy. We need to do our due diligence to make sure we're putting every dollar forward that is best for Canadians.
Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for St. Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it is with a great sense of duty that I rise on behalf of the riding of St. Laurent to speak in favor of the throne speech. First, I would like to take a moment to offer my sincere thanks to the voters who entrusted me with a fourth mandate, and again, the honor to represent them in the House of Commons. This great honor to serve my community again, my community where I grew up and have always lived.
To thank my team and the many volunteers whose determination and long hours contributed to this success. I also want to thank my family for their unwavering support through it all. They truly make it possible for me to continue this important work. Mr. Speaker, this 45th Parliament begins at a pivotal moment for our country. The world around us is changing rapidly, and the values that define us as Canadians are more important than ever. At a time when the principles of democracy and pluralism are being tested around the world, Canada stands firm, strong, and free, united in our resolve to protect our sovereignty and defend the rights of our people. In his address to the Parliament, His Majesty King Charles III reminded us that Canada is uniquely positioned to lead as we have the resources and expertise the world needs and the values the world respects. Our government stands ready to meet this challenge. We are taking bold steps to create one strong Canadian economy, not 13, by removing interprovincial trade barriers and barriers to trade and mobility, a process already underway which can help us add $200 billion to our annual GDP. By doing so, we are not only strengthening our internal market, but also boosting Canada's role on the global stage. To build on this progress, our government is investing $5 billion through the new Trade Diversification Corridor Fund to modernize and expand the infrastructure that connects Canadian businesses to the world. This will help Canada produce Canadian products, reach markets faster, while helping us to build stronger relationships with like-minded nations and create high-quality jobs right here at home. With our plan, Canada has the potential to emerge stronger than ever before. En plus de l'importance de bâtir.
It is not just important to build a strong economy. Canadians must also feel safe in their communities. In order to build a safer Canada, we will strengthen border security, invest more in intelligence and police forces to give them the tools they need to combat fentanyl and its precursors, as well as illegal guns.
Through the deployment of drones, helicopters, additional CBSA personnel, and K-9 teams. Additionally, we will change firearms licensing and strengthen enforcement of yellow and red flag laws. One thing I'm particularly pleased about is that those convicted of intimate partner violence and those subject to the protection orders will have their weapons licenses removed. Furthermore, in the throne speech, we commit to toughening the criminal code to make it harder for repeat offenders charged with committing crimes such as car theft, home invasions, drug smuggling, and human trafficking to get bail. La sécurité du Canada est également renforcée par des
Canadian security can also be made stronger through international partnerships. This is why we will be joining Rearm Europe and working closely with allies who share our values to build worldwide alliances. What is more, to protect our sovereignty, while strengthening our presence in the north at a time when that region is facing new threats. We will rebuild, rearm, and reinvest in the Canadian Armed Forces. Through these efforts, Canada will take steps forward and maintain our role as a beacon of stability on the international stage.
Now stands at a unique crossroads with a real opportunity to shape the future of the Western world within the G7. Guided by values that resonate far beyond our borders, we are moving forward with confidence, ready to act with ambition, clarity, and conviction. Our global leadership goes hand in hand with a strong focus on building a better future for Canadians here at home. One of the major concerns of Canadians in my home riding of Saint Laurent, which was raised at dozens of doorsteps throughout the election campaign, was the issue of housing affordability. To help make life more affordable, our government is eliminating municipal development charges on multi-unit projects and cutting the GST on homes under $1 million, bringing down costs and accelerating construction. We are also doubling the pace of home building across the country through the Build Canada Homes program and strategic investments in modular and prefabricated housing. By leveraging Canadian technology, Canadian lumber, and the skills of Canadian workers, we are creating good-paying jobs and laying the foundation for long-term economic growth. Déterminé par notre engagement à appuyer.
Determined by our commitment to support Canadian families on a daily basis, we will continue to see to it that affordable housing is built and good jobs are created. We will be providing a tax cut for the middle class, which will allow a dual-income household to save up to $840 per year. And we will continue to provide essential services like childcare, Medicare, and dental care. The dental care plan benefits millions of Canadians already and enables them to save thousands of dollars a year. For many families in my riding, this will reduce the cost of dental care and essential services.
Referencing our government's commitment to environmental protection, as nature is an important part of Canada's identity. At the COP15, held in Montreal, we struck an agreement with 196 countries to protect 30% of our lands and 30% of our waters by 2030. Through the throne speech, we've committed to protect more of Canada's land and water than ever, through the creation of new national parks, national urban parks, marine protected areas, and other conservation initiatives. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, Canada has everything it needs to be a leader in these uncertain times globally. We are definitely on the right track.
Safeguarding our communities and deepening partnerships abroad, we are ensuring Canada not only meets today's challenges, but emerges stronger and as an innovator for tomorrow. Let us move forward together, united in purpose and dedicated to building a brighter future for all Canadians.
Commentator, the honourable member for Brantford, Grant South, Six Nations.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government, which has been the same Liberal government in my view for the last 10 years, always talks really tough when it comes to improving community safety and addressing concerns of Canadians from coast to coast. I heard it daily during this particular election period that Canadians are simply fed up. I know police chiefs are fed up. I know premiers are fed up with this government's lack of commitment to make meaningful change. So I listened very carefully to the throne speech, and I would like to ask a question about this renewed focus on car theft and home invasions by toughening the code to make bail harder. That is such a vague concept. I know as a former prosecutor, one way to make bail harder is to completely remove the principle of restraint. Is this member committed to repealing Bill C-75, which allowed the catch and release phenomenon that Canadians are seeing every single day?
The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member through you for his question. And I would like to say that we obviously have new leadership here at the Liberal Party, and we have a renewed focus. We are planning on making communities safer, and there are a slew of measures that will be introduced. One of them, as I mentioned in my speech, was that we would make bail harder to get for people who are accused of those crimes and who are found guilty of crimes and reoffenders of car theft, home invasion, etc. And of course, I believe that our government will find the best way forward in order to make sure that we're tackling this issue. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Montcalm. Between 2015 and 2019, some 40 Liberal members, including 5 ministers, did not stop the purchase of Trans Mountain from going ahead. There were some 30 Liberals from Quebec that ignored the unanimous request from the National Assembly of Quebec calling for the funding to be transferred so that Quebec could run its own dental care program. So even though there's 44 Quebec Liberals now, what's to say that they're going to represent Quebecers and not the federal Liberals' interests? The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to, through you, thank the member for his question. I'd like to say that the members of Quebec are very strong. We're very strong voices for our communities. We are here for the well-being of Quebecers, and we do what we can within our government to strengthen the well-being of Quebecers. This government is working with all provinces and territories to find better steps to make life more affordable for all Canadians all across the country. Thank you.
Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just start by thanking the member for the comments and actually referencing the speech from the throne and just some of what was actually within it. I know constituents within the riding of Waterloo were really pleased to see the Sustainable Jobs Plan be mentioned. They were really pleased to see that there was a vision for the country that we could build upon, recognizing that we are stronger when we work together rather than when we are apart. So I would like to hear from the member, when it comes to her constituencies across the country, what is she hearing from constituents? Do they echo the comments from the Conservatives that just seems to be very gloomy? You'll see there's no smiles on the other side. It's a really tough day, especially when your leader can't win his own seat. But I do think it's important that we recognize that Canadians are giving a message. And I would like to hear from the member what she believes that message is.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
I'd like to thank the member through you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. I believe that Canadians in my riding were quite hopeful throughout the campaign. They saw a renewed hope within our country, and they saw a lot of opportunity for improvement as well. And so while there were many challenges over the last few months and new challenges brought by other countries, I think that this offers a very unique opportunity for Canada to be very strong and a very strong leader in the G7 and in the world. I think Canadians want us to step up to the plate and to do whatever we can to make sure that we remain in that position of strength and that we continue to create good-paying jobs for Canadians, that we continue to be there for Canadians who need us the most by offering the programs that we've had going on for several years, but by continuing them. And
resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, congratulations to you, Mr. Speaker. And
sorry, I do have to. Un point d'ordre, l'honorable député.
On a point of order, the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to raise a situation with you. When our colleague from Vancouver West took the floor earlier, she did so as an independent, and according to the rotation here, that was the 45th spot that she used, so she moved an amendment. But then you gave the floor to the member for Saint Laurent, who was supposed to be 46th in the order. So I just want to make sure that this is considered as such, because otherwise this is unfair for everyone else in the order. So in short, we want you to clarify your interpretation, and that is that the member for Saint Laurent took the 45th spot as an independent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord for his intervention. The speech made by the honourable member for Vancouver East was the second part of a Liberal time slot.
Be more precise, it was a second half of a Liberal spot, which the member for Vancouver East did take. We are still early in the sitting, and so some members are still adjusting to when they are going to rise or not rise. And so the interpretation from the chair is that second half was a second half of a Liberal slot. So the remaining positions will carry on as they were, with spot number 45 remaining a independent spot at this point. The honourable member from Rivière-du-Nord.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you for ruling on that. But I would say that according to the rules, when you share your time with another member, you have to mention that at the outset of your speech. But I can't remember the colleagues, the member for Winnipeg North. He said that he would be sharing his time with a different Liberal member and not the member for Vancouver East. So if we're to go by that interpretation, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that she shouldn't have got the floor. The only way to legitimize her turn is to put her where she should be on the order, which is the 45th spot.
I do thank the member for the Industrial. I will go to the member for Kingston, the Islands in just a moment. There is some discretion on that. That does change from time to time. But I do believe the Chief Government Whip wishes to intervene briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for clarification, I believe this to be the case when sharing a spot. Although it is customary for us to indicate who we're sharing it with, that is actually not necessary. The only thing that is necessary is to indicate that you're sharing it, and that the individual that you're sharing it with can change up until the moment that they rise.
That is the interpretation from the chair, and I think I have heard enough on the matter. So we will continue the rotation as established. But I do think, je remercie l'honorable député du.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord for his intervention.
We will be very cognizant of when we do stand and take the floor when it is our turn to speak. So we will return to resuming debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a way to get two applauses in this place as a point of order on the other side. Also, congratulations to you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to see you in the chair, and I know it's you'll serve us well and be fair as well. And also, a happy birthday to your little guy, Bennett Nader, who celebrated his birthday this past weekend. Now that I've got good favor with the chair and spend the rest of my speech. I do want to, because it's my first speech in this 45th Parliament, it's my fourth Parliament, about almost 10 years being in this place. It never ceases to amaze just the opportunity to be able to stand up here and represent the people back in Edmonton Riverbend, to share the amount of goodwill that the people in Edmonton Riverbend have and electing me to this place from time to time again. It's certainly something that I've been incredibly proud of. I do want to take the opportunity to thank a few people from the campaign, being this the first speech. First of all, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my lovely and beautiful wife, Elizabeth, who's been with me from the start of this thing. And it's an incredible journey. She has a busy life. She's a colorectal surgeon, And the time she likes to say that she actually saved lives, like we pretend like we're saving lives in here, I've certainly seen a number of things that in this place have translated to some pretty amazing and remarkable things we've done here together. Also, my two daughters, Molly Generou, she's just turned 17. She's off to university next year. She was an instrumental help on the campaign, like she always is. This time, I found my other daughter, Lily, 16. They come with boyfriends this time, so it's an extra couple of hands of volunteers, signs and logistics. So to both Molly and Lily, thank you for continuing to support me in doing this job that takes me away from you. Actually, Molly's graduation is this Wednesday, and unfortunately we'll miss it being here. But it's certainly to be able to stand up in this place and thank them and tell them how much I love them is something that never forget to do. And then, of course, our little guy who runs our house, Hugh, he's 5. He was a brand new baby when first came in the last Parliament. He's been sitting in your chair, Mr. Speaker, on a number of occasions now. And he takes over this house when he's here. Thankfully, there's no members of Parliament at the time, but it's certainly to be able to spend this time with him. And he came on every day of the campaign. He door knocked with me, he lit dropped with me, put out signs with me. So if you're looking for more volunteers, I guess the message here is just have kids, and they will bring volunteers with them. Then, of course, my wonderful sister, Bernadette Generou, she's a teacher back home in Edmonton, and she has helped us tremendously through so many opportunities to be able to do while she looks after our little ones. And then, of course, the volunteer team. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention a lot of their names, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that really helped get me here. So Vera Fedor, Jason Bischoff, Carter Morose, Norman Lorraine, Yvonne Martinez, Sohail Quadri, Sami Alam, Tanya Fatmi and Christine Liu, who both work in my office, David Sparrow, the best financial agent there is, Asia Parmar, Varun Chandasankar, Karen Sticks, Allison Webster, who baked us a bunch of delicious food while we were on the campaign, and her husband John Webster, Brooke Timpson, Rob Bly, Ash Gupta, Alex Liu, Ravi and Sonia Dewan, and of course my good pal Rishi Dewan for his support and advice. Now, Mr. Speaker, because we have a bit of a shortened session this time around, I did want to take a moment to highlight an initiative that's been important to me since being in this Parliament, and that's our annual Father's Day on the Hill initiative. We've done that for about 8 years going now, and it raises awareness for men's mental health in young men and young fathers. Unfortunately, this time around, won't be able to do the event like we've known it before, but we're doing it in partnership with the Hi Dad Foundation, a foundation that I've been a part of since we launched it about 3 years ago. And we continue to raise awareness for men's mental health through that, in partners with Mental Health Commission of Canada. Congratulations to Michel Rodriguez, who's on his retirement. He's just about to celebrate his retirement. And then Movember, and of course the member from Courtney Alberni. He's been a big asset in getting this off the ground. We've had previous speakers at Father's Day on the Hill, Mr. Speaker, National Hockey League Players Association, Brian Ballmer from HGTV, Burlington Fire Department, and others have come out to raise awareness for the importance of men's mental health. And just for statistics, Mr. Speaker, 50 Canadian men die by suicide each week. And this is a problem that needs to stop, and something that we need to address here in this Parliament. This particular Father's Day on the Hill, we're, instead of doing the event that we normally invite every member of Parliament and senator to, we're doing a roundtable on a men's health policy. And internationally, there are 7 countries in the world that have a men's health policy: Australia, Brazil, Iran, Ireland, Malaysia, Mongolia, and South Africa. Now, Ireland blazed the trail in 2008 with its national men's health policy, addressing a 5-year life expectancy gap and targeting marginalized groups like travelers via the Engage training program. Australia's 2010 national health policy updated the 2020 to 2030 strategy and supports diverse groups like Indigenous men aiming for long, healthy lives. Brazil's 2009 National Comprehensive Healthcare Policy for Men expanded men's health units to over 1,000 cities, focusing on primary care and reproductive health, Mongolia's 2014 strategy tackles a 10-year life expectancy disparity, while South Africa's 2020-2025 plan addresses HIV, TB, and mental health, aligning with UN Sustainable Development Goals. In Europe, the 2018 strategy for the European region links men's health to SDGs, highlighting masculinity norms' impact on the mental health help seeking within the UK. Lacking a formal strategy, they appointed a men's health ambassador in 2024 to break stigmas around men's mental health. Now, there's calls for a broader policy in this realm, Mr. Speaker, and these are just examples that can help Canada craft a legislation that prioritizes men's mental health and addresses disparity, that fosters inclusivity without leaving anyone behind. Now, I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker. There's a center in Edmonton called the Zebra Child and Youth Advocacy Center. And in April, they moved into the brand new 30,000 square foot building, in large thanks to generous Edmontonian Bill Eaton. The Zebra Center partners with the Edmonton Police Services Child Protective Unit and Child at Risk Response Team, Alberta RCMP, Child and Family Services, Alberta Health Services, and the Edmonton Prosecution Services to serve children and youth who have experienced abuse and supporting them through the investigative justice and healing process. Now, I hate that this organization exists, Mr. Speaker, but man, am I happy that they do. Led by Emmy Stubing, they are an incredible herd, and congratulations to them and their wonderful team on their brand new facility, and looking forward to continuing to tour their facility when getting back to Edmonton. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Edmonton, simply thank you. From the banks of the North Saskatchewan to the farms south of the Anthony Henday, our riding has so much promise, and it really is a gem on the prairies. We are attracting so many incredible individuals from across Canada because of our ability to show that entrepreneurial spirit in Alberta, and I've been honored to represent this city now for 13 years. We've watched it grow, we've watched it establish more new families and a lot more of the new communities, and I couldn't be more thankful, Mr. Speaker, for allowing them to have me be here, represent them from back home in our community. And it was all just farmland when I started, but the way that Edmonton's growing, it's looking like it's a brand new city out there in South Edmonton. So finally, last statement, Mr. Speaker, before I turn over to questions and comments. The exciting thing in Edmonton happening right now, there's a hockey team that's doing extremely well. And I'd like to end my time as saying, go Oilers, go.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take a moment to congratulate my colleague on his election. I would also like to thank him for bringing up this very critically important issue. I have a 17-year-old son. We often discuss this at home.
This is an issue that we've discussed here with some of my colleagues in the caucus, in the Liberal caucus, and it's a really important issue, and I thank him for raising this, for bringing this to the forefront, and I hope we can collaborate on this in the future, and that this can be the spirit of the kind of collaboration we can have to make this House rise and to make Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the comment on the other side. I find in this place, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of reasons that you get dragged into the partisanship here, and at the end of the day, if you're able to make friends on like issues and policies that are able to change the country on other sides, I'll encourage every member to take that time to reach out on issues that are important to them and build those friendships across the aisle.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Edmonton Riverbend for his speech. He spoke at length about Alberta's economy and about how proud he is to represent his riding. He's proud of the Oilers. I wish the Oilers success in the finals. When he talks about his riding and the entrepreneurial spirit that they have, how does he feel about Mark Carney and the Liberals' proposals? They want one Canadian economy. Meanwhile, there are regional economies with their unique and distinctive aspects. In Alberta, Quebec, or in Ontario, our economies are different. Does he support the principle of a one Canada economy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I can tell you one thing I support with this Prime Minister is his choice of hockey team, Mr. Speaker. You know what, Alberta, since being here, I've really recognized there's a lot of similarities between Alberta and Quebec. And I think right now what we're seeing is a lot of the challenges that Alberta, we see it in the news, the talk of separation, and that is because of just a lack of respect from a national government. And at the end of the day, that's in the hands of this government to change. And you know, it's good to see that there's a lot of focus on Alberta right now in the news when it comes to energy and pipelines. But you know, at the end of the day, I think it's something that we can both continue to push forward from our respective provinces.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Tobeak Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations on your role as well. And I want to commend my colleague from Edmonton Riverbend for his tremendous remarks and amazing work, incredible work that he does for men who have been struggling with mental health and all those who have been battling with mental health. It's a very commendable field of work and much needed in these times. I just wondered if he wanted to comment further in regards to, as it relates to the struggles that Canadians are facing. And I know a lot of emphasis that we put on the importance of recovery and the need for recovery type services as it relates to mental health and addictions. And there was not much mention of that in the throne speech. Wondering if he has any comments on how we need to get back to a recovery-based approach over just harm reduction strategies as it comes to working with those struggling and battling with mental health and addictions in this country.
Young Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, my good colleague, my good friend, for the question. You know, any opportunity to address mental health, and particularly within young men. You know, I gave out one statistic that there's 50 suicides a week in this country from men. There's also 75% of the suicides are men, and lots of time young men that you wouldn't think there's a stigma out there of talking about it. So any chance, whether it's a throne speech, whether it's a reply for the throne speech, whether it's at an event to speak about the importance of men's mental health, I'll absolutely take that opportunity anytime.
Comments, question on commentaire. The Honourable Member Winnipeg North, very, very brief.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member's comments. And the issue of mental health is something in which we have invested a great deal in the past. And I'm wondering if he could provide his perspective in terms of mental health within the healthcare system today and how that really needs to be brought on a much higher.
Young Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member's correct. It's since COVID, we have seen an increase in talking about mental health. We've seen an increase in people wanting to do something. But at the end of the day, if we're not having these conversations here, and you know, it's the funding. The funding needs strings attached to it to make sure that it's going right to mental health. And I hope that's what this government takes seriously.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor to rise in this chamber for the first time as the newly elected Member of Parliament for Richmond Hill South, the place I've called home for the vast majority of my life. I do so with humility and deep gratitude to the people who place their trust in me and are letting me be their voice. To the people of Richmond Hill, thank you. You voted for me for a change, and I will fight for that change. Rest assured, I will fight for your families, your values, and your future every single day in this House. To my family, your support means the world. To my parents, thank you everything that you've done to get me here. And to my wife, thank you for being part of this journey so we can build a better future for our daughter. To my colleagues in the Conservative caucus, it's a tremendous privilege to stand alongside each and every one of you. Before running for office, I was a corporate lawyer. I have 4 degrees from Canada's top universities, licensed to practice law in Canada and the United States, a CFA charter holder, and a partner at a major law firm. I gave that all up and entered public service not to see government grow, but to see opportunity grow and make way for bigger and prouder citizens. Not to see failure excused, but to see merit rewarded. And not to see Canadians divided by region, creed, or conflicts abroad, but to see them united under a proud flag and behind a shared promise. The promise of a country where hard work pays off, justice prevails, and the next generation inherits not less, but more. During my election campaign, I've had the opportunity to talk to many people in Richmond Hill South. Our team knocked on 100,000 doors, and I want to champion the issues that I have heard in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, unlike the Liberals who feel no urgency to table a budget on time, I stand here today with a clear mission to fight for policies which will restore safety in our streets, affordability in our economy, respect for our seniors, and opportunity for the next generation of Canadians. Let's start with what should be the simplest promise a government can make: to keep Canadians safe. Because the Liberals' decade-long soft-on-crime approach, an unprecedented crime wave has been unleashed into our communities across the country. It's been keeping our communities up at night. Violent incidents, gang activities, carjackings, and home invasions, often committed by repeat offenders, by the way, are becoming all too common all across Canada. Let me be clear, this is not fear-mongering. It is reality the people of Richmond Hill live with each and every day. I've spoken to seniors who don't feel safe walking to the park, to parents who worry when their kids walk to school, and to small business owners who've been robbed on multiple occasions while the criminals walk free. Public safety must never be a partisan issue. Yet under the Liberal government, a catch-and-release bail system allows repeat offenders to cycle in and cycle out of custody, all while our communities suffer the consequences. A system where criminals convicted of serious offenses get house arrest rather than mandatory prison time, and those criminals with consecutive convictions are rewarded with discounted sentences. This is an injustice and a slap in the face to the victims. While the Prime Minister talks a big game about addressing crime, his throne speech doesn't mention ending this Liberal revolving door, get-out-of-jail-free justice system. We need to restore real consequences for violent crime and stand up for victims, not criminals. Because without law and order, there can be no freedom, no prosperity, and no peace of mind. But safety isn't just about crime. It's also about confronting the devastating Liberal-sponsored drug crisis which has been destroying lives and families all across Canada. Opioid drug overdoses have risen to record levels under the Liberals' disastrous policies, claiming the lives of over 50,000 Canadians, a death toll that now exceeds the Second World War. The so-called safe supply policies and safe injection site experiments have utterly failed. Liberal government-supplied drugs have flooded our streets that are compounding on the pain and suffering of those already impacted by addictions. Decriminalizing hard drugs and giving out needles from vending machines have turned our neighborhoods into open drug scenes, where overdose deaths continue to rise, not fall. This is not harm reduction. This is government-orchestrated harm promotion. We need a new path, a path that offers real hope, real healing, and real recovery. We must focus on treatment over trauma. Solutions must be rooted in dignity, not dependency. And lastly, we must punish the fentanyl kingpins as the mass murderers that they are, because every Canadian deserves the chance to rebuild their lives, and that starts with a system that helps them get off drugs, not keeps them addicted.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, our streets became less safe from government-sponsored chaos, but also our economy is now in decline from a decade of Liberal vandalism. Canadians are being squeezed from every direction. Groceries, gas, heating, housing, it's all going up. And people are falling behind. The Liberal job-killing industrial carbon tax is driving up the cost of everything, except for those who can least, especially for those who can least afford it. Farmers, truckers, working families, they're all paying more while this out-of-touch government offers less. This isn't about reducing emissions. This is economic punishment on hardworking families that are feeling the squeeze more than ever before. We need to stop punishing work and productivity and sabotaging our country's competitiveness. That starts with axing the carbon tax for good and letting Canadians keep more of their hard-earned money. But it also means addressing the deeper issue created by this Liberal government, the productivity crisis that is dragging our economy down globally and depriving working-class Canadians a chance to get ahead. Mr. Speaker, investment is fleeing. Productivity is declining. Factories are shutting down, and good-paying jobs are vanishing. That's not just bad for business, it's bad for workers, for wages, and for our long-term growth. No Canadian should be out of work because their Liberal government refuses to get out of the way. We must unleash the potential of our economy, and that means cutting Liberal red tape that chokes small businesses. It means speeding up project approvals so we can develop our natural resources responsibly, build infrastructure, and attract investment. It means rewarding entrepreneurship, embracing innovation, and making it easier, not harder, for Canadians to build and create. Next, we must champion pipeline development, not just as an energy policy, but as a nation-building project. We need to get our resources to market, create thousands of high-paying jobs, and strengthen our energy sovereignty. It means ending the self-sabotaging and anti-energy policies. Yet the throne speech makes no mention of Canada's oil and gas sector, which is Canada's most vital industry. We need to be a country where a good idea can become a business, and a business can then become an industry. Where students see a future not of delay and scarcity, but of drive and abundance. Where we can make things again, build things again, and grow things again, with the Canadian worker at the center of it all. And that's the difference between members of this side of the House and those opposite. Conservatives want to grow the pie for Canadians, while Liberals want to think of ways to slice it up amongst themselves. Nowhere is the failure of the Liberal government's policies more obvious than in the housing market. Young couples are delaying and even foregoing starting a family because they are completely priced out. Mortgage payments and rents have doubled, while incomes have stayed flat or even declined. Young families are being priced out of their communities completely, while government funding creates more bureaucracy than housing. Plain and simple, the Liberals have orchestrated a supply crisis and perpetuated the housing hell that an entire generation is forced to endure. We need to incentivize municipalities to build more homes faster. We need to require results and accountability, not endless reports and consultants where no strings are attached to Liberal federal funding. And we need to remove the gatekeepers who delay and deny projects that Canadians desperately need. It should not take years and hundreds of thousands of dollars just to get a permit to build a home. Nurses should be able to afford to live near the hospital that they work at, and tradespeople should be able to afford to live in the homes that they themselves have helped build. Mr. Speaker, people aren't just angry or frustrated anymore. They are losing hope. They're suffocating. And misery is becoming the new normal. When you can't walk down the street without fear, when housing is completely out of reach and wages are stagnant, and when work is punished and bureaucracy is rewarded, our country cannot thrive. But I believe in the resilience of Canadians. I believe in the strength of our values and the promise of our future. I will fight for that Canadian promise, a country that is safe, affordable, and free, a country that is not obsessed with our differences, but focused on what unites us, a country where compassion is measured not by the size of government, but by the faith and strength of our communities, a country where freedom is not a gift from government, but a birthright of every Canadian citizen, and a country that believes in responsibility, not excuses, and in celebrating success, not sabotaging it. That is the Canada I will fight for. That is the Canada that Richmond Hill deserves, and that is the Canada we will build together. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Very good.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. South Shore St. Margaret's. I'd like to thank my colleague from across the floor, and I know a lot of his speech today was talking about the planning and readiness and preparedness, and it makes me think, Mr. Speaker, about the fires that are going on right now in Manitoba and Saskatchewan. And myself, through our constituency and our riding of South Shore St. Margaret's last year, had some devastating impacts of fires, both in our Tantallon area and our Shelburne regions. So my question, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague would be what he feels about the emergency preparedness measures that are going to be impacting so many of our different constituencies, unfortunately, right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, member for Richmond Hill South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for her question. Let's not let the Liberals distract us from the crime wave and their horrible record over the last 10 years and the crime wave that they've unleashed into our communities and the housing crisis that they have perpetuated in the last 10 years. When I've knocked on doors during the election campaign, that's what I've been hearing. It's this housing crisis that this Liberal government has perpetuated. I've spoken to so many young people at the doors over this election. 30-year-olds, 35-year-olds, 40-year-olds living in these beautiful single-family homes, townhomes, and single detached homes. But when they tell me about their issues, they don't actually live in those homes. It's actually their parents' homes. That is the housing crisis we've created, that the Liberals have created, and that they're living in. They're working, gainfully employed, sometimes even 2 jobs, but they can't afford to buy a home. They've done everything that society has asked of them, but they can't afford to buy a home.
Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague mentioned the fentanyl crisis. It's a horrific crisis. We studied it for a year on the Standing Health Committee. He also covered the aspect of treatment. Many experts and parents came as witnesses and told us that healing often comes after relapse. How does he feel about our national strategy based on 4 pillars? I feel that we should increase consultation and work on that strategy.
His question, 50,000 people have died from this opioid crisis in the last 10 years. That death toll is higher than the Second World War. That is the human tragedy that we're talking about. The failed drug policies, the decriminalization of hard drugs, drugs like crack, cocaine, fentanyl that the Liberals have sponsored federally. Things like fentanyl, 2.5 grams. You can kill every member of parliament with 2.5 grams of fentanyl. That's how many lethal doses of fentanyl 2.5 grams is, yet it's legal. We need to start locking up the fentanyl kingpins for the mass murderers that they are. Thank you so much. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Questions, comments? The member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your appointment. I would like to congratulate this new member for a fantastic maiden speech in this chamber. He's going to bring a lot from the good people of Richmond Hill. What I would like to ask him is, during the election, the government said that they would do some limited bail reform. To me, my constituents of Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna, know that there are huge challenges with people, what they call just a catch and release system. Does he agree with the Liberals, or does he think that we need more than what the Liberals have put on offer?
The member for Richmond Hill South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's not fear-mongering. This is just the reality that we live in. It's a crime wave. Carjackings are up, home invasions are up, violent crime is up, gun crime is up. The Liberals sponsored this catch and release policy, and everyone I talk to, the flower shop I go to got robbed, that I normally go to, the grocery store I normally go to got robbed, my dentist got robbed, my pharmacist got robbed, my optometrist got robbed too. And my neighbors have gotten robbed, my friends have gotten robbed. Everyone has been robbed. This is a serious issue. It's time for the Liberals to finally take action. Thank you.
Resuming debate, please do debate. The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the member from Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. As I rise for the first time in this House in response to the speech from the throne, I begin by offering my deepest gratitude to the people of Toronto St. Paul's for their trust in electing me to their seat in this House of Commons. Merci aux gens de Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you to the people of Toronto St. Paul's for putting your trust in me. This is the greatest honor of my life, speaking as your voice in this House.
Who brought incredible energy to our campaign, like James Kingsmill, a high school student who knocked on doors almost every day after class, part of an army of engaged residents who made calls, dropped off food, hosted coffee parties, and helped us speak to tens of thousands of people across the community. To our campaign team, led by Wilder Walker-Stewart and Jonathan Affleck-Levy, and our local riding association led by Brian Clunder, thank you for your hard work, long nights, and leadership of our outstanding dream team. I want to thank my family for their immense love and support, my husband Seamus and children Adara, Ethan, and Megan. Making sure they grow up into a safe, prosperous, and bright future inspires me every day to do this work. I grew up around airports and airplanes in Edmonton, Alberta, the daughter of 2 air traffic controllers. Whenever I see a plane overhead, I think of my parents, Doug and Helen. I thank them for their support and the values of hard work and education, not to mention calm under pressure, that they instilled in my brother, sister, and me. And I think of my grandma Wanda, no longer with us, but who left an indelible mark on my life. She came to Canada to escape the war in Europe, built a life as a seamstress and wife of a carpenter, and was a proud Liberal. She always cared for her neighbors and kept scissors close to the newspaper so she could clip the articles she thought were important for us to read. I'm grateful every day for the life that Canada has afforded my family. It's why I ran for public office, to do the work that must always be done to safeguard our country, strengthen our unity, and ensure every Canadian has a bright future ahead. Over the past 18 months, I've had the wonderful experience of connecting with so many neighbors from across Toronto St. Paul's. From Hillcrest and Humewood to Davisville Village and the great Republic of Rathnelly, from Oakwood and Little Jamaica through Cedarvale and Forest Hill, from bustling towers at Yonge and Eglinton to quiet streets nestled above Moore Park Ravine. St. Paul's is an incredible community, one of caring, kindness, and ambition. We believe in supporting our neighborhood with vibrant farmers markets and local small businesses that give our streets character and a strong sense of community. We share a deep love for our city and our country, and a commitment to leaving both in better shape for our children, with new green spaces, better public transit, with high-quality public health care and education, and a strong economy that lifts up our quality of life. But there are challenges. Many of our neighbors are struggling with rising rents, a lack of housing, a rising cost of living, precarious jobs. As the throne speech set out, too many families are struggling to get ahead. We're here to deliver for Canadians. It's why our very first act as a new government is to reduce middle-class taxes, saving families up to $840 a year. We're also protecting the programs that Canadians rely on. In St. Paul's, I met seniors at Brackendale House who were getting dental care for the first time in years because of our dental care program. And I've met families saving upwards of $10,000 a year because of our $10 a day childcare plan. This is good for kids, good for families, and good for our economy as parents, especially women, return to their careers. It's a triple crown that's already boosted our GDP. The strongest economies are built on solid foundations of housing, education, and culture. We're focused on building affordable homes to drive supply up and bring costs down. We'll build across the full continuum of housing needs, from deeply affordable housing to co-ops and purpose-built rentals, to a supply of new homes for young people and young families. We have major federal investments already at work in St. Paul's, building over 800 new suites across 2 buildings on Broadway Avenue. At St. Hilda's Towers, we're investing in 330 new affordable suites for seniors. This is just the beginning. We need to, and we will, build many more homes. While housing is key to a strong economy, education lights the spark of economic opportunity. 20 years ago, I had the honor of working with former premiers, the Honourable Bob Rae and the Honourable Bill Davis, on the Rae Review of Post-Secondary Education to improve the quality and accessibility of Ontario's colleges and universities. Today, more than ever, our ambition should be nothing less than to have world-leading skills and education. As the throne speech set out, the skilled trades can open the doors to good careers for hundreds of thousands of Canadians. These careers will be even better if they are connected to world-leading science and innovation. The builder who builds more homes faster at lower cost with new materials. The engineer who can harness AI and lead a team to bring it to market. Toronto St. Paul's is home to today's innovators and entrepreneurs, and tomorrow's too. Nous sommes aussi.
We are also a community of artists, filmmakers, musicians, authors, and journalists. These professions continue to tell our uniquely Canadian stories, capture our history, and unlock our imagination.
Part of Toronto, we support the arts and strong public institutions. Our science centers, our art galleries, the local organizations who bring people of all ages together for theatre, crafts, and fellowship. In an era of misinformation and polarization, our public broadcaster has a vital role. Let's improve the CBC Radio-Canada, not tear it down.
Hear, hear.
When I think back to when I was knocking on doors this past winter, I remember the snowbanks with hockey sticks planted in them flying Canadian flags. Canadians are ready to stand up for Canada. Yes, it's about patriotism, But as the Prime Minister has shown, it is also about respect. Respect is something we expect from our neighbours and allies. It's mutual. We give it, we expect it in return. It's what we expect from each other. Respect for one another is a Canadian value. It's what we must demand from our political leaders. Canadians expect us to reach out to one another, to wrestle in good faith with facts, not fiction. We are at a moment of change and challenge. It's easier than ever to spread fear and hate. This is a toxic recipe for any country. Toronto St. Paul's, with its vibrant shuls and synagogues, is at the heart of Canada's Jewish community. The past 604 days since the terrorist attack of October 7th has been an extraordinarily difficult time of grief, anger, pain, and fear. There has been and continue to be a very real, shocking rise in anti-Semitism in our city. As parliamentarians, as Canadians, we must ensure unequivocally that no parent is ever afraid to send their child to school, that no small business is the target of hatred, and that no synagogue, place of worship, or neighborhood is targeted in an effort to make any group of Canadians responsible for a foreign conflict. This is anti-Semitism, and it is unacceptable. As we work as a new government to make our streets safe, reduce crime, and strengthen law enforcement, we will also protect schools, community centers, and places of worship from acts of intimidation and fear. Freedom from fear is at the root of the Canadian commitment to democracy, pluralism, and the rule of law. As we heard in the throne speech, these are values Canadians hold dear, and our government is determined to protect them. In closing, I'm here to listen, to work hard, and to ensure the voices of Toronto St. Paul's ring out in this chamber. We all stand on the shoulders of those who came before us, and I want to pay tribute to the Honourable Dr. Carolyn Bennett, who served the community of St. Paul's for over 27 years in this House. She was a trailblazing woman in politics. She was a champion of reconciliation and women's health, among her many accomplishments in a lifetime of service. With each new Parliament, there is more work to do in this great endeavour of building a country. As Prime Minister, Lester Pearson hoped when he raised the maple leaf flag on Parliament Hill for the first time 60 years ago this year. Under this flag, may our youth find new inspiration for loyalty to Canada, for a patriotism based not on any mean or narrow nationalism, but on the deep and equal pride that all Canadians will feel for every part of this good land. The road ahead may have challenges, but let's keep our eyes fixed on the horizon towards a brighter future, a proud people, a Canada strong and free.
In comments, question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vernon Lake Country, Monashee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague across the aisle for her speech. She was talking about tax cuts, and the carbon tax has two components. It has the domestic tax and it has the industrial tax. The current Prime Minister has taken away, paused the domestic tax, but left the industrial tax there and actually promised to enforce it or make it worse. That's the one that really hurts and drags on the middle class. And my question is, wouldn't it make sense to eliminate the industrial tax as well?
The honourable member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague opposite for the question. I think, first of all, in terms of the carbon tax, I think it's significant that that was among the first acts of this government to actually eliminate the carbon tax, delivering Canadians relief that they desperately needed. I think in terms of the industrial carbon price, Canadians are supportive of policies that ensure that big polluters pay the price of pollution. And I would also note that Alberta was among the first province, if not the first province, to introduce an industrial carbon price. And it's significant, I think, that the federal government followed their lead only years later.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the get-go, the Liberals have been yapping about the dental program. They're proud of the objective, greater dental coverage. That's a good idea. Quebec knows that. Here, the thing is, Quebec wants to withdraw from that program with full compensation. There's private companies that spending $2 billion due to the government's program. Do they think that's a good idea?
Mr. Speaker, I think that as Canadians, we actually learn a lot from the province of Quebec, and I actually would look to the childcare program as one of the examples where, in following Quebec's lead, we've actually delivered a terrific program that has saved families considerable sums when they're seeking childcare. And I think dental care is the same type of program, where Canadians are saving upwards of $800 per year on average, getting the kind of dental care that they need, that they haven't had access to, which makes a difference in people's lives, from young people all the way to our seniors.
Questions, comments? The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's such a pleasure to welcome the member for St. Paul's to the House, a true ally of the Jewish community in terms of what she said in her speech. And just in the last 10 days, we've had 2 Jews killed in Washington, D.C., leaving an American Jewish community event. We had the incident this weekend where people who were marching for the release of the hostages were attacked brutally in Colorado. And in her riding at Casa Loma and in my riding at the Chavra Kadisha, we had demonstrators demonstrating outside Jewish community events. What are the steps the honourable member hopes to take to help our community feel more safe in Canada?
Now, member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you to my colleague on this side of the House for that question. It is incredibly serious, the situation that we face. This shocking rise of anti-Semitism that we're seeing in Canada and around the world is leading to acts of violence. And my heart breaks for the tragedies that we have seen in the United States in the last couple of weeks in Colorado and in Washington. The first priority that we have is to ensure that we have safe access legislation to protect schools, campuses, places of worship, and community centers. There is no room for any Canadian accessing services at these centers, at these facilities in our community, to have to experience the fear and the intimidation that we're seeing on our streets. Following in the footsteps of some of the municipalities in Canada that are moving forward with similar types of legislation, bringing in those safe access zones is an important priority for me as I enter this House. Thank you.
Very brief question, the member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
So it's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, and I want to welcome my newest constituent, Emily Anne Marie Brogan, and her parents, Mike and Carolyn. Brief question to my colleague, welcome as well. Did she say that Canadians are actually supportive of the industrial carbon tax? Just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you.
Very brief response, member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I said that Canadians are supportive of ensuring that big polluters pay the price of polluting.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member from Marcorel-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Guess it's my turn to rise in the House for the first time in this Parliament and to give a speech in response to the speech from the throne.
That's nice. D'abord, Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais remercier.
First, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the voters from Marcorel-Fortin who sent me here, providing massive support for Team Carney and the Liberal Party. I would like to thank all the voters from...
Member for Waterloo.
I think you know what it is, Mr. Speaker, but I think we should just set the tone early on where members of Parliament are referred by their ridings, not their names in the chamber.
Yes, I thank the honourable member for Waterloo. I was going to let this one slide and correct it later, but we will be using the proper names or title of the riding name or the position. I'll just remind that to all honourable members and the honourable member for Marcorel-Fortin.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. J'aimerais aussi remercier.
I would also like to thank our incredible team of supporters and volunteers who were a great help over the course of the campaign. Without them, I would not be able to be here today, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I would like to thank my family. Without their support, once again, I would not be here. And it's actually the second time I am thanking everyone, because in 2014 I ran provincially and then I ended up spending 8 years at the Quebec National Assembly. So, Marie-Hélène, André, Valérie, Claire, thank you. Thank you for your support. It means a lot to me. Also, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say a few words about my father, Antonio Leitao, who'd be so proud of his son today, but unfortunately, he is no longer with us. He passed in 2008 after a long period of illness, but he would be very proud of me. My family left Portugal in 1975, and they did that so that their children could have the opportunity of a better life.
And what better if he had seen his little boy turn into a federal member of parliament here. But my story is nothing unique. Canada is immigration. That's what immigration's all about. And when we come here as immigrants, it's to take part actively in the economic development. That's what we did, the Leitaos, and that's what millions of immigrants did when they came to Canada. And of course, everything's not perfect. We need to review and amend our immigration policies seriously and consistently, but above all, it has to be done with compassion and humanity. Immigrants are above all human beings. They come here to improve their lives and to contribute to this country. So, Mr. Speaker, coming back to the speech on the budget, the world has changed and changed a lot in the last 3, 4, 5 months. Let me just mention a few facets of those changes, Mr. Speaker.
There's been a direct attack on the global trading system by the new administration in the United States. And this is hugely ironic because it's that new trading system that has contributed to the growth in global prosperity that small open economies like Canada, but also an economy like the United States, benefits enormously. So it's quite ironic that they now are intended to replace that with some hocus-pocus mercantilistic view of the world that doesn't really exist and is actually quite counterproductive. Secondly, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Secondly, the unfair, abusive, and totally incomprehensible tariffs that the United States administration is imposing on Canadian exports. These tariffs may or may not remain, they may or may not be extended, or may or may not be reinstated, but in the meantime, they create real damage, and they lead to a freeze in business investment. So job creation, opening of new factories, all that gets delayed by this incomprehensible policy on tariffs. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the United States is also rapidly sinking into what I think will become the greatest self-inflicted recession of the past 75 years. And that is still important because the United States still is the world's most dynamic economy and still the world's largest economy. Therefore, it's important for them to try to avoid that. But in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to offer the same words that Her Majesty said in this speech from the throne. A donné l'exemple au monde entier.
Canada has set an example for the entire world by showing that its values are in the name of good, and we should all continue along those lines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened intently to the member's comments in his speech there. He talked about the self-inflicted damage to the United States. I just was wondering about the self-inflicted damage to Canada. When the Liberals took power, there were 14 energy projects on the books waiting for approval. Today, there are none of those. There is no energy projects ready to be built. The Prime Minister has talked about making Canada an energy superpower. I'd just like some comments from that honourable member. Thank you.
The honourable member for Macquarie-Fortin.
Recession in the United States, likely recession in the United States will be triggered by totally misguided public policy. totally 19th century type public policy. The public policy we are following in this country, Mr. Speaker, is 21st century public policy, and I'm extremely surprised to see a true conservative not supporting an industrial carbon price. Conservatives do support industrial market mechanisms for energy prices. I don't understand why they can't support that.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, as he said, was a member of the National Assembly of Quebec. He knows about the unanimous resolutions of that legislature, and they're as strong as Medicare. They don't happen every day. So Quebec has called for full compensation to opt out of the federal Medicare program and to run its own. Will the member be an ally in seeing to it that that can be done in keeping with the unanimous desire of the elected officials in Quebec City? The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, I'm the first to acknowledge that it's extremely important for the federal government and the provinces to be able to agree in order to adequately fund social programs. In the case, for example, of the dental care program, that's a program which was implemented quite quickly and effectively, and the results have been good. As for Medicare, pharmacare rather, to my knowledge, the negotiations are ongoing, and hopefully there will be an agreement reached. The honourable member, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague, who's my neighbour from across the river, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. So he's on one side of the river, and I'm on the other. And I'm wondering what he heard when he was going door to door. What in the throne speech is going to help us serve our constituents better? The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, yes, at the door, going door to door, there was one issue we heard the most often the only issue, and that is which prime minister and which government would be best able to stand up to the American threat. That's all many people cared about. People had thought about it, and they came to the conclusion that the current prime minister, that he was the best person to deal with the American threat. And so that's how they voted, and I think they were right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to welcome my new colleague to the House of Commons. My understanding, he's an experienced legislator. He has, I believe, served in the Legislative Assembly or the National Assembly in Quebec, was even the finance minister. Unfortunately, he's been overlooked for a cabinet appointment with the new government, but I'm a little surprised, and I'm wondering if he's surprised too, after the fourth full day of debate here in the House of Commons, that the government has yet to actually table any legislation. Would this have been the case if he had actually been in cabinet?
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
There will be a budget, so in due time that will be presented. In fact, it is much more responsible, it is much more important to take the time to do the budget rather than rushing, as the opposite members seem to suggest. We should have rushed into a budget. Let's take the time, let's do it well, and let's move on from there.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this chamber on behalf of the people of Cambridge and North Dumfries and to respond to the speech from the throne. As the first woman ever elected to represent this riding in Ottawa since Confederation, I carry that responsibility with deep gratitude and with a commitment to serve with heart and purpose. This is the community where I was born and raised, where I've raised my family, and where I've spent my life giving back. Whether it's focusing on youth and seniors, supporting veterans, or standing up for those who have no voice, including the victims of human trafficking. Through the years, I've seen our community grow, from the vibrant neighborhoods of Galt, Preston, and Blair, where the Grand and Speed rivers meet, connected by bridges, to the rural areas of North Dumfries, Ayr, Clyde, and Brenchton. This is a place of history. It's a place of natural beauty with a shared sense of community. It's a place where neighbors support each other and where small businesses want to put down roots and grow. Over the course of the campaign, we knocked on over 80,000 doors across Cambridge and North Dumfries. We listened on front porches, in driveways, and at kitchen tables. People opened up and shared their stories, their struggles, and their hopes for a better future. Along the way, I met people who have become friends, like Bonnie, whose kindness radiates in everything she does. She bakes pies and butter tarts for our local meal programs and crochets squares for blankets that help veterans settle into their new homes. I remember meeting Susan, a senior living on a fixed income. She told me how, after paying her bills, there's often not enough left to buy the grocery she needs. It made me think of my own grandmother. Our family has an old photo of her standing in front of her fridge, the door wide open, the shelves are full, and she's got a huge smile on her face. For her, that fridge wasn't just about food. After immigrating to Canada from a war-torn Eastern Europe, it was a symbol of safety, of having enough, and of making sure no one in her family ever went hungry again. I also spoke with many young people, some just starting out in their careers, others finishing school, who told me they can't see a future for themselves here. They want to stay close to family and contribute to the community they grew up in, but they can't find jobs that pay enough to sustain themselves. One young man, an engineer, told me he's considering leaving Canada altogether, looking for opportunities abroad because he no longer sees a future for himself in the country he calls home. He wants to build a life here, but with the rising cost of living and limited opportunities, he's starting to feel like his dream is out of reach. Despite working hard, he can't see a path to owning a home or starting a family. And he's not alone. I've spoken with many young people in our community who feel the same. They're doing everything right, yet still feel like they're falling behind. My dad, at the age of 19, came to Canada for freedom and opportunity. The day after he arrived, he started a job as an electrician in the village of Ayr, where he was able to build that life, buy that home, and start a family. These are the very things so many young people today feel are no longer possible. That promise of a country where hard work is rewarded, rights are protected, and each generation builds something better for the next. That is the promise I will help restore. That is the promise I will protect. In many conversations, I also heard a growing sense of worry. I grew up in a neighborhood where we could leave our doors unlocked. We'd head downtown to Queen Square, sit by the fountain, and enjoy an ice cream on a warm summer afternoon. It was a time when you didn't think twice about your safety. But today, that sense of safety is slipping away. Time and again, I heard people tell me they no longer feel secure, even with their doors locked. They worry about break-ins, thefts, and the rise of violent crime on our streets. I spoke to parents who won't let their kids walk to the park alone anymore, to the seniors who don't feel safe answering their doors at night, and to shop owners who've been targeted more than once. This isn't just about statistics or headlines. It's about real people in real neighborhoods feeling unsafe in the place that they call home. It's about the loss of something we all deserve, peace of mind and the freedom to walk down the street or sit by the fountain, enjoy an ice cream without fear. There is a growing disconnect between the people and their government. In a time when many have lost faith in our institutions, the government must be reminded that it exists to serve the people, to be accountable, to be responsible, and to have a plan. At the doors, I also heard a sense of hope. Hope that we can restore what's been lost, rebuild what's been broken, and renew the promise of Canada. That same hope, hard work, and resilience carried me through many of life's challenges, and it's what will guide me every day in this House. Those experiences didn't lead me to politics. They led me to people, and people led me here. I came to Ottawa to serve, to listen, and to be a strong voice for the people of Cambridge and North Dumfries. I came here to support solutions that will build a Canada that works for everyone, a country where freedom is defended, opportunity is within reach, and hope is restored. I want to help build a Canada where the promise of a better life is not just a dream, but a promise every Canadian can believe in once again. Mr. Speaker, this country has given my family everything, and now I intend to give back with everything I have. I will serve with honesty, I will lead with integrity, and I will never forget who sent me here. I want to take a moment to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. To my husband, Bill, your love and support have been my constant through every challenge and every victory. Thank you for standing by me, for believing in me, even on the days when I doubted myself, and for reminding me why this work matters. To my two incredible daughters, you have been my inspiration from the very beginning. Watching you grow into strong, compassionate women has been the greatest gift of my life. To my 5 beautiful granddaughters, each of you is a bright light in my world. You are the reason I stand here today, fighting for a future where your dreams can take root and flourish right here at home. To my brother who stood with me from the beginning, thank you for your support and all your help. To my mom, thank you for your selfless love and the sacrifices only a mother makes. Everything I am began with you. To the many volunteers, neighbors, and friends who gave their time, their energy, and their hearts to this campaign, thank you. This journey wasn't mine alone. It belonged to all of us. Every door we knocked on, every conversation we had, every moment we shared, it mattered. And it shaped the person I am now. Finally, to the people of Cambridge and North Dumfries, thank you for sharing your stories and for welcoming me into your home and lives. Every day in this chamber, I carry your struggles and your hopes with me, humbled by the trust you've placed in me and fighting to make sure that every person can open their fridge with a smile, just like my grandmother once did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to pick up on the theme of hope. I think Canadians as a whole, over the last, just over a month ago, we had just over 8.5 million people vote for the Liberal Party of Canada and the new Prime Minister and, in fact, a new government. In that messaging that was provided, I believe it was very strong and tangible, one where we wanted to see a united candidate to take on Trump tariffs and trade, one that wanted to see recognition in terms of the affordability issue. And the Prime Minister has made that commitment. That's why he's in Saskatchewan today, working with the premiers. That's why the first initiative he took was a major tax reduction for over 20 million Canadians. I'm wondering if she supports those two initiatives.
For Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the member's question. My family came here with nothing and built a life. But young people today are doing everything right and getting nowhere. The promise of Canada was about believing that if you worked hard, something better was possible. That promise built families, built communities, and built this country. And today, too many young people are losing faith in it. My job, our job, is to make sure that promise still means something. And these aren't just my words. They're the voices of the young people in my riding who feel they have no choice but to leave their country, their families, and their friends because they can't afford to stay. They're not asking for much, just the chance to build a life, live somewhere affordable, and to have a job that pays enough to get them ahead. Young people need hope for the future, and it's time we give them a reason to believe in it.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that is this really any way to run a government, to not have a budget, to not have any forecast, but to propose to spend huge amounts of money on a pipeline when forests are burning in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada and climate change is affecting us? There's poverty all over the place. There's a housing crisis. Just this week, there were families who were forced to move because of the fires in Manitoba. Is this any way to run public finances?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Going door to door to the 80,000 homes that I've been to, I've spoken to a lot of people, and their priorities right now to me, we're talking about affordability, housing, and crime. And I've served this community not from a podium, but on the ground, helping children with their learning, supporting families through housing and financial challenges, listening to those who felt ignored, and standing by our veterans who deserve far more. I've heard their stories, I heard their struggles, and their hopes. And I'm here because of them, to be their voice and to serve with the same commitment I've shown in my community. In this House, I will do what I was sent here to do, stand up for the people I represent, and work every day to make their lives better.
Comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. And we're in a new parliament, and yet we're seeing the exact same thing from the Liberals. In fact, the member for Winnipeg is doing so much of the talking when we have so many new and, dare I say, talented Liberals. And here we go again, and the member for Winnipeg seeks to do all the talking. We have two men on the Liberal side, and all they do is seemingly talk for everybody else. I'm going to just ask my colleague and to reflect back on what he asked. What were you hearing at the doors about this strong elbows-up mentality that it was an apparent panacea?
Order. Remind the honourable member of questions through the chair and the honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his questions and his concerns. And while I hear the government continue to distract themselves from their lack of a plan or a budget, I'm going to stay focused on what the people in my riding sent me here to do. Because a government making promises without a plan or a budget isn't delivering. It's just issuing press releases. And Canadians can't afford more of the same from this not new government. In my riding, I heard about affordability, I heard about housing, I heard about crime. I heard directly from people in my community who are deeply concerned about the rise in crime, families who are afraid in their own neighborhoods, and seniors who no longer feel at home.
Order. We do have to move on. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour and a privilege to rise in the House of Commons once again after a hard-fought election. I'd like to sincerely thank the constituents of Niagara West for putting their trust in me to represent them and to be their voice in Ottawa for the 8th consecutive time. Niagara West is home to hardworking, good folks, and I'm humbled to serve them. I also want to mention our excellent campaign team who got the job done. We had dozens and dozens of extraordinary volunteers who helped me get across the finish line. Thank you to all of you who put work in. I will always remember and appreciate it. I also like to thank my family and my friends, and especially my wife, Rebecca. Whether it's during campaign time or while we're here in Ottawa, it requires a special type of person to be the spouse or the significant other of a political candidate or member of Parliament. Thank you, Rebecca, for standing by my side for more than 10 years as we continue this journey together. This journey is about my passion to serve the constituents of Niagara West. My dedication to them has never wavered, and my pledge to them is to continue working tirelessly on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, with the election now behind us, our Conservative Party begins the Parliament with a stronger and bigger national-wide Conservative team. We added 2.4 million votes compared to last election, with a total of over 8 million votes. The biggest vote count and the biggest increase in votes in our party's history. The biggest vote share since 1998. The best result in Newfoundland in 2 decades. 25 additional Conservative members of Parliament have joined us in this place. I'll add 1.2 million more votes than Doug Ford got in February in Ontario, here in Ontario for Conservatives in Ontario. We expanded our support and coalition to include union workers, young people, newcomers, and many others who had never been voted before. Our message was one of hope and change, and it still is. I'm proud of what we've achieved, and oh yes, we did come up a little bit short. So as we begin another Parliament, it's no secret that we're facing many challenges in this country. We have unjustified U.S. tariffs hurting our people and the economy. We have a housing crisis. We have innovation, investment, and productivity challenges. High youth unemployment. We have out-of-control immigration system. We have a discontent in our western provinces. Some Western folks are even thinking that separating from Canada would leave them better off. Clearly, there is a lot of work for us to do in this place. Earlier this spring, the Prime Minister was elected with a minority government, so he will need the support of others in this House to successfully pass his agenda. As our Conservative leader said, we will work together with the government on initiatives which will make life better for all Canadians. We'll also hold the government to account when they do the opposite. Unfortunately, just a few weeks into their mandate, we're now already seeing the challenges in how this Prime Minister and his ministers are approaching several files. I'd like to address some of these in my reply to the speech from the throne. The speech from the throne, as we know, was delivered by His Majesty King Charles III on behalf of the government. It's the government's plan on how to deal with the problems Canadians face, one of which is trade. We're all aware of the U.S. tariffs in Canada and how these tariffs are hurting Canadians and Canadian businesses. Conservatives believe that Canada needs to be self-reliant and much less dependent on the United States. One solution is free trade within Canada. For folks watching at home who are not yet aware, there are still dozens and dozens of regulations and red tape which make it difficult for provinces to trade with one another. Our Conservative team believes that Canada needs to be true free trade so workers can earn more, prices fall, and businesses boom. We believe that Canada must fire up free enterprise to build pipelines, power lines, ports, rails, roads, and tech so we are strong, self-reliant, and sovereign. But is that the government's approach? It doesn't seem like it. There are deadlines they have given themselves and not much in the way of details. Deadlines cannot be met without a plan. Do they actually have a plan? Not exactly. This Prime Minister has even refused to put forward a budget this spring. Sure, there's a new spending bill in the docket, but details are scarce. It's not a plan, it's a $500 billion spending bill, but not a budget. Unfortunately, it's beginning to look like this new Liberal government is just like the old one. In many ways, their spending bill is even worse than what we saw from the previous Prime Minister. It got massive increases in consultants, bureaucracies, and overall costs of government. What's discouraging is the Prime Minister already broke his promise. He promised to keep spending growth to 2% a year. What's the actual number? It's 8%. That's 4 times what he promised. Overall, federal government spending will grow almost 3 times faster than inflation and population combined. Maybe that's the reason the Prime Minister won't put forward a budget this spring. A budget would usually have clear details as to where the money is going. But again, at this time, there's no budget and there's no plan. Without a real plan, how can a government continue to function? How can they address, for example, the daunting task of fixing the housing crisis? And yes, it's a crisis. And it's been an evolving crisis now for more than 5 years. Real estate organizations are saying that home sales are at crisis levels. They're saying the housing market is sagging. Inventory levels are ballooning, but lower interest rates have not spurred on sales. Folks aren't buying homes because they're worried about the economy. They're worried about job security. Young folks are concerned about jobs in general. There aren't enough of them. Young folks are experiencing some of the highest unemployment rates in many, many years. I heard directly from my constituents about these issues thousands of times at the doors just a few weeks ago. Young people voted for Conservatives in unprecedented numbers for a reason. We were a source of hope for them, for jobs and for housing. I can't tell you how many young people told us that they'd given up home ownership. They said that they are not able to start families because there's hardly anywhere affordable to live. There's just not enough building taking place. And as the housing market and housing crisis evolves, we now have a difficult job market, and the uncertainty is preventing young people once again from purchasing homes. I would confidently say that in many ways this generation of young people has struggled tremendously compared to others before it, due to the liberal policies of the last 10 years. Let's talk about the GTA. The dream of home ownership is out of reach for far too many people in the GTA. The Building Industry and Land Development Association found Toronto's pre-construction home sales have collapsed and warned of a dire housing shortage within 2 years. Last month, sales of pre-construction homes were 89% below the 10-year average and decreased 72% from April 2024. This marks the 7th consecutive month of record low sales of new homes across the GTA. That is why I use the word evolving as it relates to the crisis. On the one hand, there's not enough building taking place to house Canadians who need it. On the other hand, young folks are worried about their finances and they're waiting, in many cases waiting to start families because they don't have the right accommodations. And the third part, how can they go and buy a new home when the prices are so ridiculously high? It seems like the Canadian promise that was available to generations prior has been broken. The government has simply failed young people and things are expected to get worse. The new housing industry is decelerating quickly, and a massive supply deficit into 2027 and 2029 period is taking shape. Overall, things aren't looking great on the housing front, and once again, without a budget, without a plan, the government is not taking its responsibilities as Canadians seriously. Let's also talk about folks who are lucky enough to already own a home. How are they doing financially? Well, not well, in fact. Mortgage delinquencies have gone up by 6.5%. 90-plus day delinquencies increased by 72% in Ontario since the first quarter of 2024. What about the folks who have other types of credit? 1.4 million Canadians were unable to make a credit payment in the first quarter of 2025. Delinquencies rose nearly 9% year over year, with non-mortgage delinquencies being the most severe in Ontario, up 24%. Rising costs and squeezed paychecks have hit youth especially hard, as Canadians 25 and under experienced a 15% increase in missed payments. 90-plus day delinquency rates for just credit cards saw a 22 spike amongst those 26 years old year over year. I'm worried about young Canadians given these figures. Equifax says that the wages entering the job market are not matching the amount young folks may need so they can pay off their debt. Urgent action is clearly required now. Workable, timely solutions are critical. I'm a bit concerned about some of the slogans in the Prime Minister's announcement and the throne speech, although he says he's not a fan of them. What Canadians desperately need is for all of us to come together with a plan, but a plan that clearly outlines the actions and a plan that comes in the form of a budget. This government must release a spring budget so we can have a path forward. Otherwise, I fear that all these crises Canadians are currently going through will not be adequately addressed. I'm worried for young Canadians, I'm worried for homeowners, and I'm worried for families. As I mentioned earlier, we need to work towards helping Canadian businesses in these difficult times. I'm ready to do so. I hope the government will take things seriously given the issues we face. Our Conservative team stands with Canadians, and we're ready to offer our help to make life better for families across our beautiful country, where Canada is affordable, safe, self-reliant, and united. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mon collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talked about the cost of living. Well, I have good news for you. Last month, we increased admissibility to the Canada Dental Care Plan to all age groups. That means that over 8 million Canadians now have access to affordable dental care that they need. Here's my question. Does the member for Niagara West feel as excited about this good news as I do? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It's interesting. I was out with colleagues last night, and there was a dentist among us talking about the program and how difficult it is for some dentists to be able to sign up because of the rates that the government actually offers them. So once again, we have this great national program, but we expect people on the ground to take the haircut and take the hit. And that doesn't seem reasonable. So of course these programs are beneficial. Of course these programs are great, but they've got to be managed properly. And one thing I'll tell you about this Liberal government, they don't know how to manage anything. If the last 10 years shows us anything, is that they have a hard ability to lead and to manage anything.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Un instant là.
Just a moment.
Aidez-moi. Kamloops.
Help me out here. Kamloops, Thompson.
Nicola.
Nicola.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, especially when I receive such cheers from my Liberal colleagues. It's also, I thank them for their cheers. It's also especially an honor to rise when the member for Kingston and the Islands was going to grace us with yet another intervention, but you have to hear from me instead. Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to my colleague's speech, and he spoke about what he was hearing at the doors, and we heard about elbows up, and we've got a plan, and yet the Liberals come with no plan, no budget. What would his constituents, in his view, think, Mr. Speaker, if he ran his offices or Parliament without a plan and just simply relied on, dare I say, slogans? Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Sure, thank you. I want to thank my colleague from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, for the question. And you know, one of the challenges that we see, and what we've seen for the last number of years. So, for all the new people that are just joining us here in the House, I can assure you that there's been years and years where the Liberal Party has talked about their plans. They've talked about their communications. They've talked about all these grandiose things they're going to do. And yet they never deliver it. And I have to laugh when I hear new members come into this House and say, we have got to fix this problem. Yeah, you're right. It's the problem you guys created. It's the problem you guys actually created. So thanks for showing up and giving us a hand. We appreciate that. So
yeah, through the chair. Through the chair. Yeah.
That's right. Through the chair. Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague, what I say is you not only need a plan, but you need to make sure you implement that plan. And that's something we've never seen on this side of the House in the last 10 years.
It being 6:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the sub-amendment and the amendment as amended now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Hogan, seconded by Ms. Chenette, moves that the following address to be presented to His Majesty the King in the following words. May I dispense? Thank you.
Chair, seconded by Mr. Berthold, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. May I dispense? Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Eidlaut, moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following, as well as Indigenous peoples. If a member participating in person wishes that the sub-amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair, the Chief Government Whip.
A recorded division, please, Mr. Speaker.
Call in the members. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Hogan, seconded by Ms. Jeanette, moved that the following address be presented to His Majesty the King in the... May I dispense?
And we urge Your Majesty's advisors to include a firm commitment to present to Parliament an economic update or budget this spring before the House adjourns for the summer that incorporates measures aimed at unleashing Canada's economic potential, including full accountability of Canada's finances with respect for the areas of jurisdiction and the institutions of Quebec and the provinces. Ms. Kwan, seconded by Ms. Eidloud, moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following, as well as Indigenous peoples. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Que tous ceux qui appuient
All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Ms. Oshelski.
Ms. Oshelski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jagger.
Ms. Jagger.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Mr. Belanger, Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. Chartrand.
Ms. Chartrand.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Gullmasty.
Ms. Gullmasty.
Mrs. McLean, Esquimalt Sandwich Soup.
Mrs. McLean, Esquimalt Sandwich Soup.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Madame
Koutrakis.
Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Ms. Akran.
Ms. Akran.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Bardizi.
Mr. Bardizi.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Monsieur Deschaines.
Thériault. Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Ms. Hurdle.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Letao.
Monsieur Leitao.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Mr. Toomba.
Monsieur Toomba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. O'Rourke.
Ms.
O'Rourke.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Royer.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Mr. Watchhorn.
Mr. Watchorn.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Aboultaif.
Mr. Botev.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Belanger, Sudbury Est. Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Mr. Belanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Ms. Cobenia.
Ms. Cabina.
Mrs. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Conan.
Mrs. Conan.
Mr. Kirk, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Kirk, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Collègues, on attend quelques minutes parce que...
We will wait a few minutes because we are experiencing technical issues.
Je désire informer la...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter en...
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Il n'y a personne? C'est bon. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 323, 323. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the sub-amendment carried. The next question is on the amendment as amended. The question is as follows. Mr. Hogan, seconded by Ms. Chenette, moved that the following address be presented to His Majesty the King. Shall I dispense?
Yes.
Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Berthold, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. Shall I dispense?
Yes.
Yes? If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment as amended be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. I therefore, so it's declared.
No. It's going to be standing vote.
Standing vote?
Yes.
Recorded vote. Okay. La période de 10 minutes. La période de 10 minutes pour.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment as amended will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Ow.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Babber.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Mr. Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickel Belt.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Ms. Kobenia.
Ms. Corbina.
Mrs. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford, South Langley.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford, South Langley.
Mr. Grolo.
Mr. Grolo.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Conan.
Mrs. Conan.
Mr. Kirk, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Kirk, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Opposed? All those opposed to the amendment as amended will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. De Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Ms. Oshelsky.
Ms. Oshelsky.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur
Madame Petitpas Taylor.
Madame Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chigger.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Mr. Belanger, Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Destinati, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. McKnight.
Ms. Chartrand.
Ms. Chartrand.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Gullmasty.
Ms. Gullmasty.
Mrs. McLean, Esquimalt Sandwich Soup.
Mrs. McLean, Esquimalt Sandwich Soup.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaracelli.
Mr. Zaracelli.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Essasi.
Mr. Assassi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fagiscados.
Mr. Fagiscados.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Kutrakis.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière de Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière de Mille-Îles.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Bardizi.
Mr. Bardizi.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Church.
Mrs. Church.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Ms. Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Letao.
Monsieur Letao.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Mr. Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Ms. Royer.
Ms. Royer.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. Saint-Pierre.
Mr. Saint-Pierre.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Mr. Watchorn.
Monsieur Watchorn.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Collègues, on fait face aux mêmes problèmes techniques.
Colleagues, we are dealing with the same technical issue, so it will take a few more minutes.
Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de...
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they can now use the raise hand function, and they will be recognized by the chair.
Yay.
Can you open it? Ask him to open his camera, please.
Could you open your camera, Mr. Strauss?
Yay. I vote yay.
Is that excuse me, colleagues. And get one on now. It's too late. Okay. Mr. Strauss, to vote, it's not required that you have a tie, but you must have a jacket. That's not a jacket, right? It's not a jacket. So I just tell me. The honourable member. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that my vote be cast as a yay. Thank you.
Mr. Caputo, yay pour.
Thank you. Mr. Strauss. Okay, so Mr. Strauss, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal. Mr. Mahal, could you turn your camera on?
My camera is on, Mr.
There
Speaker.
Mr. Mahal.
My camera is on.
I'm sorry. I didn't
yay.
hear that. I'm sorry. Is it yay or nay?
I vote yay.
Okay. That's about it, eh? Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 166, 166. Nays contre 164, 164.
So carried. I declare the amendment as amended carried. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. I'll give it a second so that people can leave quietly as possible. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
It was Radio-Canada that first reported that the Prime Minister had co-founded an investment fund worth over $25 billion, combined from two funds. Now, these investment funds weren't headquartered here in Canada. They were headquartered above a bicycle shop in Bermuda. And why would investments be headquartered in Bermuda? Why would they be headquartered above a bike shop? It's because they're avoiding paying Canadian taxes. And so we've raised questions that the Prime Minister can answer, that the Prime Minister should answer, that the Prime Minister must answer. After 10 years with the last government and Justin Trudeau breaking our ethics laws multiple times, presiding over a cabinet that saw repeated breaches of our ethics laws. Canadians are looking for leadership, they're looking for honesty, and they're looking for transparency. And so the Prime Minister has an opportunity to provide that transparency to Canadians. We heard in the response to my question in question period, the government House leaders say that Canada has stringent ethics rules and they take them very seriously. But Canadians have no idea what the Prime Minister put into those blind trusts. But the Prime Minister knows what he put into those blind trusts. And we don't know how much deferred compensation the Prime Minister will realize based on the performance of those funds that he set up. But he knows. And that's not something that can be placed in a blind trust, that deferred compensation. It will be paid out based on the performance of those funds. And he has a real way to impact their performance based on decisions that he takes at the cabinet table. So what we want to know is, what did the Prime Minister put into his blind trust, and is the Prime Minister going to be receiving deferred compensation payments? And finally, we need to know if the Prime Minister has ever been invested in funds that avoided paying taxes here in Canada. Speaker, I'm not sure how much time I have left remaining, but with my remaining minute, what I'd like to know is if we can just get a clear answer. The government House Leader, he's got 4 minutes to tell us how seriously the government is going to take these ethics laws, that there's going to be a change in tone and tenor from the Right Honourable Prime Minister. We'll do that. Was he invested in funds that were avoiding paying taxes? Will he admit that the Prime Minister had set up funds that were headquartered above a bike shop in Bermuda? Will the Prime Minister be the beneficiary of deferred compensation payments from those funds at Brookfield? And will the Prime Minister finally just take his obligations seriously and tell Canadians the totality of what that blind trust looked like at the time that it was set up? Thank you, Speaker.
The Leader of the Government in the House.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by stating clearly that adherence to Canada's ethics rules is not just a formality. It is a fundamental expectation of public office. These rules are in place to preserve the trust that Canadians place in their institutions. The Prime Minister, like all MPs, is required to adhere to these rules, and it is important to note that the Prime Minister didn't just meet the bar, he exceeded it. He preemptively provided the Ethics Commissioner with all the required information preventatively. That, Mr. Speaker, is leadership. Leadership isn't just about following the rules when it's necessary. It's foreseeing the rules, going above and beyond, and setting an example for all elected officials. Canadians expect their Prime Minister to behave with integrity, and that is exactly what he did. Unfortunately, we have seen some in the opposition try to spread doubt by spreading baseless theories, even conspiracy theories. I strongly believe that this sort of discourse does nothing to strengthen public trust. Not even public trust in opposition officials. On the contrary, it undermines the credibility of all of our institutions in an attempt to score petty political points. I would note again that Canada has one of the strongest ethics frameworks in the world for public office holders. Our system requires transparency, full disclosure, and accountability, and that is exactly what the Prime Minister demonstrated. He didn't just follow the rules, he went above and beyond to clearly show that he has nothing to hide. It is also essential to note that all new MPs and non-new ones are required to follow the same code of ethics. I sincerely hope that all members of this House have adhered to the standards to the same degree. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have always followed the rules, not because we had to, but out of principle. For us, ethics is not just a campaign slogan. It is an ongoing responsibility. Canadians can count on us to continue to show transparency and integrity without exception. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we take our responsibilities seriously. That is what Canadians can count on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Let me quote the government House Leader. He says, on this side of the House, we've always followed the rules, end quote. He sat in cabinet with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who broke those laws twice, as did other members of cabinet. So we can't take him at his word. He also says that the reporting in Radio Canada was a conspiracy theory. Well, it's a fact. The Prime Minister, the leader of the Liberal Party, set up these funds that were headquartered in Bermuda to avoid paying Canadian taxes, headquartered above a bicycle shop. We need to know if the Prime Minister is going to be the beneficiary of deferred compensation from those funds, which he stands to improve their performance based on decisions that he can take around the cabinet table. Canadians have no information because the Prime Minister is stonewalling, refusing to be transparent with Canadians. So will he come clean with Canadians today? Will the government House Leader commit to transparency for a change and tell Canadians what they need to know about these investments?
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. The Prime Minister fully complied with the Conflict of Interest Act, and he even went above and beyond what it requires. From the get-go, he proactively disclosed all relevant information to the Ethics Commissioner, thus demonstrating a commitment to transparency and accountability as required by his role. Canada has some of the most stringent ethical rules in the world, and Canadians should be reassured that the rules are being followed. On this side of the House, simply following the rules is not enough. We strive to exceed the rules. While some may take part in speculation or political theatre, we remain focused on maintaining Canadians' trust. Ethics and integrity are not up for negotiation. That is a standard we are proud to hold ourselves to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
The Prime Minister and his cabinet took the time to prepare a spending plan, but they did not make the time to prepare a plan to pay for it. Last week, I asked a simple question. With economic storm clouds moving in, how is it possible not to produce a budget this spring? Since then, this government presented the main estimates to Parliament to request nearly $500 billion, $486 billion to fund the government until next March. But they have not presented a budget, which is the very document that shows how it intends to pay for all of this spending. How irresponsible is that? Imagine walking into a bank for a mortgage, and you walk in with all your expenses, your car payments, your groceries, your student debt, but you refuse to provide evidence of your income. Any lender would say, come back when you have evidence of your income. As a finance professional of 14 years, I say the same to this Liberal government. Come back when you have a plan on how you're going to pay for all of this spending. They say that economic conditions may change over the summer. Yes, there is an uncertain world. Yes, there are summits. Yes, there are shifting forecasts. That is exactly why we need a budget. When income is lost, you budget. When costs rise, you budget. When you want to change your circumstances, you budget. GDP is struggling. Our productivity is down. Our purchasing power is crumbling. Unemployment rate is rising. These are the fingerprints of 10 years of failed Liberal policies. If the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister want to be taken seriously as stewards of the economy, they need to do what every family, every business, and every government must do: put forward a budget. It is my sincere hope that we can work together to provide relief to Canadian families and businesses, and that we can work together to steer Canada in the right direction. But this government needs to provide the fundamental information for every parliamentarian to make an informed decision on what is best for Canadians. On matters of finance, my trust is built on numbers, on accountability, on a budget. So I ask again, with economic storm clouds moving in, how is it possible not to produce a budget this spring?
The Secretary of State for the Canada Revenue Agency and for Financial Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. And I want to congratulate the member from Newmarket Aurora. Being in this House is a privilege. Enjoy every day. I've been privileged to be here since 2015, 4 elections. I know the excitement of being here. I know it's a big, big machine that's going on here in Ottawa, but I congratulate you for your win and thank you for your question today. This is the first time I've risen in the House, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to thank the wonderful riding, the constituents of St. John Kennebecasis for returning me for the 4th time. I certainly want to thank my campaign manager, Kevin Collins, and I want to thank the wonderful staff, the wonderful team that I have in St. John with Jeanette McLaughlin and Don Darling, making sure things are very well taken care of on the home front. So, Mr. Speaker, let me say this, and just let me list off some facts. Inflation is down from 8.1% in June of 2022 to 1.7% now. Now, certainly the Conservatives were with us every step up, that it was our fault, but yet, now that it's down to below the Bank of Canada's target rate, I guess we don't get any credit for that. Canada right now has an unemployment rate, Mr. Speaker, of 6.9%. Labor force participation at 65.3%, well above the U.S. number of 62.5%. Mr. Speaker, we have a AAA credit rating. We have the lowest debt and deficit in the G7, and the list goes on and on and on. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wonder why the Conservatives hold themselves as their major economic stewards of our economy. This was a government prior to us that ran 9 straight deficits, basically made a mess of our economy through regressive policies. And as Liberals, Mr. Speaker, we believe in growing a strong economy. We believe investing in Canadians. We believe as Liberals that government has a role to play in people's lives, Mr. Speaker. Whether that's the Canada Child Benefit that the Conservatives voted against, whether it's child care that the Conservatives voted against, whether it's dental care that the Conservatives voted against, whether it's wonderful housing programs and wonderful housing initiatives, Mr. Speaker, the Co-Investment Fund, the Rapid Housing Initiative, the Housing Accelerator Fund. The Conservatives voted against each and every one of those initiatives that have been proven to help Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, we will do the right things to build our economy, to rebuild our economy, and make our economy the greatest economy in the G7. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
So the bottom line is there is no plan to pay for the $486 billion in spending that they have asked Parliament to authorize.
Same.
It is not a plan to have no plan. If there was a plan, they would have presented it. Our GDP is struggling. Our productivity is down. Our purchasing power is crumbling. Unemployment rate is rising. Tariffs are hurting our industries. The purpose of a budget is to bring order to uncertainty. But this government has done the opposite. By refusing to present a budget this spring, they have deepened the volatility in an already fragile economy. Fiscal credibility is earned by showing the numbers, respecting the process that has defined Canada for more than half a century.
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Speaker, I think Canadians have voiced very clearly who they think should be running our economy and who should lead our economy. Mr. Speaker, you wouldn't, listening to the member opposite, you wouldn't think that we just had an election on April 28th and a throne speech last week. The budget will come in due time. Our Prime Minister is regarded, I would argue, as one of the top economic minds in Canada. And we do have a plan. And His Majesty said during the speech from the throne, quote, "In all of our actions, the government will be guided by a new fiscal discipline, spend less so Canadians can invest more. We will balance the government's operating budget over the next 3 years by cutting waste, capping the public service, ending duplication, and deploying technology to improve public sector productivity. We will deliver the details of our plan in the fall via a detailed, comprehensive, effective, ambitious, and prudent federal budget."
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Here, 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 here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I asked the Prime Minister and I asked this government a very simple question. It was about Canada's energy sector. And I even did the homework for the government. I pointed out how the industrial carbon tax is making Canada less competitive and less affordable. I pointed out, Mr. Speaker, how the oil and gas production cap is keeping our resources in the ground and scaring away investors. I pointed out how Bill C-69 is making it essentially impossible to build pipelines in the country. I asked the industry minister whether the government would commit to Canada's energy sector, as the Prime Minister occasionally says, depending on what room he's in, and repeal these anti-energy laws. Now, Mr. Speaker, the industry minister responded without mentioning the word oil, without mentioning gas, without mentioning resources. It must have been the same writer that wrote her response to my question as wrote the government's throne speech, because it did not address oil and gas in the least. Now, this is not just a Western Canada issue, Mr. Speaker. When we do not support Canada's energy sector, we are actually harming the country as a whole. We're making ourselves more dependent on the United States. We're making ourselves less competitive. We are actually compromising our sovereignty and independence and even our security. So it's curious the government is scared of the word pipeline and will not utter it in much of the responses we hear in this chamber and in much of the other communication we've had from this government. So my question to the government is incredibly simple when it comes down to the path they want to chart forward. Do they support a future that invests in Canadian energy, or do they support the environmental radicals that want to keep our resources in the ground? And the reason I bring this up is because the facts are abundantly clear. Between 2015 and 2025, the Liberal government killed 16 major energy projects. This resulted in a $176 billion hit to the economy. Now, when I talk about the competitive advantage of investing in resources, we need not look further than our neighbor to the south, the United States. In the last 10 years or so, between 2010 and 2021, the United States grew its natural gas exports by 485%. Now, what happened in Canada in that same time period? That's a good question, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you asked it. They actually went down by 18%. This is Canada, which has access to an incredible wealth of resources. The only thing standing in the way of embracing those is the keep it in the ground, anti-energy, innovation-killing attitude that this Liberal government has embodied. So this is where we are right now. They like to talk about the fact that, in their words, they're not anti-pipeline, they just want there to be a consensus on it. Well, how can there be a consensus when they don't even have consensus in their front bench?
as evidenced by a speaker in the cabinet who just a couple of weeks ago said, no, we don't need any pipelines. That's the former Environment Minister, now the Minister of Canadian Identity. So we've laid out the facts so clearly, Mr. Speaker. I will ask the government, once and for all, will they repeal these anti-energy policies and commit to pipeline development in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I first want to start by saying I disagree with many things that the member opposite said and how he characterizes them. I appreciate that he actually stood up today to ask that question, so thank you for this opportunity to get up and to speak. And on a day that I think is a particularly important day, because today the Prime Minister and Premiers from provinces and territories across our country sat down to have conversations about how we can better work together to unify our country, stand up together in the face of what we're facing from the United States, and how do we build these nation-building projects that will make our country stronger. So on a day when we've seen such unity across our country, I really want to highlight that, because I think that that is where we really need to go. Because that's where Canadians wanted us to go. Canadians from coast to coast to coast elected this government because they wanted to see us come together. They wanted to see us protect our country. They wanted to see us stand up for our country. And they wanted us to stand up to build things together, to build great things. And I think that today is a particularly good day to highlight how that's moving forward already, very early on in this new government. Look, our Liberal government is focused on results. And that means protecting, creating good jobs, attracting investment, and building a low-risk, low-cost, and low-carbon clean economy for the future. Right now, as I mentioned, the Prime Minister is working with premiers to identify projects of national significance that will grow our economy, and Canadians rightly expect to see that as we're going through and looking at those projects, we are also upholding strong environmental standards. That's where the difference between our government and the Conservatives can be quite stark. And I will point out, Canadians rejected Pierre Poilievre's vision, because Pierre Poilievre's vision was to give polluters a free pass. There was a talk about industrial carbon pricing. Pierre Poilievre's vision that was rejected by Canadians was to ignore the cost of climate change to our economy, to workers, and to communities. And what they chose, what Canadians chose instead, was to work on how do we build a unified, strong country that can get things built. That is exactly what we're working on. When it comes to approving major projects, we're focused on getting them built faster without cutting corners, and that means respecting Indigenous rights. It means collaborating with provinces and territories, and it means ensuring projects are in the national interest to build a strong future. The Conservative alternative, as far as I can hear, Mr. Speaker, is no environmental safeguards, no provincial involvement or input, no Indigenous input into this process and involvement. And that does not create certainty for investors. Canadians have rejected that failed approach. In fact, what we saw with that approach under the previous Conservative government is that things weren't actually getting built. So if I can say, Mr. Speaker, this government will get major projects built, and we're going to make sure that we get it done right. We're going to be focused on protecting Canadian workers, growing our economy to be the strongest in the G7, and getting projects of national significance built. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, I am floored. The minister just had 4 minutes, 4 uninterrupted minutes to answer a very simple question about where this government stands on development of the oil and gas sector in Canada and the construction of pipelines. And in those 4 minutes, not once did the minister even say the word pipeline. She did not utter the word. It proves the point I made in my initial question, Mr. Speaker, that this government does not view pipelines as having any part of their plan for the economy moving forward. So a very simple question. When the minister talks about projects and the projects that she would like to see Canada move forward on, do they include pipelines? Yes or no, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the way I'm going to answer the member opposite's question is that when this government is looking at what are projects of national significance, we're not going to take the advice of the member opposite. What we're going to be doing is looking at how we build together with premiers from provinces and territories, with Indigenous peoples right across our country. We're going to look at what the projects are that are national significance, and we're going to get them built. The meeting that we saw today with the Prime Minister and the premiers is an amazing first step on that, and I think that that is a leadership that Canadians want to see. That is the leadership that we're going to continue to build on so that we can make sure that we do get projects built.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.